Yet nothing was further from his mind than miracles. He believed that all things were one big miracle, and when a man knows that much he knows something to go upon. He knew for a certainty that there was nothing great and nothing little in this world, and day and night he strove to think out his way into the heart of things, back to the place whence his soul had come. So thinking, his untrimmed hair fell down about his shoulders, the stone slab at the side of the antelope skin was dented into a little hole by the foot of his brass-handled crutch, and the place between the tree trunks, where the begging bowl rested day after day, sunk and wore into a hollow almost as smooth as the brown shell itself, and each beast knew his exact place at the fire. The fields changed their colors with the seasons, the threshing floors filled and emptied, and filled again and again, and again and again. When winter came, the langurs frisked among the branches feathered with light snow, till the mother monkeys brought their sad-eyed little babies up from the warmer valleys with the spring. There were few changes in the village. The priest was older, and many of the little children who used to come with the begging dish sent their own children now, and when you asked of the villagers how long their holy man had lived in Kali's shrine at the head of the pass, they answered, always. Then came such summer rains as had not been known in the hills for many seasons. Through 3 good months the valley was wrapped in cloud and soaking mist, steady, unrelenting downfall, breaking off into thundershower after thundershower. Kali's shrine stood above the clouds, for the most part, and there was a whole month in which the boggart never caught a glimpse of his village. It was packed away under a white floor of cloud that swayed and shifted and rolled on itself and bulged upward, but never broke from its piers, the streaming flanks of the valley. All the time he heard nothing but the sound of a million little waters, overhead from the trees, and underfoot along the ground, soaking through the pine needles, dripping from the tongues of draggled fern, and spouting in newly torn muddy channels down the slopes. Then the sun came out, and drew forth the good incense of the deodars and the rhododendrons, and that far off, clean smell the hill people call the smell of the snows. The hot sunshine lasted for a week, and then the rains gathered together for their last downpour, and the water fell in sheets that flayed off the skin of the ground and leaped back in mud. Pigeon Boggart heaped his fire high that night, for he was sure his brothers would need warmth, but never a beast came to the shrine, though he called and called till he dropped asleep, wondering what had happened in the woods. It was in the black heart of the night, the rain drumming like 1,000 drums, that he was roused by a plucking at his blanket, and, stretching out, felt the little hand of a langur. "It is better here than in the trees," he said sleepily, loosening a fold of blanket. "Take it and be warm." The monkey caught his hand and pulled hard. "Is it food, then?" said Pigeon Boggart. "Wait a while, and I will prepare some." As he kneeled to throw fuel on the fire, the langur ran to the door of the shrine, crooned, and ran back again, plucking at the man's knee. "What is it? What is thy trouble, brother?" said Pigeon Boggart, for the langur's eyes were full of things that he could not tell. "Unless one of thy caste be in a trap, and none set traps here, I will not go into that weather. Look, brother, even the barasingh comes for shelter." The deer's antlers clashed as he strode into the shrine, clashed against the grinning statue of Kali. He lowered them in Pigeon Boggart's direction and stamped uneasily, hissing through his half-shut nostrils. "Hi! Hi! Hi!" said the boggart, snapping his fingers. "Is this payment for a night's lodging?" But the deer pushed him towards the door, and as he did so Pigeon Boggart heard the sound of something opening with a sigh, and saw 2 slabs of the floor draw away from each other, while the sticky earth below smacked its lips. "Now I see," said Pigeon Boggart. "No blame to my brothers that they did not sit by the fire tonight. The mountain is falling. And yet, why should I go?" His eye fell on the empty begging bowl, and his face changed. "They have given me good food daily since I came, and, if I am not swift, tomorrow there will not be one mouth in the valley. Indeed, I must go and warn them below. Back there, brother! Let me get to the fire." The barasingh backed unwillingly as Pigeon Boggart drove a torch deep into the flame, twirling it till it was well lit. "Ah! Ye came to warn me," he said, rising. "Better than that we shall do, better than that. Out, now, and lend me thy neck, brother, for I have but 2 feet. He clutched the bristling withers of the barasing with his right hand, held the torch away with his left, and stepped out of the shrine into the desperate night. There was no breath of wind, but the rain nearly drowned the torch as the great deer hurried down the slope, sliding on his haunches. As soon as they were clear of the forest, more of the Boggart's brothers joined them. He heard, though he could not see, the Lungors pressing about him, and behind them the of Sona. The rain matted his long white hair into ropes, the water splashed beneath his bare feet, and his yellow robe clung to his frail old body, but he stepped down steadily, leaning against the barasing. He was no longer a holy man, but Sir Purin Das, KCIE, Prime Minister of no small state, a man accustomed to command, going out to save life. Down the steep plashy path they poured all together, the Boggart and his brothers, down and down till the deer clicked and stumbled on the wall of a threshing floor, and snorted because he smelt man. Now they were at the head of the one crooked village street, and the Boggart beat with his crutch at the barred windows of the blacksmith's house as his torch blazed up in the shelter of the eaves. Up and out, cried Purin Boggart, and he did not know his own voice, for it was years since he had spoken aloud to a man. The hill falls. The hill is falling. Up and out, oh, you within. It is our Boggart, said the blacksmith's wife. He stands among his beasts. Gather the little ones and give the call. It ran from house to house, while the beasts, cramped in the narrow way, surged and huddled round the Boggart, and Sona puffed impatiently. The people hurried into the street. There were no more than 70 souls all told, and in the glare of their torches they saw their Boggart holding back the terrified barasing, while the monkeys plucked piteously at his skirts, and Sona sat on his haunches and roared. Across the valley and up the next hill, shouted Purin Boggart. Leave none behind. We follow. Then the people ran as only hillfolk can run, for they knew that in a landslide you must climb for the highest ground across the valley. They fled, splashing through the little river at the bottom, and panted up the terraced fields on the far side, while the Boggart and his brethren followed. Up and up the opposite mountain they climbed, calling to each other by name, the roll call of the village, and at their heels toiled the big barasing, weighted by the failing strength of Purin Boggart. At last the deer stopped in the shadow of a deep pine wood, 500 feet up the hillside. His instinct, that had warned him of the coming slide, told him he would be safe here. Purin Boggart dropped fainting by his side, for the chill of the rain and that fierce climb were killing him, but first he called to the scattered torches ahead, stay and count your numbers, then, whispering to the deer as he saw the lights gather in a cluster, stay with me, brother. Stay, till, you go. There was a sigh in the air that grew to a mutter, and a mutter that grew to a roar that passed all sense of hearing, and the hillside on which the villagers stood was hid in the darkness, and rocked to the blow. Then a note as steady, deep, and true as the deep sea of the organ drowned everything for perhaps 5 minutes, while the very roots of the pines quivered to it. It died away, and the sound of the rain falling on miles of hard ground and grass changed to the mummed drums of water on soft earth. That told its own tale. Never a villager, not even the priest, was bold enough to speak to the Boggart who had saved their lives. They crouched under the pines and waited till the day. When it came they looked across the valley, and saw that what had been forest, and terraced field, and track-threaded grazing ground was one raw, red, fan-shaped smear, with a few trees flung head down on the scarp. That red ran high up the hill of their refuge, damming back the little river, which had begun to spread into a brick-colored lake. Of the village, of the road to the shrine, of the shrine itself, and the forest behind, there was no trace. For 1 mile in width and 2,000 feet in sheer depth the mountainside had come away bodily, planed clean from head to heel. And the villagers, one by one, crept through the wood to pray before their Boggart. They saw the barasing standing over him, who fled when they came near, and they heard the Lungors wailing in the branches, and Sona moaning up the hill, but their Boggart was dead, sitting cross-legged, his back against a tree, his crutch under his armpit, and his face turned to the northeast. The priest said, behold a miracle after a miracle, for in this very attitude must all sannyasis be buried. Therefore, where he now is we will build the temple to our holy man. They built the temple before a year was ended, a little stone and earth shrine, and they called the hill the Bhagat's hill, and they worshipped there with lights and flowers and offerings to this day. But they do not know that the saint of their worship is the late Sir Puran Das, KCI, D.C.L 31 Ph.D., etc., once Prime Minister of the progressive and enlightened state of Mohenawala, 32 an honorary or corresponding member of more learned and scientific societies than will ever do any good in this world or the next. A Song of Kabir. Oh, light was the world that he weighed in his hands. Oh, heavy the tale of his fiefs and his lands. He has gone from the Gadi one and put on the shroud, and departed in guise of Bairagi two avowed. Now the white road to Delhi is mat for his feet, the Sal and the Kakar three must guard him from heat. His home is the camp, and the waste, and the crowd. He is seeking the way, a Bairagi avowed. He has looked upon man and his eyeballs are clear. There was one, there is one, and but one, saith Kabir, the red mist of doing is thin to a cloud. He has taken the path, a Bairagi avowed. To learn and discern of his brother the clod, of his brother the brute, and his brother the god. He has gone from the council and put on the shroud, can ye hear, saith Kabir, a Bairagi avowed. Letting in the jungle. Veil them, cover them, wall them round, blossom and creeper and weed. Let us forget the sight and the sound, and the smell and the touch of the breed. Fat black ash by the altar stone here is the whitefoot rain, and the does bring forth in the fields unsown, and none may affright them again. And the blind walls crumble, unknown, o'erthrown, and none may inhabit again. You will remember, if you have read the tales in the first Jungle Book, one that after Mowgli had pinned Shere Khan's hide to the Council Rock, he told as many as were left of the Seeonee pack that henceforward he would hunt in the jungle alone, and the 4 children of Mother and Father Wolf said that they would hunt with him. But it is not easy to change all one's life at once, particularly in the jungle. The first thing Mowgli did, when the disorderly pack had slunk off, was to go to the home cave, and sleep for a day and a night. Then he told Mother Wolf and Father Wolf as much as they could understand of his adventures among men, and when he made the morning sun flicker up and down the blade of his skinning knife, the same he had skinned Shere Khan with, they said he had learned something. Then Akela and Grey Brother had to explain their share of the great buffalo drive in the ravine, and Baloo toiled up the hill to hear all about it, and Bagheera scratched himself all over with pure delight at the way in which Mowgli had managed his war. It was long after sunrise, but no one dreamed of going to sleep, and from time to time, Mother Wolf would throw up her head, and sniff a deep snuff of satisfaction as the wind brought her the smell of the tiger skin on the Council Rock. But for Akela and Grey Brother here, Mowgli said, at the end, I could have done nothing. Oh, Mother, Mother! If thou hadst seen the blue herd bulls pour down the ravine, or hurry through the gates when the man-pack flung stones at me. I am glad I did not see that last, said Mother Wolf, Stimmy. It is not my custom to suffer my cubs to be driven to and fro like jackals. I would have taken a price from the man-pack, but I would have spared the woman who gave thee the milk. Yes, I would have spared her alone. Peace, peace, Raksha, said Father Wolf, lazily. Our frog has come back again, so wise that his own father must lick his feet, and what is a cut, more or less, on the head? Leave man alone. Baloo and Bagheera both echoed, leave man alone, too. Mowgli, his head on Mother Wolf's side, smiled contentedly, and said that, for his own part, he never wished to see, or hear, or smell man again. But what, said Akela, cocking one ear, but what if men do not leave thee alone, little brother? We be 5, said Grey Brother, looking round at the company, and snapping his jaws on the last word. We also might attend to that hunting, said Bagheera, with a little switch of his tail, looking at Baloo. But why think of man 3 now, Akela? For this reason, the lone wolf answered. When that yellow thief's hide was hung up on the rock, I went back along our trail to the village, stepping in my tracks, turning aside, and lying down, to make a mixed trail in case any should follow us. But when I had followed the trail so that I myself hardly knew it again, Mang, the bat, came hawking between the trees, and hung up above me. Said Mang, the village of the man-pack, where they cast out the man-cub, hums like a hornet's nest. It was a big stone that I threw, chuckled Mowgli, who had often amused himself by throwing ripe pawpaws into a hornet's nest, and racing to the nearest pool before the hornets caught him. I asked of Mang what he had seen. He said that the red flower blossomed at the gate of the village, and men sat about it carrying guns. Now I know, for I have good cause. Akela looked here at the old dry scars on his flank and side, that men do not carry guns for pleasure. Presently, little brother, a man with a gun follows our trail, if, indeed, he be not already on it. But why should he? Men have cast me out. What more do they need? Said Mowgli angrily. Thou art a man, little brother, Akela returned. It is not for us, the free hunters, to tell thee what thy brethren do, or why. He had just time to snatch up his paw as the skinning knife cut deep into the ground below. Mowgli struck quicker than an average human I could follow, but Akela was a wolf, and even a dog, who was very far removed from the wild wolf, his ancestor, can be waked out of deep sleep by a cartwheel touching his flank, and can spring away unharmed before that will comes on. Another time, Mowgli said, quietly, returning the knife to its sheath, speak of the man-pack and of Mowgli in 2 breaths, not one. Phff. That is a sharp tooth, said Akela, snewing at the blades cut in the earth, but living with the man-pack has spoiled thine eye. Little brother. I could have killed a buck while thou wast striking. Bagheera sprang to his feet, thrust up his head as far as he could, sniffed, and stiffened through every curve in his body. Gray Brother followed his example quickly, keeping a little to his left to get the wind that was blowing from the right, while Akela bounded 50 yards upwind, and, half-crouching, stiffened too. Mowgli looked on enviously. He could smell things as very few human beings could, but he had never reached the hair-trigger-like sensitiveness of a jungle nose, and his 3 months in the smoky village had put him back sadly. However, he dampened his finger, rubbed it on his nose, and stood erect to catch the upper scent, which, though the faintest, is the truest. Man! Akela growled, dropping on his haunches. Buldeo, said Mowgli, sitting down. He follows our trail, and yonder is the sunlight on his gun. Look! It was no more than a splash of sunlight, for a fraction of a second, on the brass clamps of the old tower musket, but nothing in the jungle winks with just that flash, except when the clouds race over the sky. Then a piece of mica, or a little pool, or even a highly polished leaf will flash like a heliograph. 4 But that day was cloudless and still. I knew men would follow, said Akela, triumphantly. Not for nothing have I led the pack. Mowgli's 4 wolves said nothing, but ran downhill on their bellies, melting into the thorn and underbrush. 5 Whither go ye, and without word? Mowgli called. HSH. We roll his skull here before midday. Gray Brother answered. Back. Back and wait. Man does not eat man. Mowgli shrieked. Who was a wolf but now? Who drove the knife at me for thinking he might be a man? 6 said Akela, as the 4 turned back sullenly and dropped to heel. Am I to give reason for all I choose to do? Said Mowgli, furiously. That is man. There speaks man. Bagheera muttered under his whiskers. Even so did men talk round the king's cages at Udaipur. We of the jungle know that man is wisest of all. If we trusted our ears we should know that of all things he is most foolish. Raising his voice, he added, the man-cub is right in this. Men hunt in packs. To kill one, unless we know what the others will do, is bad hunting. Come, let us see what this man means towards us. We will not come, Gray Brother growled. Hunt alone, little brother. We know our own minds. The skull would have been ready to bring by now. Mowgli had been looking from one to the other of his friends, his chest heaving and his eyes full of tears. He strode forward, and, dropping on one knee, said, "Do I not know my mind? Look at me." They looked uneasily, and when their eyes wandered, he called them back again and again, till their hair stood up all over their bodies, and they trembled in every limb, while Mowgli stared and stared. "Now," said he, "of us 5, which is leader?" "Thou art leader, little brother," said Gray Brother, and he licked Mowgli's foot. "Follow, then," said Mowgli, and the 4 followed at his heels with their tails between their legs. "This comes of living with the man-pack," said Bagheera, slipping down after them. "There is more in the jungle now than jungle law, Baloo." The old bear said nothing, but he thought many things. Mowgli cut across noiselessly through the jungle, at right angles to Buldio's path, till, parting the undergrowth, he saw the old man, his musket on his shoulder, running up the 2-days-old trail 7 at a dog trot. You will remember that Mowgli had left the village with the heavy weight of Shere Khan's raw hide on his shoulders, while Akela and Gray Brother trotted behind, so that the trail was very clearly marked. Presently Buldeo came to where Akela, as you know, had gone back and mixed it all up. Then he sat down, and coughed and grunted, and made little casts round and about into the jungle to pick it up again, and all the time he could have thrown a stone over those who were watching him. No one can be so silent as a wolf when he does not care to be heard, and Mowgli, though the wolves thought he moved very clumsily, could come and go like a shadow. They ringed the old man as a school of porpoises ring a steamer at full speed, and as they ringed him they talked unconcernedly, for their speech began below the lowest end of the scale that untaught human beings can hear. The other end is bounded by the high squeak of Mang, the bat, which very many people cannot catch at all. From that note all the bird and bat and insect talk takes on. "This is better than any kill," said Gray Brother, as Buldeo stooped and peered and puffed. "He looks like a lost pig in the jungles by the river." "What does he say?" Buldeo was muttering savagely. Mowgli translated. "He says that packs of wolves must have danced round me. He says that he never saw such a trail in his life. He says he is tired. He will be rested before he picks it up again," said Bagheera coolly, as he slipped round a tree trunk, in the game of blind men's buff that they were playing. "Now, what does the lean thing do?" "Eat or blow smoke out of his mouth." "Men always play with their mouths," said Mowgli, and the silent trailers saw the old man fill and light, and puff at a water pipe, and they took good note of the smell of the tobacco, so as to be sure of Buldeo in the darkest night, if necessary. Then a little knot of charcoal burners came down the path, and naturally halted to speak to Buldeo, whose fame as a hunter reached for at least 20 miles round. They all sat down and smoked, and Bagheera and the others came up and watched while Buldeo began to tell the story of Mowgli, the devil child, from one end to another, with additions and inventions. How he himself had really killed Shere Khan, and how Mowgli had turned himself into a wolf, and fought with him all the afternoon, and changed into a boy again and bewitched Buldeo's rifle, so that the bullet turned the corner, when he pointed it at Mowgli, and killed one of Buldeo's own buffaloes, and how the village, knowing him to be the bravest hunter in C&E, had sent him out to kill this devil child. But meantime the village had got hold of Mesua and her husband, who were undoubtedly the father and mother of this devil child, and had barricaded them in their own hut, and presently would torture them to make them confess they were witch and wizard, and then they would be burned to death. Wen has said the charcoal burners, because they would very much like to be present at the ceremony. Buldeo said that nothing would be done till he returned, because the village wished him to kill the jungle boy first. After that they would dispose of Mesua and her husband, and divide their land and buffaloes among the village. Messua's husband had some remarkably fine buffaloes, too. It was an excellent thing to destroy wizards, Buldeo thought, and people who entertained wolf children out of the jungle were clearly the worst kind of witches. But, said the charcoal burners, what would happen if the English heard of it? The English, they had been told, were a perfectly mad people, who would not let honest farmers kill witches in peace. Why, said Buldeo, the headman of the village would report that Messua and her husband had died of snakebite. That was all arranged, and the only thing now was to kill the wolf child. They did not happen to have seen anything of such a creature? The charcoal burners looked round cautiously, and thanked their stars they had not, but they had no doubt that so brave a man as Buldeo would find him if anyone could. The sun was getting rather low, and they had an idea that they would push on to Buldeo's village and see the wicked witch. Buldeo said that, though it was his duty to kill the devil child, he could not think of letting a party of unarmed men go through the jungle, which might reveal the wolf demon at any minute, without his escort. He, therefore, would accompany them, and if the sorcerer's child appeared, well, he would show them how the best hunter in C&E dealt with such things. The Brahmin, he said, had given him a charm against the creature that made everything perfectly safe. What says he? What says he? What says he? The wolves repeated every few minutes, and Mowgli translated until he came to the witch part of the story, which was a little beyond him, and then he said that the man and woman who had been so kind to him were trapped. Do men trap men? Said Grey Brother. 8. So he says. I cannot understand the talk. They are all mad together. What have Messua and her man to do with me that they should be put in a trap, and what is all this talk about the red flower? I must look to this. Whatever they would do to Messua they will not do till Buldeo returns. And so, Mowgli thought hard, with his fingers playing round the haft of his skinning knife, while Buldeo and the charcoal burners went off very valiantly in single file. I go hotfoot back to the man pack, Mowgli said at last. And those, said Grey Brother, looking hungrily after the brown backs of the charcoal burners. Sing them home, said Mowgli with a grin. I do not wish them to be at the village gate till it is dark. Can ye hold them? Grey Brother bared his white teeth in contempt. We can head them round and round in circles like tethered goats, if I know man. That I do not need. Sing to them a little lest they be lonely on the road, and, Grey Brother, the song need not be of the sweetest. Go with them, Bagheera, and help make that song. When night is laid down, meet me by the village, Grey Brother knows the place. It is no light hunting to track for a man-cub. When shall I sleep? Said Bagheera, yawning, though his eyes showed he was delighted with the amusement. Me to sing to naked men. But let us try. He lowered his head so that the sound would travel, and cried a long, long good hunting, a midnight call in the afternoon, which was quite awful enough to begin with. Mowgli heard it rumble, and rise, and fall, and die off in a creepy sort of whine behind him, and laughed to himself as he ran through the jungle. He could see the charcoal burners huddled in a knot, old Buldeo's gun barrel waving, like a banana leaf, to every point of the compass at once. Then Grey Brother gave the Yalahi. Yalaha! Call for the buck driving, when the pack drives the Nilgai 9 the big blue cow, before them, and it seemed to come from the very ends of the earth, nearer, and nearer, and nearer, till it ended in a shriek snapped off short. The other three answered, till even Mowgli could have vowed that the full pack was in full cry, and then they all broke into the magnificent morning song in the jungle, with every turn, and flourish, and grace note, that a deep-mouthed wolf of the pack knows. This is a rough rendering of the song, but you must imagine what it sounds like when it breaks the afternoon hush of the jungle. One moment past our bodies cast no shadow on the plain. Now clear and black they stride our track. And we run home again. In morning hush, each rock and bush stands hard, and high, and raw. Then give the call, good rest to all. that keep the jungle law. Now horn and pelt our peoples melt in covert to abide. Now crouched and still, to cave and hill, our jungle barons glide. Now, stark and plain, man's oxen strain, that draw the new yoked plough. Now stripped in dread the dawn is red. Above the lit Taleo.10. Ho! Get to lair! The sun's aflare behind the breathing grass, and creaking through the young bamboo, the warning whispers pass. By day made strange, the woods we range with blinking eyes we scan, while down the skies the wild duck cries. The day to man. The dew is dried that drenched our hide, or washed about our way. And where we drank, the puddled bank is crisping into clay. The traitor dart gives up each mark of stretched or hooded claw. Then hear the call, good rest to all that keep the jungle law. But no translation can give the effect of it, or the yelping scorn the four threw into every word of it, as they heard the trees crash when the men hastily climbed up into the branches, and Boldio began repeating incantations and charms. Then they laid down and slept, for like all who live by their own exertions, they were of a methodical cast of mind, and no one can work well without sleep. Meantime, Mowgli was putting the miles behind him, 9 to the hour, swinging on, delighted to find himself so fit after all his cramped months among men. The one idea in his head was to get Messua and her husband out of the trap, whatever it was, for he had a natural mistrust of traps. Later on, he promised himself, he would begin to pay his debts to the village at large. It was at twilight when he saw the well-remembered grazing grounds, and the dog tree where Grey Brother had waited for him on the morning that he killed Shere Khan. Angry as he was at the whole breed and community of man, something jumped up in his throat and made him catch his breath when he looked at the village roofs. He noticed that everyone had come in from the fields unusually early, and that, instead of getting to their evening cooking, they gathered in a crowd under the village tree, and chattered, and shouted. Men must always be making traps for men, or they are not content, said Mowgli. 2 nights ago 11 it was Mowgli, but that night seems many rains old. Tonight it is Messua and her man. Tomorrow, and for very many nights after, it will be Mowgli's turn again. He crept along outside the wall till he came to Messua's hut, and looked through the window into the room. There lay Messua, gagged, and bound hand and foot, breathing hard, and groaning. Her husband was tied to the gaily painted bedstead. The door of the hut that opened into the street was shut fast, and 3 or 4 people were sitting with their backs to it. Mowgli knew the manners and customs of the villagers very fairly. He argued that so long as they could eat, and talk, and smoke, they would not do anything else, but as soon as they had fed they would begin to be dangerous. Boldio would be coming in before long, and if his escort had done its duty Boldio would have a very interesting tale to tell. So he went in through the window, and, stooping over the man and the woman, cut their thongs, pulling out the gags, and looked round the hut for some milk. Messua was half wild with pain and fear. She had been beaten and stoned all the morning, and Mowgli put his hand over her mouth just in time to stop a scream. Her husband was only bewildered and angry, and sat picking dust and things out of his torn beard. I knew he would come, Messua sobbed at last. Now do I know that he is my son, and she caught Mowgli to her heart. Up to that time Mowgli had been perfectly steady, but here he began to tremble all over, and that surprised him immensely. Why are these thongs? Why have they tied thee? He asked, after a pause. To be put to the death for making a son of thee. What else? Said the man, sullenly. Look! I bleed. Messua said nothing, but it was at her wounds that Mowgli looked, and they heard him grit his teeth when he saw the blood. Whose work is this? Said he. There is a price to pay. The work of all the village. I was too rich. I had too many cattle. Therefore she and I are witches, because we gave thee shelter. I do not understand. Let Mesua tell the tale. I gave thee milk, Nephew, dost thou remember? Mesua said, timidly. Because thou wast my son, whom the tiger took, and because I loved thee very dearly. They said that I was thy mother, the mother of a devil, and therefore worthy of death. And what is a devil? Said Mowgli. Death I have seen. The man looked up gloomily under his eyebrows, but Mesua laughed. See, she said to her husband, I said that he was no sorcerer. He is my son, my son. Son or sorcerer, what good will that do us? The man answered. We be as dead already. Yonder is the road through the jungle, Mowgli pointed through the window. Your hands and feet are free. Go now. We do not know the jungle, my son, as thou knowest, Mesua began. I do not think that I could walk far. And the men and women would be upon our backs and drag us here again, said the husband. Said Mowgli, and he tickled the palm of his hand with the tip of his skinning knife. I have no wish to do harm to anyone of this village, yet. But I do not think they will stay thee. In a little while they will have much to think upon. He lifted his head and listened to shouting and trampling outside. So they have let Buldeo come home at last? He was sent out this morning to kill thee, Mesua cried. Didst thou meet him? Yes, I met him. He has a tale to tell, and while he is telling it there is time to do much. But first I will learn what they mean. Think where you would go, and tell me when I come back. He bounded through the window and ran along again outside the wall of the village till he came within earshot of the crowd round the peepul tree. Buldeo was lying on the ground, coughing and groaning, and everyone was asking him questions. His hair had fallen about his shoulders, his hands and legs were skinned from climbing up trees, and he could hardly speak, but he felt the importance of his position keenly. From time to time he said something about devils and singing devils, and magic enchantment, just to give the crowd a taste of what was coming. Then he called for water. Bah, said Mowgli. Chatter, chatter. Talk, talk. Men are blood brothers of the Bandar log. Now he must wash his mouth with water, now he must blow smoke, and when all that is done he has still his story to tell. They are very wise people, men. They will leave no one to guard Mesua till their ears are stuffed with Buldeo's tales. And I grow as lazy as they. He shook himself and glided back to the hut. Just as he was at the window he felt a touch on his foot. Mother, said he, for he knew that tongue well, what dost thou here? I heard my children singing through the woods, and I followed the one I loved best. Little Frog, I have a desire to see that woman who gave thee milk, said Mother Wolf, all wet with the dew. They have bound and mean to kill her. I have cut those ties, and she goes with her man through the jungle. I also will follow. I am old, but not yet toothless. Mother Wolf reared herself up on end, and looked through the window into the dark of the hut. In a minute she dropped noiselessly, and all she said was, I gave thee thy first milk, but Bagheera speaks truth, man goes to man at the last. Maybe, said Mowgli, with a very unpleasant look on his face, but tonight I am very far from that trail. Wait here, but do not let her see. Thou wast never afraid of me, little frog, said Mother Wolf, backing into the high grass, and blotting herself out, as she knew how. And now, said Mowgli, cheerfully, as he swung into the hut again, they are all sitting round Buldeo, who is saying that which did not happen. When his talk is finished, they say they will assuredly come here with the red, with fire and burn you both. And then? I have spoken to my man, said Mesua. Kanhewara 12 is 30 miles from here, but at Kanhewara we may find the English. And what pack are they, said Mowgli. I do not know. They be white, and it is said that they govern all the land, and do not suffer people to burn or beat each other without witnesses. If we can get thither tonight we live. Otherwise we die. Live then. No man passes the gates tonight. But what does he do? Messua's husband was on his hands and knees digging up the earth in one corner of the hut. It is his little money, said Messua. We can take nothing else. Ah, yes. The stuff that passes from hand to hand and never grows warmer. Do they need it outside this place also? Said Mowgli. The man stared angrily. He is a fool, and no devil, he muttered. With the money I can buy a horse. We are too bruised to walk far, and the village will follow us in an hour. I say they will not follow till I choose, but a horse is well thought of, for Messua is tired. Her husband stood up and knotted the last of the rupees into his waistcloth. Mowgli helped Messua through the window, and the cool night air revived her, but the jungle in the starlight looked very dark and terrible. Ye know the trail to Kanhiwara? Mowgli whispered. They nodded. Good. Remember, now, not to be afraid. And there is no need to go quickly. Only there may be some small singing in the jungle behind you and before. Think you we would have risked a night in the jungle through anything less than the fear of burning? It is better to be killed by beasts than by men, said Messua's husband, but Messua looked at Mowgli and smiled. I say, Mowgli went on, just as though he were Baloo repeating an old jungle law for the 100th time to an inattentive cub, I say that not a tooth in the jungle is bared against you, not a foot in the jungle is lifted against you. Neither man nor beast shall stay you till you come within eyeshot of Kanhiwara. There will be a watch about you. He turned quickly to Messua, saying, He does not believe, but thou wilt believe? Aye, surely, my son. Man, ghost, or wolf of the jungle, I believe. He will be afraid when he hears my people singing. Thou wilt know and understand. Go now, and slowly, for there is no need of any haste. The gates are shut. Messua flung herself sobbing at Mowgli's feet, but he lifted her very quickly with a shiver. Then she hung about his neck and called him every name of blessing she could think of, but her husband looked enviously across his fields, and said, If we reach Kanhiwara, and I get the ear of the English, I will bring such a lawsuit against the Brahmin and old Buldeo and the others as shall eat this village to the bone. They shall pay me twice over for my crops untilled and my buffaloes unfed. I will have a great justice. Mowgli laughed. I do not know what justice is, but, come thou back next rains and see what is left. They went off toward the jungle, and Mother Wolf leaped from her place of hiding. Follow, said Mowgli, and look to it that all the jungle knows these two are safe. Give tongue a little. I would call Bagheera. The long, low howl rose and fell, and Mowgli saw Messua's husband flinch and turn, half-minded to run back to the hut. Go on, Mowgli shouted, cheerfully. I said there might be singing. That call will follow up to Kanhiwara. It is the favor of the jungle. Messua urged her husband forward, and the darkness shut down on them and Mother Wolf as Bagheera rose up almost under Mowgli's feet, trembling with delight of the night that drives the jungle people wild. I am ashamed of thy brethren, he said, purring. What? Did they not sing sweetly to Buldeo? Said Mowgli. Too well. Too well. They made even me forget my pride, and, by the broken lock that freed me, I went singing through the jungle as though I were out wooing in the spring. Didst thou not hear us? I had other game afoot. Ask Buldeo if he liked the song. But where are the four? I do not wish one of the man-pack to leave the gates tonight. What need of the four, then, said Bagheera, shifting from foot to foot, his eyes ablaze, and purring louder than ever. I can hold them, little brother. Is it killing at last? The singing and the sight of the men climbing up the trees have made me very ready. Who is man that we should care for him, the naked brown digger, the hairless and toothless, the eater of earth? 13 I have followed him all day, at noon, in the white sunlight. I herded him as the wolves herd buck. I am Bagheera. 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 As I danced with my shadow, so I danced with those men. Look! The great panther leaped as a kitten leaps at a dead leaf whirling overhead, struck left and right into the empty air, that sung under the strokes, landed noiselessly, and leaped again and again, while the half-purr, half-growl gathered head as steam rumbles in a boiler. I am Bagheera, in the jungle, in the night, and my strength is in me. Who shall stay my stroke? Man-cub, with one blow of my paw I could beat thy head flat as a dead frog in the summer. Strike, then, said Mowgli, in the dialect of the village, not the talk of the jungle, and the human words brought Bagheera to a full stop, flung back on his haunches that quivered under him, his head just at the level of Mowgli's. Once more Mowgli stared, as he had stared at the rebellious cubs, full into the beryl-green eyes, till the red glare behind their green went out like the light of a lighthouse shut off 20 miles across the sea, till the eyes dropped, and the big head with them, dropped lower and lower, and the red rasp of a tongue grated on Mowgli's instep. Brother, 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 the boy whispered, stroking steadily and lightly from the neck along the heaving back, be still, be still. It is the fault of the night, and no fault of thine. It was the smells of the night, said Bagheera, penitently. This air cries aloud to me. But how dost thou know? Of course the air round an Indian village is full of all kinds of smells, and to any creature who does nearly all his thinking through his nose, smells are as maddening as music and drugs are to human beings. Mowgli gentled the panther for a few minutes longer, and he lay down like a cat before a fire, his paws tucked under his breast, and his eyes half shut. Thou art of the jungle and not of the jungle, he said at last. And I am only a black panther. But I love thee, little brother. They are very long at their talk under the tree, Mowgli said, without noticing the last sentence. Buldeo must have told many tales. They should come soon to drag the woman and her man out of the trap and put them into the red flower. They will find that trap sprung. Ho! Ho! Nay, listen, said Bagheera. The fever is out of my blood now. Let them find me there. Few would leave their houses after meeting me. It is not the first time I have been in a cage, and I do not think they will tie me with cords. Be wise, then, said Mowgli, laughing, for he was beginning to feel as reckless as the panther, who had glided into the hut. Pah! Bagheera puffed, this place is rank with man, but here is just such a bed as they gave me to lie upon in the king's cages at Udaipur. Now I lie down. Mowgli heard the strings of the cot crack under the great brute's weight. By the broken lock that freed me, they will think they have caught big game. Come and sit beside me, little brother, we will give them good hunting together. No, I have another thought in my stomach. The man-pack shall not know what share I have in the sport. Make thine own hunt. I do not wish to see them. Be it so, said Bagheera. Now they come. The conference under the peepal tree had been growing noisier and noisier, at the far end of the village. It broke in wild yells, and a rush up the street of men and women, waving clubs and bamboos and sickles and knives. Buldeo and the Brahmin were at the head of it, but the mob was close at their heels, and they cried, the witch and the wizard. Let us see if hot coins will make them confess. Burn the hut over their heads. We will teach them to shelter wolf devils. Nay, beat them first. Torches. More torches. Buldeo, heat the gun barrel. Here was some little difficulty with the catch of the door. It had been very firmly fastened, but the crowd tore it away bodily, and the light of the torches streamed into the room where, stretched at full length on the bed, his paws crossed and lightly hung down over one end, black as the pit and terrible as a demon, was Bagheera. There was 1/2 minute of desperate silence, as the front ranks of the crowd clawed and tore their way back from the threshold, and in that minute Bagheera raised his head and yawned, elaborately, carefully, and ostentatiously, as he would yawn when he wished to insult an equal. The fringed lips drew back and up, the red tongue curled, the lower jaw dropped and dropped till you could see halfway down the hot gullet, and the gigantic dog teeth stood clear to the pit of the gums till they rang together, upper and under, with the snick of steel-faced wards shooting home round the edges of a safe. Next minute the street was empty. Bagheera had leaped back through the window, and stood at Mowgli's side, while a yelling, screaming torrent scrambled and tumbled one over another in their panic haste to get to their huts. "They will not stir till the day comes," said Bagheera, quietly. "And now?" The silence of the afternoon sleep seemed to have overtaken the village, but, as they listened, they could hear the sound of heavy grain boxes being dragged over earthen floors and pushed against doors. Bagheera was quite right, the village would not stir till daylight. Mowgli sat still in thought, and his face grew darker and darker. "What have I done?" said Bagheera, at last, fawning. "Nothing but great good. Watch them now till the day. I sleep." Mowgli ran off into the jungle, and dropped 14 across a rock, and slept the day round, and the night back again. When he waked, Bagheera was at his side, and there lay a newly killed buck at his feet. Bagheera watched curiously while Mowgli went to work with his skinning knife, ate and drank, and turned over with his chin in his hands. "The man and thy woman 15 came safe within eyeshot of Kanhiwara," Bagheera said. "Thy mother 16 sent the word back by Cheel. They found a horse before midnight of the night they were freed, and went very quickly. Is not that well?" "That is well," said Mowgli. "And thy man-pack in the village did not stir till the sun was high this morning. Then they ate their food and ran back quickly to their houses. Did they, by chance, see thee?" "It may have been. I was rolling in the dust before the gate at dawn, and I may have made also some small song to myself. Now, little brother, there is nothing more to do. Come hunting with me and Baloo. He has new hives that he wishes to show, and we all desire thee back again as of old. Take off that look which makes even me afraid. The man and woman will not be put into the red flower, and all goes well in the jungle. Is it not true? Let us forget the man-pack. They shall be forgotten, in a little while. Where does Hathi feed tonight?" "Where he chooses." "Who can answer for the silent one?" "But why? What is there Hathi can do which we cannot? Bid him and his 3 sons come here to me." "But, indeed, and truly, little brother, it is not seemly to say come, and go, to Hathi. Remember, he is the master of the jungle, and before the man-pack changed the look on thy face, he taught thee a master word 17 of the jungle." "That is all one. I have a master word for him now. Bid him come to Mowgli, the frog, and if he does not hear it first, bid him come because of the sack of the fields of Burtpore 18. The sack of the fields of Burtpore, Bagheera repeated 2 or 3 times to make sure. "I go. Hathi can but be angry at the worst, and I would give a moon's hunting to hear a master word that compels the silent one." He went away, leaving Mowgli stabbing furiously with his skinning knife into the earth. Mowgli had never seen human blood in his life before till he had seen, and, what meant much more to him, smelled Messua's blood on the thongs that bound her. And Messua had been kind to him, and, so far as he knew anything about love, he loved Messua as completely as he hated the rest of mankind. But deeply as he loathed them, their talk, their cruelty and their cowardice, not for anything the jungle had to offer could he bring himself to take a human life, and have that terrible scent of blood back again in his nostrils. His plan was simpler but much more thorough, and he laughed to himself when he thought that it was one of old Buldio's tales told under the peepul tree in the evening that had put the idea into his head. It was a master word, Bagheera whispered in his ear. They were feeding by the river, and they obeyed as though they were bullocks. "Look, where they come now!" Hathi and his 3 sons had appeared in their usual way, without a sound. The mud of the river was still fresh on their flanks, and Hathi was thoughtfully chewing the green stem of a young plantain tree that he had gouged up with his tusks. But every line in his vast body showed to Bagheera, who could see things when he came across them, that it was not the master of the jungle speaking to a man-cub, but one who was afraid coming before one who was not. His 3 sons rolled side by side, behind their father. Mowgli hardly lifted his head as Hathi gave him good hunting. He kept him swinging and rocking, and shifting from one foot to another, for a long time before he spoke, and when he opened his mouth it was to Bagheera, not to the elephants. "I will tell a tale that was told to me by the hunter ye hunted today," said Mowgli. "It concerns an elephant old and wise, who fell into a trap, and the sharpened stake in the pit 19 scarred him from a little above his heel to the crest of his shoulder, leaving a white mark." Mowgli threw out his hand, and as Hathi wheeled the moonlight showed a long white scar on his slaty side, as though he had been struck with a red-hot whip. "Men came to take him from the trap," Mowgli continued, "but he broke his ropes, for he was strong, and he went away till his wound was healed. Then came he, angry, by night to the fields of those hunters. And I remember now that he had 3 sons. These things happened many, many rains ago, and very far away, among the fields of Bhurtpore." "What came to those fields at the next reaping, Hathi?" "They were reaped by me and by my 3 sons," said Hathi. "And to the plowing that follows the reaping," said Mowgli. "There was no plowing," said Hathi. "And to the men that live by the green crops on the ground," said Mowgli. "They went away." "And to the huts in which the men slept," said Mowgli. "We tore the roofs to pieces, and the jungle swallowed up the walls," said Hathi. "And what more, besides," said Mowgli. "As much good ground as I can walk over in 2 nights from the east to the west, and from the north to the south as much as I can walk over in 3 nights, the jungle took. We let in the jungle upon 5 villages, and in those villages, and in their lands, the grazing ground and the soft crop grounds, there is not one man today who gets his food from the ground. That was the sack of the fields of Bhurtpore, which I and my 3 sons did. And now I ask, man-cub, how the news of it came to thee," said Hathi. "A man told me, and now I see even Buldeo can speak truth. It was well done, Hathi with the white mark, but the second time it shall be done better, for the reason that there is a man to direct. Thou knowest the village of the man-pack that cast me out? They are idle, senseless, and cruel, they play with their mouths, and they do not kill the weaker for food, but for sport. When they are full-fed they would throw their own breed into the red flour. This I have seen. It is not well that they should live here any more. I hate them." "Kill, then," said the youngest of Hathi's 3 sons, picking up a tuft of grass, dusting it against his forelegs, and throwing it away, while his little red eyes glanced furtively from side to side. "What good are white bones to me?" Mowgli answered furiously. "Am I the cub of a wolf to play in the sun with a raw head? I have killed Shere Khan, and his hide rots on the council rock, but I do not know whither Shere Khan is gone, and my stomach is still empty. Now I will take that which I can see and touch. Let in the jungle upon that village, Hathi." Bagheera shivered, and cowered down. He could understand, if the worst came to the worst, a quick rush down the village street, and a right and left blow into a crowd, or a crafty killing of men as they plowed in the twilight, but this scheme for deliberately blotting out an entire village from the eyes of man and beast frightened him. Now he saw why Mowgli had sent for Hathi. No one but the long-lived elephant could plan and carry through such a war. "Let them run as the men ran from the fields of Bhurtpore, till we have the rainwater for the only plow, and the noise of the rain on the thick leaves for the pattering of their spindles, till Bagheera and I lair in the house of the Brahmin, and the buck drink at the tank behind the temple. Let in the jungle, Hathi." But we have no quarrel with them, and it needs the red rage of great pain ere we tear down the places where men sleep," said Hathi, rocking doubtfully. "Are ye the only eaters of grass in the jungle? Drive in your peoples. Let the deer and the pig and the nilgai look to it. Ye need never show a hand's breadth of hide till the fields are naked. Let in the jungle, Hathi. There will be no killing? My tusks were red at the sack of the fields of Bhurtpur, and I would not wake that smell again. Nor I. I do not wish even their bones to lie on our clean earth. Let them go find a fresh lair. They cannot stay here. I have seen and smelt the blood of the woman that gave me food, the woman whom they would have killed but for me. Only the smell of the new grass on their doorsteps can take away that smell. It burns in my mouth. Let in the jungle, Hathi." "Ah," said Hathi. "So did the scar of the stake burn on my hide till we watched their villages die under in the spring growth. Now I see. Thy war shall be our war. We will let in the jungle." Mowgli had hardly time to catch his breath. He was shaking all over with rage and hate, before the place where the elephants had stood was empty, and Bagheera was looking at him with terror. "By the broken lock that freed me," said the Black Panther at last. "Art thou the naked thing I spoke for in the pack when all was young? Master of the jungle, when my strength goes, speak for me, speak for Baloo, speak for us all. We are cubs before thee. Snapped twigs underfoot. Fawns that have lost their doe." The idea of Bagheera being a stray fawn upset Mowgli altogether, and he laughed and caught his breath, and sobbed and laughed again, till he had to jump into a pool to make himself stop. Then he swam round and round, ducking in and out of the bars of the moonlight like the frog, his namesake. By this time Hathi and his 3 sons had turned, each to one point of the compass, and were striding silently down the valleys a mile away. They went on and on for 2 days' march, that is to say, along 60 miles, through the jungle, while every step they took, and every wave of their trunks, was known and noted and talked over by Mang and Cheel and the monkey people and all the birds. Then they began to feed, and fed quietly for a week or so. Hathi and his sons are like Kaa the rock python. They never hurry till they have to. At the end of that time, and none knew who had started it, a rumor went through the jungle that there was better food and water to be found in such and such a valley. The pig, who, of course, will go to the ends of the earth for a full meal, moved first by companies, scumming over the rocks, and the deer followed, with the little wild foxes that live on the dead and dying of the herds, and the heavy-shouldered nilgai moved parallel with the deer, and the wild buffaloes of the swamps came after the nilgai. The least little thing would have turned the scattered, straggling droves that grazed and sauntered and drank and grazed again, but whenever there was an alarm someone would rise up and soothe them. At one time it would be Sahi 20 the porcupine, full of news of good feed just a little farther on. At another Mang would cry cheerily and flap down a glade to show it was all empty, or Baloo, his mouth full of roots, would shamble alongside a wavering line and half frightened, half romped clumsily back to the proper road. Very many creatures broke back or ran away or lost interest, but very many were left to go forward. At the end of another 10 days or so the situation was this. The deer and the pig and the nilgai were milling round and round in a circle of 8 or 10 miles radius, while the eaters of flesh skirmished round its edge. And the center of that circle was the village, and round the village the crops were ripening, and in the crops sat men on what they call makans, platforms like pigeon perches, made of sticks at the top of 4 poles, to scare away birds and other stealers. Then the deer were coaxed no more. The eaters of flesh were close behind them, and forced them forward and inward. It was a dark night when Hathi and his 3 sons slipped down from the jungle, and broke off the poles of the makans with their trunks, and they fell as a snapped stalk of hemlock in bloom falls, and the men that tumbled from them heard the deep gurgling of the elephants in their ears. Then the vanguard of the bewildered armies of the deer broke down and flooded into the village grazing grounds and the plowed fields, and the sharp-hoofed, rooting wild pig came with them, and what the deer left the pig spoiled, and from time to time an alarm of wolves would shake the herds, and they would rush to and fro desperately, treading down the young barley, and cutting flat the banks of the irrigating channels. Before the dawn broke, the pressure on the outside of the circle gave way at one point. The eaters of flesh had fallen back and left an open path to the south, and drove upon drove of buck fled along it. Others, who were bolder, lay up in the thickets to finish their meal next night. But the work was practically done. When the villagers looked in the morning, they saw their crops were lost. That meant death if they did not get away, for they lived year in and year out as near to starvation as the jungle was near to them. When the buffaloes were sent to graze, the hungry brutes found that the deer had cleared the grazing grounds, and so wandered into the jungle and drifted off with their wild mates. 21 And when twilight fell, the 3 or 4 ponies that belonged to the village lay in their stables with their heads beaten in. Only Bagheera could have given those strokes, and only Bagheera would have thought of insolently dragging the last carcass to the open street. The villagers had no heart to make fires in the fields that night, so Hathi and his 3 sons went gleaning among what was left, and where Hathi gleans there is no need to follow. The men decided to live on their stored seed corn until the rains had fallen, and then to take work as servants till they could catch up with the lost year. But as the grain dealer was thinking of his well-filled crates of corn, and the prices he would levy at the sale of it, Hathi's sharp tusks were picking out the corner of his mudhouse, and smashing out the big wicker chest, leap 22 with cow dung, where the precious stuff lay. When that last loss was discovered, it was the Brahman's turn to speak. He had prayed to his own gods without answer. It might be, he said, that, unconsciously, the village had offended some one of the gods of the jungle, for, beyond doubt, the jungle was against them. So they sent for the headman of the nearest tribe of wandering Gonds, little, wise, and very black hunters, living in the deep jungle, whose fathers came of the oldest race in India, the aboriginal owners of the land. They made the Gond welcome with what they had, and he stood on one leg, his bow in his hand, and 2 or 3 poisoned arrows stuck through his topknot, looking half afraid and half contemptuously at the anxious villagers and their ruined fields. They wished to know whether his gods, the old gods, were angry with them, and what sacrifices should be offered. The Gond said nothing, but picked up a trail of the Karela, 23 the vine that bears the bitter wild gourd, and laced it to and fro across the temple door in the face of the staring red Hindu image. Then he pushed with his hand in the open air along the road to Kanhawara, and went back to his jungle, and watched the jungle people drifting through it. He knew that when the jungle moves, only white men can hope to turn it aside. There was no need to ask his meaning. The wild gourd would grow where they had worshipped their god, and the sooner they saved themselves the better. But it is hard to tear a village from its moorings. They stayed on as long as any summer food was left to them, and they tried to gather nuts in the jungle, but shadows with glaring eyes watched them, and rolled before them even at midday, and when they ran back afraid to their walls, on the tree trunks they had passed not 5 minutes before the bark would be striped and chiseled with the stroke of some great Talon paw. The more they kept to their village, the bolder grew the wild things that gambled and bellowed on the grazing grounds by the Waingunga. They had no heart 24 to patch and plaster the rear walls of the empty byres that backed onto the jungle. The wild pig trampled them down, and the knotty rooted vines hurried after and threw their elbows over the new won ground, and the coarse grass bristled behind the vines. 25. The unmarried men ran away first, and carried the news far and near that the village was doomed. Who could fight, they said, against the jungle, or the gods of the jungle, when the very village cobra had left his hole in the platform under the people? So their little commerce with the outside world shrunk as the trodden paths across the open grew fewer and fainter. And the nightly trumpetings of Hathi and his 3 sons ceased to trouble them. They had no more to go. 26 The crop on the ground and the seed in the ground had been taken. The outlying fields were already losing their shape, and it was time to throw themselves on the charity of the English at Kanhawara. Native fashion, they delayed their departure from one day to another till the first rains caught them and the unmended roofs let in a flood, and the grazing ground stood ankle deep, and all green things came on with a rush after the heat of the summer. Then they waded out, men, women, and children, through the blinding hot rain of the morning, but turned naturally for one farewell look at their homes. They heard, as the last burdened family filed through the gate, a crash of falling beams and thatch behind the walls. They saw a shiny, snaky black trunk lifted for an instant, scattering sodden thatch. It disappeared, and there was another crash, followed by a squeal. Hathi had been plucking off the roofs of the huts as you pluck water lilies, and a rebounding beam had pricked him. He needed only this to unchain his full strength, for of all things in the jungle the wild elephant enraged is the most wantonly destructive. He kicked backward at a mud wall that crumbled at the stroke, and, crumbling, melted to yellow mud under the torrents of rain. Then he wheeled and squealed, and tore through the narrow streets, leaning against the huts right and left, shivering the crazy doors, and crumpling up the eaves, while his 3 sons raged behind as they had raged at the sack of the fields of Bhurtpur. "The jungle will swallow these shells," said a quiet voice in the wreckage. "It is the outer walls that must lie down," and Mowgli, with the rain sluicing over his bare shoulders and arms, leaped back from a wall that was settling like a tired buffalo. "All in good time," panted Hathi. "Oh, but my tusks were red at Bhurtpur. To the outer wall, children! With the head! Together! Now!" The 4 pushed side by side, the outer wall bulged, split, and fell, and the villagers, dumb with horror, saw the savage, clay-streaked heads of the wreckers in the ragged gap. Then they fled, houseless and foodless, down the valley, as their village, shredded and tossed and trampled, melted behind them. A month later the place was a dimpled mound, covered with soft, green young stuff, and by the end of the rains there was the roaring jungle in full blast on the spot that had been under plow not 6 months before. Mowgli's song against people. "I will let loose against you the fleet-footed vines, I will call in the jungle to stamp out your lines. The roofs shall fade before it. The house beams shall fall, and the Karela, the bitter Karela, shall cover it all. In the gates of these your councils my people shall sing, in the doors of these your garners the bat-folk shall cling, and the snake shall be your watchman. By a hearthstone unswept, for the Karela, the bitter Karela, shall fruit where ye slept. Ye shall not see my strikers, ye shall hear them and guess, by night, before the moonrise, I will send for my cess, one and the wolf shall be your herdsman. By a landmark removed. For the Karela, the bitter Karela, shall seat where ye loved. I will reap your fields before you at the hands of a host. Ye shall glean behind my reapers for the bread that is lost, and the deer shall be your oxen. By a headland and tilled. For the Karela, the bitter Karela, shall leaf where ye build. I have untied against you the club-footed vines. I have sent in the jungle to swamp out your lines. The trees are on you. The house beams shall fall, and the Karela, the bitter Karela, shall cover you all. The Undertakers. When ye say to Tabaki, my brother, when ye call the hyena to meat, ye may cry the full truce with Jakala one, the belly that runs on 4 feet. Jungle law. Respect the aged. It was a thick voice, a muddy voice that would have made you shudder, a voice like something soft breaking in two. There was a quaver in it, a croak and a whine. Respect the aged. O companions of the river, respect the aged. Nothing could be seen on the broad reach of the river except a little fleet of square-sailed, wooden-pinned barges, loaded with building stone, that had just come under the railway bridge too and were driving downstream. They put their clumsy helms over to avoid the sandbar made by the scour of the bridge piers, and as they passed, 3 abreast, the horrible voice began again. O Brahmins of the river, respect the aged and infirm. A boatman turned where he sat on the gunwale, lifted up his hand, said something that was not a blessing, and the boats creaked on through the twilight. The broad Indian River, that looked more like a chain of little lakes than a stream, was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sandy red sky in mid-channel, but splashed with patches of yellow and dusky purple near and under the low banks. Little creeks ran into it in the wet season, but now their dry mouths hung clear above waterline. On the left shore, almost under the railway bridge, stood a mud and brick and thatch stick village, whose main street, full of cattle going back to their buyers, ran straight to the river, and ended in a sort of rude brick pierhead, where people who wanted to wash could wade in step by step. That was the god of the village of Muggergot.3. Night was falling fast over the fields of lentils and rice and cotton in the low-lying grounds yearly flooded by the river, over the reeds that fringed the elbow of the bend, and the tangled jungle of the grazing grounds behind the still reeds. The parrots and crows, who had been chattering and shouting over their evening drink, had flown inland to roost, crossing the outgoing battalions of the flying foxes, for in cloud upon cloud of waterbirds came whistling and honking to the cover of the reed beds. There were geese, barrel-headed and black-backed, teal, widgeon, mallard and sheldrake, with curlews, and here and there a flamingo. A lumbering adjutant crane 5 brought up the rear, flying as though each slow stroke would be his last. Respect the aged. Brahmins of the river, respect the aged. The adjutant half turned his head, sheered a little in the direction of the voice, and landed stimmy on the sandbar below the bridge. Then you saw what a only brute he really was. His back view was immensely respectable, for he stood nearly 6 feet high, and looked rather like a very proper bald-headed parson. In front it was different, for his ally Sloper-like 6 head and neck had not a feather to them, and there was a horrible rawskin pouch on his neck under his chin, a hold-all for the things his pickaxe beak might steal. His legs were long and thin and skinny, but he moved them delicately, and looked at them with pride as he preened down his ashy gray tail feathers, glanced over the smooth of his shoulder, and stiffened into stand at attention. A mangy little jackal, who had been yapping hungrily on a low bluff, cocked up his ears and tail, and scuttered across the shallows to join the adjutant. He was the lowest of his caste, not that the best of jackals are good for much, but this one was peculiarly low, being half a beggar, half a criminal, a cleaner-up of village rubbish heaps, desperately timid or wildly bold, everlastingly hungry, and full of cunning that never did him any good. "Ugh," he said, shaking himself dolefully as he landed. "May the red mange destroy the dogs of this village. I have 3 bites for each flea upon me, and all because I only looked, mark you, at an old shoe and a cow buyer. Can I eat mud?" He scratched himself under his left ear. "I heard," said the adjutant, in a voice like a blunt saw going through a thick board, "I heard there was a newborn puppy in that same shoe." "To hear is one thing, to know is another," said the jackal, who had a very fair knowledge of proverbs, picked up by listening to men round the village fires of an evening. "Quite true. So, to make sure, I took care of that puppy while the dogs were busy elsewhere." "They were very busy," said the jackal. "Well, I must not go to the village hunting for scraps yet a while." "And so there truly was a blind puppy in that shoe?" "It is here," said the adjutant, squinting over his beak at his full pouch. "A small thing, but acceptable now that charity is dead in the world." "Ahai! The world is iron in these days," wailed the jackal. Then as restless I caught the least possible ripple on the water, and he went on quickly, "Life is hard for us all, and I doubt not that even our excellent master, the pride of the Got and the envy of the river." "A liar, a flatterer, and a jackal were all hatched out of one egg," said the adjutant to nobody in particular, for he was rather a fine sort of a liar on his own account when he took the trouble. "Yes, the envy of the river," the jackal repeated, raising his voice. "Even he, I doubt not, finds that since the bridge has been built good food is more scarce. But on the other hand, though I would by no means say this to his noble face, he is so wise and so virtuous, as I, alas, am not." "When the jackal says that he is grey, how black must the jackal be," muttered the adjutant. He could not see what was coming. "That his food never fails, and in consequence." There was a soft grating sound as though a boat had just touched in shoal water. The jackal spun round quickly and faced, it is always best to face, the creature he had been talking about. It was a 24-foot crocodile, cased in what looked like treble-riveted boilerplate, studded and keeled and crested, the yellow points of his upper teeth just overhanging his beautifully fluted lower jaw. It was the blunt-nosed mugger of Muggergot, older than any man in the village, who had given his name to the village, the demon of the ford before the railway bridge came, murderer, man-eater, and local fetishin one. He lay with his chin in the shallows, keeping his place by an almost invisible rippling of his tail, and while the jackal knew that one stroke of that same tail in the water could carry the mugger up the bank with the rush of a steam engine. Auspiciously met, protector of the poor, he fawned, backing at every word. A delectable voice was heard, and we came in the hopes of sweet conversation. My tailless presumption, while waiting here, led me, indeed, to speak of thee. It is my hope that nothing was overheard. Now the jackal had spoken just to be listened to, for he knew flattery was the best way of getting things to eat, and the mugger knew that the jackal had spoken for this end, and the jackal knew that the mugger knew, and the mugger knew that the jackal knew that the mugger knew, and so they were all very contented together. The old brute pushed and panted and grunted up the bank, mumbling, "Respect the aged and infirm," and all the time his little eyes burned like coals under the heavy horny eyelids on the top of his triangular head, as he shoved his bloated barrel body along between his crutched legs. Then he settled down, and accustomed as the jackal was to his ways, he could not help starting, for the 100th time, when he saw how exactly the mugger imitated a log adrift on the bar. He had even taken pains to lie at the exact angle a naturally stranded log would make with the water, having regard to the current of the season at the time and place. All this was only a matter of habit, of course, because the mugger had come ashore for pleasure, but a crocodile is never quite full, and if the jackal had been deceived by the likeness he would not have lived to philosophize over it. "My child, I heard nothing," said the mugger, shutting one eye. "The water was in my ears, and also I was faint with hunger. Since the railway bridge was built my people of my village have ceased to love me, and that is breaking my heart." "Ah, shame," said the jackal. "So noble a heart, too. But men are all alike to my mind." "Nay, there are very great differences indeed," the mugger answered, gently. "Some are as lean as boat poles. Others again are fat as young-jawed dogs. Never would I causelessly revile men. They are of all fashions, but the long years have shown me that, one with another, they are very good. Men, women, and children, I have no fault to find with them. And remember, child, he who rebukes the world is rebuked by the world. Flattery is worse than an empty tin can in the belly." "But that which we have just heard is wisdom," said the adjutant, bringing down one foot. "Consider, though, their ingratitude to this excellent one," began the jackal, tenderly. Nay, not ingratitude," the mugger said. "They do not think for others, that is all. But I have noticed, lying at my station below the ford, that the stairs of the new bridge are cruelly hard to climb, both for old people and young children. The old, indeed, are not so worthy of consideration, but I am truly grieved, on account of the small fat children. Still, I think, in a little while, when the newness of the bridge has worn away, we shall see my people's bare brown legs bravely splashing through the ford as before. Then the old mugger will be honored again." "But surely I saw marigold wreaths floating off the edge of the Got only this noon," said the adjutant. "Marigold wreaths are a sign of reverence all India over." An error. It was the wife of the sweetmeat seller. "She loses her eyesight year by year, and cannot tell a log from me, the mugger of the Got. I saw the mistake when she threw the garland, for I was lying at the very foot of the Got, and had she taken another step I might have shown her some little difference. Yet she meant well, and we must consider the spirit of the offering." "What profit are marigold wreaths when one is on the rubbish heap," said the jackal, hunting for fleas, but keeping one wary eye on his protector of the poor. "True, but they have not yet begun to make the rubbish heap that shall carry me. 5 times have I seen the river draw back from the village and make new land at the foot of the street. 5 times have I seen the village rebuilt on the banks, and I shall see it built yet times 5 more. I am no faithless, fish-hunting Gabriel 7 at Kasi today and Prague tomorrow, 8 as the saying is, but the true and constant watcher of the ford. It is not for nothing, child, that the village bears my name, and he who watches long, as the saying is, shall at last have his reward. I have watched long, very long, nearly all my life, and my reward has been bites and blows, said the jackal. Ho! 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 Roared the adjutant. In August was the jackal born, the rains fell in September. Now such a fearful flood as this, said he, I can't remember. 9. There is one very unpleasant peculiarity about the adjutant. At uncertain times he suffers from acute attacks of the fidgets or cramp in his legs, and though he is more virtuous to behold than any of the cranes, who are all immensely respectable, he flies off into wild, cripple-stilt war dances, half-opening his wings and bobbing his bald head up and down, while for reasons best known to himself he is very careful to time his worst attacks with his nastiest remarks. At the last word of his song he came to attention again, 10 times adjutanter than before. The jackal winced, though he was full 3 seasons old, but one cannot resent an insult from a person with a beak a yard long, and the power of driving it like a javelin. The adjutant was a most notorious coward, but the jackal was worse. We must live before we can learn, said the mugger, and there is this to say, little jackals are very common, child, but such a mugger as I am is not common. For all that, I am not proud, since pride is destruction, but take notice, it is fate, and against his fate no one who swims or walks or runs should say anything at all. I am well contented with fate. With good luck, a keen eye, and the custom of considering whether a creek or a backwater has an outlet to it ere you ascend, much may be done. Once I heard that even the protector of the poor made a mistake, said the jackal viciously. True, but there my fate helped me. It was before I had come to my full growth, before the last famine, but 3, by the right and left of Gunga, 11 how full the streams used to be in those days. Yes, I was young and unthinking, and when the flood came, who was so pleased as I? A little made me very happy then. The village was deep in flood, and I swam above the ghat and went far inland, up to the rice fields, and they were deep in good mud. I remember also a pair of bracelets, glass they were, and troubled me not a little, that I found that evening. Yes, glass bracelets, and, if my memory serves me well, a shoe. I should have shaken off both shoes, but I was hungry. I learned better later. Yes. And so I fed and rested me, but when I was ready to go to the river again the flood had fallen, and I walked through the mud of the main street. Who but I? Came out all my people, priests and women and children, and I looked upon them with benevolence. The mud is not a good place to fight in. Said a boatman, get axes and kill him, for he is the mugger of the ford. Not so, said the Brahmin. 12 Look, he is driving the flood before him. He is the godling of the village. Then they threw many flowers at me, and by happy thought one led a goat across the road. How good, how very good is goat, said the jackal. Hairy, too hairy, and when found in the water more than likely to hide a cross-shaped hook. But that goat I accepted, and went down to the ghat in great honor. Later, my fate sent me the boatman who had desired to cut off my tail with an axe. His boat grounded upon an old shoal which you would not remember. We are not all jackals here, said the adjutant. Was it the shoal made where the stone boat sank in the year of the great drought, a long shoal that lasted 3 floods? There were 2, said the mugger, an upper and a lower shoal. I forgot. A channel divided them, and later dried up again, said the adjutant, who prided himself on his memory. On the lower shoal, children, my well-wishers craft grounded. He was sleeping in the bows, and, half awake, leaped over to his waist, no, it was no more than to his knees, to push off. His empty boat went on and touched again below the next reach, as the river ran then. I followed, because I knew men would come out to drag it ashore. And did they do so, said the jackal, a little awe-stricken. This was hunting on a scale that impressed him. There and lower down they did. I went no farther, but that gave me 3 in one day, well-fed mangies, boatmen, all, and, except in the case of the last, then I was careless, never a cry to warn those on the bank. Ah, noble sport! But what cleverness and great judgment it requires, said the jackal. Not cleverness, child, but thought. A little thought in life is like salt upon rice, as the boatmen say, and I have thought deeply always. The gavial, my cousin, the fish-eater, has told me how hard it is for him to follow his fish, and how one fish differs from the other, and how he must know them all, both together and apart. I say that is wisdom, but, on the other hand, my cousin, the gavial, lives among his people. My people do not swim in companies, with their mouths out of the water, as Reba does, nor do they constantly rise to the surface of the water, and turn over on their sides, like Mahu and Little Chapta, nor do they gather in shoals after flood, like Batua and Chilwata 13. All are very good eating, said the adjutant, clattering his beak. So my cousin says, and makes a great to-do over hunting them, but they do not climb the banks to escape his sharp nose. My people are otherwise. Their life is on the land, in the houses, among the cattle. I must know what they do, and what they are about to do, and, adding the tail to the trunk, as the saying is, I make up the whole elephant. Is there a green branch and an iron ring hanging over a doorway? The old mugger knows that a boy has been born in that house, and must some day come down to the ghat to play. Is a maiden to be married? The old mugger knows, for he sees the men carry gifts back and forth, and she, too, comes down to the ghat to bathe before her wedding, and he is there. Has the river changed its channel, and made new land where there was only sand before? The mugger knows. Now, of what use is that knowledge, said the jackal. The river has shifted even in my little life. Indian rivers are nearly always moving about in their beds, and will shift, sometimes, as much as 2 or 3 miles in a season, drowning the fields on one bank, and spreading good silt on the other. There is no knowledge so useful, said the mugger, for new land means new quarrels. The mugger knows. Oh ho! The mugger knows. As soon as the water has drained off, he creeps up the little creeks that men think would not hide a dog, and there he waits. Presently comes a farmer saying he will plant cucumbers here, and melons there, in the new land that the river has given him. He feels the good mud with his bare toes. Anon comes another, saying he will put onions, and carrots, and sugarcane in such and such places. They meet as boats adrift meet, and each rolls his eye at the other under the big blue turban. The old mugger sees and hears. Each calls the other brother, and they go to mark out the boundaries of the new land. The mugger hurries with them from point to point, shumming very low through the mud. Now they begin to quarrel. Now they say hot words. Now they pull turbans. Now they lift up their lathis, clubs, and at last one falls backward into the mud, and the other runs away. When he comes back the dispute is settled, as the iron-bound bamboo of the loser witnesses. Yet they are not grateful to the mugger. No, they cry murder, and their families fight with sticks, 20 a-side. My people are good people, upland Jats, Malways of the Bet. 14. They do not give blows for sport, and, when the fight is done, the old mugger waits far down the river, out of sight of the village, behind the kakar scrub 15 yonder. Then come they down, my broad-shouldered Jats, 8 or 9 together under the stars, bearing the dead man upon a bed. They are old men with grey beards, and voices as deep as mine. They light a little fire, ah! How well I know that fire! And they drink tobacco, and they nod their heads together forward in a ring, or sideways toward the dead man upon the bank. They say the English law will come with a rope for this matter, and that such a man's family will be ashamed, because such a man must be hanged in the great square of the jail. Then say the friends of the dead, let him hang, and the talk is all to do over again, once, twice, 20 times in the long night. Then says one, at last, the fight was a fair fight. Let us take blood money, a little more than is offered by the slayer, and we will say no more about it. Then do they haggle over the blood money, for the dead was a strong man, leaving many sons. Yet before Amritvila, sunrise, they put the fire to him a little, as the custom is, and the dead man comes to me, and he says no more about it. Aha! My children, the mugger knows, and my Malwajats are a good people. They are too close, too narrow in the hand for my crop, croaked the adjutant. They waste not the polish on the cow's horn, as the saying is, and, again, who can glean after a Malwai? Ah, I glean them, said the mugger. Now, in Calcutta of the South, in the old days, the adjutant went on, everything was thrown into the streets, and we picked in shows. Those were dainty seasons. But today they keep their streets as clean as the outside of an egg, and my people fly away. To be clean is one thing, to dust, sweep, and sprinkle 7 times a day wearies the very gods themselves. There was a down-country jackal had it from a brother, who told me, that in Calcutta of the South all the jackals were as fat as otters in the rains, said the jackal, his mouth watering at the bare thought of it. Ah, but the whitefaces are there, the English, and they bring dogs from somewhere down the river, in boats, big fat dogs, to keep these same jackals lean, said the adjutant. They are, then, as hard-hearted as these people? I might have known. Neither earth, sky, nor water shows charity to a jackal. I saw the tents of a whiteface last season, after the rains, and also I took a new yellow bridle to eat. The whitefaces do not dress their leather in the proper way. It made me very sick. That was better than my case, said the adjutant. When I was in my 3rd season, a young and a bold bird, I went down to the river where the big boats come in. The boats of the English are thrice as big as this village. He has been as far as Delhi, and says all the people there walk on their heads, muttered the jackal. The mugger opened his left eye, and looked keenly at the adjutant. It is true, the big bird insisted. A liar only lies when he hopes to be believed. No one who had not seen those boats could believe this truth. That is more reasonable, said the mugger. And then? From the insides of this boat they were taking out great pieces of white stuff, which, in a little while, turned to water. Much split off, and fell about on the shore, and the rest they swiftly put into a house with thick walls. But a boatman, who laughed, took a piece no larger than a small dog, and threw it to me. All my people, swallow without reflection, and that piece I swallowed as is our custom. Immediately I was afflicted with an excessive cold, which, beginning in my crop, ran down to the extreme end of my toes, and deprived me even of speech, while the boatman laughed at me. Never have I felt such cold. I danced in my grief and amazement till I could recover my breath, and then I danced and cried out against the falseness of this world, and the boatmen derided me till they fell down. The chief wonder of the matter, setting aside that marvelous coldness, was that there was nothing at all in my crop when I had finished my lamentings. The adjutant had done his very best to describe his feelings after swallowing a 7-pound lump of Wenham Lake ice, off an American ice ship, in the days before Calcutta made her ice by machinery, 16. But as he did not know what ice was, and as the mugger and the jackal knew rather less, the tale missed fire. Anything, said the mugger, shutting his left eye again, anything is possible that comes out of a boat thrice the size of Muggergot. My village is not a small one. There was a whistle overhead on the bridge, and the Delhi mail slid across, all the carriages gleaming with light, and the shadows faithfully following along the river. It clanked away into the dark again, but the mugger and the jackal were so well used to it that they never turned their heads. Is that anything less wonderful than a boat thrice the size of Muggergot, said the bird, looking up. I saw that built, child. Stone by stone I saw the bridge piers rise, and when the men fell off, they were wondrous sure-footed for the most part, but when they fell, I was ready. After the first pier was made they never thought to look down the stream for the body to burn. There, again, I saved much trouble. There was nothing strange in the building of the bridge, said the mugger. But that which goes across, pulling the roofed carts, that is strange," the adjutant repeated. "It is, past any doubt, a new breed of bullock. Some day it will not be able to keep its foothold up yonder, and will fall as the men did. The old mugger will then be ready." The jackal looked at the adjutant, and the adjutant looked at the jackal. If there was one thing they were more certain of than another, it was that the engine was everything in the wide world except a bullock. The jackal had watched it time and again from the aloe hedges at the side of the line, and the adjutant had seen engines since the first engine ran in India. But the mugger had only looked up at the thing from below, where the brass dome seemed rather like a bullock's hump. Yes, a new kind of bullock," the mugger repeated ponderously, to make himself quite sure in his own mind, "and certainly it is a bullock," said the jackal. "And again it might be," began the mugger pettishly. "Certainly, most certainly," said the jackal, without waiting for the other to finish. "What?" said the mugger angrily, for he could feel that the others knew more than he did. "What might it be?" "I never finished my words." "You said it was a bullock." "It is anything the protector of the poor pleases. I am his servant, not the servant of the thing that crosses the river." "Whatever it is white-face work," said the adjutant, "and for my own part, I would not lie out upon a place so near to it as this bar." "You do not know the English as I do," said the mugger. "There was a white face here when the bridge was built, and he would take a boat in the evenings and shum with his feet on the bottom boards, and whisper, 'Is he here? Is he there? Bring me my gun.' I could hear him before I could see him, each sound that he made, creaking and pewing and rattling his gun, up and down the river. As surely as I had picked up one of his workmen, and thus saved great charges in wood for the burning, so surely would he come down to the Ghaut, and shout in a loud voice that he would hunt me, and rid the river of me, the mugger of Muggerghaut. Me! Children, I have swum under the bottom of his boat for hour after hour, and heard him fire his gun at logs, and when I was well sure he was wearied, I have risen by his side and snapped my jaws in his face. When the bridge was finished he went away. All the English hunt in that fashion, except when they are hunted." "Who hunts the whitefaces?" yapped the jackal, excitedly. "No one now, but I have hunted them in my time, 17. I remember a little of that hunting." "I was young then," said the adjutant, clattering his beak significantly. "I was well established here. My village was being built for the third time, as I remember, when my cousin, the Gabriel, brought me word of rich waters above Benares. At first I would not go, for my cousin, who is a fish-eater, does not always know the good from the bad, but I heard my people talking in the evenings, and what they said made me certain." "And what did they say?" the jackal asked. "They said enough to make me, the mugger of Muggerghaut, leave water and take to my feet. I went by night, using the littlest streams as they served me, but it was the beginning of the hot weather and all streams were low. I crossed dusty roads, I went through tall grass, I climbed hills in the moonlight. Even rocks did I climb, children, consider this well. I crossed the tail of Sirhind, the waterless 18 before I could find the set of the little rivers that flow Gungaward. I was a month's journey from my own people and the banks that I knew. That was very marvelous." "What food on the way?" said the jackal, who kept his soul in his little stomach, and was not a bit impressed by the mugger's land travels. "That which I could find, cousin," said the mugger slowly, dragging each word. "Now you do not call a man a cousin in India unless you think you can establish some kind of blood relationship, and as it is only in old fairy tales that the mugger ever marries a jackal, the jackal knew for what reason he had been suddenly lifted into the mugger's family circle. 19 If they had been alone he would not have cared, but the adjutant's eyes twinkled with mirth at the ugly jest. "Assuredly, father, I might have known," said the jackal. "A mugger does not care to be called a father of jackals, and the mugger of Muggerghaut said as much, and a great deal more which there is no use in repeating here. The protector of the poor has claimed kinship. How can I remember the precise degree? Moreover, we eat the same food. He has said it, was the jackal's reply. That made matters rather worse, for what the jackal hinted at was that the mugger must have eaten his food on that land march fresh, and fresh every day, instead of keeping it by him till it was in a fit and proper condition, as every self-respecting mugger and most wild beasts do when they can. Indeed, one of the worst terms of contempt along the riverbed is eater of fresh meat. It is nearly as bad as calling a man a cannibal. That food was eaten 30 seasons ago, said the adjutant, quietly. If we talk for 30 seasons more it will never come back. Tell us, now, what happened when the good waters were reached after thy most wonderful land journey? If we listened to the howling of every jackal the business of the town would stop, as the saying is. The mugger must have been grateful for the interruption, because he went on, with a rush. By the right and left of Gunga. When I came there never did I see such waters. Were they better, then, than the big flood of last season, said the jackal. Better. That flood was no more than comes every 5 years, a handful of drowned strangers, some chickens, and a dead bullock in muddy water with cross currents. But the season I think of, the river was low, smooth, and even, and, as the Gavial had warned me, the dead English came down, touching each other. I got my girth in that season, my girth and my depth. From Agra, by Etava, and the broad waters by Allahabad 20. Oh, the eddy that set under the walls of the fort at Allahabad, said the adjutant. They came in there like widgeon to the reeds, and round they swung, thus. He went off into his horrible dance again, while the jackal looked on enviously. He naturally could not remember the terrible year of the mutiny they were talking about. The mugger continued. Yes, by Allahabad one lay still in the slack water and let 20 go by to pick one, and, above all, the English were not cumbered with jewelry and nose rings and anklets as my women are nowadays. To delight in ornaments is to end with a rope for necklace, as the saying is. All the muggers of all the rivers grew fat then, but it was my fate to be fatter than them all. The news was that the English were being hunted into the rivers, and by the right and left of Gunga, we believed it was true. So far as I went south I believed it to be true, and I went downstream beyond Munger and the tombs that look over the river. I know that place, said the adjutant. Since those days Munger is a lost city. Very few live there now. Thereafter I worked upstream very slowly and lazily, and a little above Munger there came down a boatful of whitefaces, alive. They were, as I remember, women, lying under a cloth spread over sticks, and crying aloud. There was never a gun fired at us watchers of the fords in those days. All the guns were busy elsewhere. We could hear them day and night inland, coming and going as the wind shifted. I rose up full before the boat, because I had never seen whitefaces alive, though I knew them well, otherwise. A naked white child kneeled by the side of the boat, and stooping over, must needs try to trail his hands in the river. It is a pretty thing to see how a child loves running water. I had fed that day, but there was a little unfilled space within me. Still, it was for sport and not for food that I rose at the child's hands. They were so clear a mark that I did not even look when I closed, but they were so small that though my jaws rang true, I am sure of that, the child drew them up swiftly, unhurt. They must have passed between tooth and tooth, those small white hands. I should have caught him crosswise at the elbows, but, as I said, it was only for sport and desire to see new things that I rose at all. They cried out one after another in the boat, and presently I rose again to watch them. The boat was too heavy to push over. They were only women, but he who trusts a woman will walk on duckweed in a pool, as the saying is, and by the right and left of Gunga. That is truth. Once a woman gave me some dried skin from a fish, said the jackal. I had hoped to get her baby, but horse food is better than the kick of a horse, as the saying is. What did thy woman do? She fired at me with a short gun of a kind I have never seen before or since. 5 times, one after another, the mugger must have met with an old-fashioned revolver, and I stayed open-mouthed and gaping, my head in the smoke. Never did I see such a thing. 5 times, as swiftly as I waved my tail, thus. The jackal, who had been growing more and more interested in the story, had just time to leap back as the huge tail swung by like a scythe. "Not before the 5th shot," said the mugger, as though he had never dreamed of stunning one of his listeners. "Not before the 5th shot did I sink, and I rose in time to hear a boatman telling all those white women that I was most certainly dead. 1 bullet had gone under a neckplate of mine. I know not if it is there still, for the reason I cannot turn my head. Look and see, child. It will show that my tale is true." "I," said the jackal. "Shall an eater of old shoes, a bonecracker, presume to doubt the word of the envy of the river? May my tail be bitten off by blind puppies if the shadow of such a thought has crossed my humble mind. The protector of the poor has condescended to inform me, his slave, that once in his life he has been wounded by a woman. That is sufficient, and I will tell the tale to all my children, asking for no proof. Overmuch civility is sometimes no better than overmuch discourtesy, for, as the saying is, one can choke a guest with curds. I do not desire that any children of thine should know that the mugger of Muggergot took his only wound from a woman. They will have much else to think of if they get their meat as miserably as does their father. It is forgotten long ago. It was never said. There never was a white woman. There was no boat. Nothing whatever happened at all." The jackal waved his brush to show how completely everything was wiped out of his memory, and sat down with an air. "Indeed, very many things happened," said the mugger, beaten in his second attempt that night to get the better of his friend. "Neither bore malice, however. Eat and be eaten was fair law along the river, and the jackal came in for his share of plunder when the mugger had finished a meal. I left that boat and went upstream, and, when I had reached Ara 21 and the backwaters behind it, there were no more dead English. The river was empty for a while. Then came 1 or 2 dead, in red coats, not English, 22 but of one kind all, Hindus and Purbias 23, then 5 and 6 abreast, and at last, from Ara to the north beyond Agra, it was as though whole villages had walked into the water. They came out of little creeks one after another, as the logs come down in the rains. When the river rose they rose also in companies from the shoals they had rested upon, and the falling flood dragged them with it across the fields and through the jungle by the long hair. All night, too, going north, I heard the guns, and by day the shod feet of men crossing fords, and that noise which a heavy cartwheel makes on sand under water, and every ripple brought more dead. At last even I was afraid, for I said, if this thing happens to men, how shall the mugger of Muggergot escape? There were boats, too, that came up behind me without sails, burning continually, as the cotton boats sometimes burn, but never sinking. "Ah," said the adjutant. "Boats like those come to Calcutta of the south. They are tall and black, they beat up the water behind them with a tail, and they are thrice as big as my village. My boats were low and white, they beat up the water on either side of them, and were no larger than the boats of one who speaks truth should be. They made me very afraid, and I left water and went back to this my river, hiding by day and walking by night, when I could not find little streams to help me. I came to my village again, but I did not hope to see any of my people there. Yet they were plowing and sowing and reaping, and going to and fro in their fields as quietly as their own cattle." "Was there still good food in the river?" said the jackal. "More than I had any desire for. Even I, and I do not eat mud, even I was tired, and, as I remember, a little frightened of this constant coming down of the silent ones. I heard my people say in my village that all the English were dead, but those that came, face down, with the current were not English, as my people saw. Then my people said that it was best to say nothing at all, but to pay the tax and plow the land. After a long time the river cleared, and those that came down it had been clearly drowned by the floods, as I could well see, and, though it was not so easy then to get food, I was heartily glad. A little killing here and there is no bad thing, but even the mugger is sometimes satisfied, as the saying is. Marvelous. Most truly marvelous, said the jackal. I am become fat through merely hearing about so much good eating. And afterward what, if it be permitted to ask, did the protector of the poor do? I said to myself, and by the right and left of Gunga. I locked my jaws on that vow. I said I would never go roving anymore. So I lived by the Ghat, very close to my own people, and I watched over them year after year, and they loved me so much that they threw marigold wreaths at my head whenever they saw it lift. Yes, and my fate has been very kind to me, and all the river is good enough to respect my poor and infirm presence, only. No one is all happy from his beak to his tail, said the adjutant, sympathetically. What does the mugger of Mugger need more? That little white child which I did not get, said the mugger, with a deep sigh. He was very small, but I have not forgotten. I am aged now, but before I die it is my desire to try one new thing. It is true they are a heavy-footed, noisy, and foolish people, and the sport would be small, but I remember the old days above Benares, and, if the child lives, he will remember still. It may be he goes up and down the bank of some river telling how he once passed his hands between the teeth of the mugger of Muggergot, and lived to make a tale of it. My fate has been very kind, but that plagues me sometimes in my dreams, the thought of the little white child in the bows of that boat. He yawned, and closed his jaws. And now I will rest and think. Keep silent, my children, and respect the aged. He turned stimmy, and shummed to the top of the sandbar, while the jackal drew back with the adjutant to the shelter of a tree stranded on the end nearest the railway bridge. That was a pleasant and profitable life, he grinned, looking up inquiringly at the bird who towered above him. And not once, mark you, did he think fit to tell me where a morsel might have been left along the banks? Yet I have told him 100 times of good things wallowing downstream. How true is the saying, all the world forgets the jackal and the barber when the news has been told. Now he is going to sleep. Ara! How can a jackal hunt with a mugger, said the adjutant, coolly. Big thief and little thief, it is easy to say who gets the pickings. The jackal turned, whining impatiently, and was going to curl himself up under the tree trunk, when suddenly he cowered, and looked up through the draggled branches at the bridge almost above his head. What now? Said the adjutant, opening one wing uneasily. Wait till we see. The wind blows from us to them, but they are not looking for us, those two men. Men, is it? My OCE protects me. All India knows I am holy. The adjutant, being a first-class scavenger, is allowed to go where he pleases, and so this one never flinched. I am not worth a blow from anything better than an old shoe, said the jackal, and listened again. Hark to that footfall, he went on. That was no country leather, but the shod foot of a white face. Listen again. Iron hits iron up there. It is a gun. Friend, those heavy-footed, foolish English are coming to speak with the mugger. Warn him, then. He was called protector of the poor by someone not unlike a starving jackal but a little time ago. Let my cousin protect his own hide. He has told me again and again there is nothing to fear from the white faces. They must be white faces. Not a villager of Muggergot would dare to come after him. See, I said it was a gun. Now, with good luck, we shall feed before daylight. He cannot hear well out of water, and, this time it is not a woman. A shiny barrel glittered for a minute in the moonlight on the girders. The mugger was lying on the sandbar as still as his own shadow, his forefeet spread out a little, his head dropped between them, snoring like a mugger. A voice on the bridge whispered, "It's an odd shot, straight down almost, but as safe as houses. Better try behind the neck." Golly! What a brute! The villagers will be wild if he's shot, though. He's the Deota, godling, of these parts. I don't care a rap, another voice answered. He took about 15 of my best coolies while the bridge was building, and it's time he was put an end to. I've been after him in a boat for weeks. Stand by with the Martini 24 as soon as I've given him both barrels of this. Mind the kick, then. A double 4-bore's no joke. That's for him to decide. Here goes. There was a roar like the sound of a small cannon. The biggest sort of elephant rifle is not very different from some artillery, and a double streak of flame, followed by the stinging crack of a martini, whose long bullet makes nothing of a crocodile's plates. But the explosive bullets did the work. One of them struck just behind the mugger's neck, a hand's breadth to the left of the backbone, while the other burst a little lower down, at the beginning of the tail. In 99 cases out of 100 a mortally wounded crocodile can scramble off for deep water and get away, but the mugger of Muggergod was literally broken into 3 pieces. He hardly moved his head before the life went out of him, and he lay as flat as the jackal. Thunder and lightning. Lightning and thunder, said that miserable little beast. Has the thing that pulls the covered carts over the bridge tumbled at last? It is no more than a gun, said the adjutant, though his very tail feathers quivered. Nothing more than a gun. He is certainly dead. Here come the white faces. The 2 Englishmen had hurried down from the bridge and across to the sandbar, where they stood admiring the length of the mugger. Then a native with an axe cut off the big head, and 4 men dragged it across the spit. The last time that I had my hand in a mugger's mouth, said one of the Englishmen, stooping down, he was the man who had built the bridge. 25 it was when I was about 5 years old, coming down the river by boat to Munger. I was a mutiny baby, as they call it. Poor mother was in the boat, too, and she often told me how she fired Dad's old pistol at the beast's head. Well, you've certainly had your revenge on the chief of the clan, even if the gun has made your nose bleed. Hi, you boatman. Haul that head up the bank, and we'll boil it for the skull. The skin's too knocked about to keep. Come along to bed now. This was worth sitting up all night for, wasn't it? Curiously enough, the jackal and the adjutant made the very same remark not 3 minutes after the men had left. A ripple song. Once a ripple came to land. In the golden sunset burning, lapped against a maiden's hand. By the ford returning. Dainty foot and gentle breast, safe across one be glad and rest. Maiden, wait, the ripple saith. Wait a while, for I am deaf. Where my lover calls I go. Shame it were to treat him coldly, 'twas a fish that circled so. Turning over boldly. Dainty foot and tender heart, wait the loaded ferry cart. Wait, ah, wait, the ripple saith, maiden, wait, for I am deaf. When my lover calls I haste. Dame Disdain was never wedded. Ripple, ripple round her waist. Clear the current eddied. Foolish heart and faithful hand, little feet that touched no land. Far away the ripple fled. Ripple, ripple, running red. The king's ankus. These are the 4 that are never content, that have never been filled since the dews began. Jacala's mouth, and the glut of the kite, and the hands of the ape and the eyes of man. Jungle saying 1. Ka, the big rock python, had changed his skin for perhaps the 200th time too since his birth, and Mowgli, who never forgot that he owed his life to Kaa for a night's work at Cold Lairs, 3 which you may perhaps remember, went to congratulate him. Skin changing always makes a snake moody and depressed till the new skin begins to shine and look beautiful. Kaa never made sport of Mowgli anymore, but accepted him, as the other jungle people did, for the master of the jungle, and brought him all the news that a python of his size would naturally hear. What Kaa did not know about the middle jungle, as they call it, the life that runs close to the earth or under it, the boulder, burrow, and the tree-bole life, might have been written upon the smallest of his scales. That afternoon Mowgli was sitting in the circle of Kaa's great coils, fingering the flaked and broken old skin that lay all looped and twisted among the rocks just as Kaa had left it. Kaa had very courteously packed himself under Mowgli's broad, bare shoulders, so that the boy was really resting in a living armchair. "Even to the scales of the eyes it is perfect," said Mowgli, under his breath, playing with the old skin. "Strange to see the covering of one's own head at one's own feet." But I lack feet," said Kaa, "and since this is the custom of all my people, I do not find it strange." "Does thy skin never feel old and harsh?" "Then go I and wash, Flathead, but, it is true, in the great heats I have wished I could slough my skin without pain, and run skinless." "I wash, and also I take off my skin. How looks the new coat?" Mowgli ran his hand down the diagonal checkerings of the immense back. "The turtle is harder backed, but not so gay," he said judgmatically. "The frog, my name bearer, is more gay, but not so hard. It is very beautiful to see, like the mottling in the mouth of a lily. It needs water. A new skin never comes to full color before the first bath. Let us go bathe." "I will carry thee," said Mowgli, and he stooped down, laughing, to lift the middle section of Kaa's great body, just where the barrel was thickest. A man might just as well have tried to heave up a 2-foot water main, and Kaa lay still, pee-ooing with quiet amusement. Then their regular evening game began, the boy in the flush of his great strength, and the python in his sumptuous new skin, standing up one against the other for a wrestling match, a trial of eye and strength. Of course, Kaa could have crushed a dozen Mowglis had he let himself go, but he played carefully, and never loosed 1/10 of his power. Ever since Mowgli was strong enough to endure a little rough handling, Kaa had taught him this game, and it suppled his limbs as nothing else could. Sometimes Mowgli would stand lapped almost to his throat in Kaa's shifting coils, striving to get one arm free and catch him by the throat. Then Kaa would give way limply, and Mowgli, with both quick-moving feet, would try to cramp the purchase of that huge tail as it flung backward, feeling for a rock or a stump. They would rock to and fro, head to head, each waiting for his chance, till the beautiful, statue-like group melted in a whirl of black and yellow coils and struggling legs and arms, to rise up again and again. "Now! Now! Now!" said Kaa, making feints with his head that even Mowgli's quick hand could not turn aside. "Look! I touch thee here, little brother. Here, and here. Are thy hands numb? Here again." The game always ended in one way, with a straight, driving blow of the head that knocked the boy over and over. Mowgli could never learn the guard for that lightning lunge, and, as Kaa said, there was not the least use in trying. "Good hunting!" Kaa grunted at last, and Mowgli, as usual, was shot away 6 yards, gasping and laughing. He rose with his fingers full of grass, and followed Kaa to the wise snake's pet bathing place, a deep, pitchy black pool surrounded with rocks, and made interesting by sunken tree stumps. The boy slipped in, jungle fashion, without a sound, and dived across, rose, too, without a sound, and turned on his back, his arms behind his head, watching the moon rising above the rocks, and breaking up her reflection in the water with his toes. Kaa's diamond-shaped head cut the pool like a razor, and came out to rest on Mowgli's shoulder. They lay still, soaking luxuriously in the cool water. "It is very good," said Mowgli at last, sleepily. Now, in the man-pack, at this hour, as I remember, they laid them down upon hard pieces of wood in the inside of a mud trap, and, having carefully shut out all the clean winds, drew foul cloth over their heavy heads, and made evil songs through their noses. "It is better in the jungle." A hurrying cobra slipped down over a rock and drank, gave them good hunting, and went away. "SSSH," said Kaa, as though he had suddenly remembered something. "So the jungle gives thee all that thou hast ever desired, little brother?" "Not all," said Mowgli, laughing, "else there would be a new and strong Shere Khan to kill once a moon. Now, I could kill with my own hands, asking no help of buffaloes. And also I have wished the sun to shine in the middle of the rains, and the rains to cover the sun in the deep of summer, and also I have never gone empty, but I wish that I had killed a goat, and also I have never killed a goat, but I wished it had been buck, nor buck, but I wished it had been nilgai. But thus do we feel, all of us. Thou hast no other desire, the big snake demanded. What more can I wish? I have the jungle, and the favor of the jungle. Is there more between sunrise and sunset? Now, the cobra said, Ka began. What cobra? He that went away just now said nothing. He was hunting. It was another. Hast thou many dealings with the poison people? I give them their own path. They carry death in the foretooth, and that is not good, for they are so small. But what hood is this thou hast spoken with? Ka rolled slowly in the water like a steamer in a beam sea. 3 or 4 moons since, said he, I hunted in cold lairs, which place, maybe, thou hast not forgotten. And the thing I hunted fled shrieking past the tanks and to that house whose side I once broke for thy sake, and ran into the ground. But the people of cold lairs do not live in burrows. Mowgli knew that Ka was talking of the monkey people. This thing was not living, but seeking to live, Ka replied, with a quiver of his tongue. He ran into a burrow that led very far. I followed, and having killed, I slept. When I waked I went forward. Under earth? Even so. Coming at last upon a white hood, a white cobra, who spoke of things beyond my knowledge, and showed me many things I had never before seen. New game? Was it good hunting? Mowgli turned quickly on his side. It was no game, and would have broken all my teeth, but the White had said that a man, he spoke as one that knew the breed, that a man would give the hot breath under his ribs for only the sight of those things. We will look, said Mowgli. I now remember that I was once a man. Slowly, slowly. It was haste killed the yellow snake that ate the sun. We two spoke together under the earth, and I spoke of thee, naming thee as a man. Said the White Hood, and he is indeed as old as the jungle. It is long since I have seen a man. Let him come, and he shall see all these things, for the least of which very many men would die. That must be new game. And yet the poison people do not tell us when game is afoot. They are unfriendly folk. It is not game. It is, I cannot say what it is. We will go there. I have never seen a White Hood, and I wish to see the other things. Did he kill them? They are all dead things. He says he is the keeper of them all. Ah! As a wolf stands above meat, he is taken to his own lair. Let us go. Mowgli swam to bank, rolled in the grass to dry himself, and the two set off for Cold Lairs, the deserted city of which you may have heard. 3 Mowgli was not in the least afraid of the monkey people in those days, but the monkey people had the liveliest horror of Mowgli. Their tribes, however, were raiding in the jungle, and so Cold Lairs stood empty and silent in the moonlight. Ka led up to the ruins of the Queen's pavilion that stood on the terrace, slipped over the rubbish, and dived down the half-choked staircase that went underground from the center of the pavilion. Mowgli gave the snake call, "We be of one blood, ye and I," and followed on his hands and knees. They crawled a long distance down a sloping passage that turned and twisted several times, and at last came to where the root of some great tree, growing 30 feet overhead, had forced out a solid stone in the wall. They crept through the gap, and found themselves in a large vault, whose domed roof had been also broken away by tree roots so that a few streaks of light dropped down into the darkness. A safe lair, said Mowgli, rising to his firm feet, but over far to visit daily. And now what do we see? Am I nothing? Said a voice in the middle of the vault, and Mowgli saw something white move, till, little by little, there stood up the hugest cobra he had ever set eyes on, a creature nearly 8 feet long, and bleached by being in darkness to an old ivory white. Even the spectacle marks of his spread hood had faded to a faint yellow. His eyes were as red as rubies, and altogether he was most wonderful to see. "Good hunting," said Mowgli, who carried his manners with his knife, and that never left him. "What of the city?" said the white cobra, without answering the greeting. "What of the great, the walled city, the city of 100 elephants and 20,000 horses, and cattle past counting, the city of the king of 20 kings? I grow deaf here, and it is long since I heard the wargongs." "The jungle is above our heads," said Mowgli. "I know only Hathi and his sons among elephants. Bagheera has slain all the horses in one village, and what is a king?" "I told thee," said Kaa softly to the cobra, "I told thee, for moons ago, that thy city was not. The city, the great city of the forest whose gates are guarded by the king's towers, can never pass. They built it before my father's father came from the egg, and it shall endure when my son's sons are as white as I. Salamdi, son of Chandrabija, son of Iyeja, son of Yegasuri, built it in the days of Baparaval.4 whose cattle are ye?" "It is a lost trail," said Mowgli, turning to Kaa. "I know not his talk." "Nor I. He is very old. Father of cobras, there is only the jungle here, as it has been since the beginning." "Then who is he?" said the white cobra, sitting down before me, unafraid, knowing not the name of the king, talking our talk through a man's lips. "Who is he with the knife and the snake's tongue?" "Mowgli they call me," was the answer. "I am of the jungle. The wolves are my people, and Kaa here is my brother." "Father of cobras, who art thou?" "I am the warden of the king's treasure. Kuran Raja built the stone above me, in the days when my skin was dark, that I might teach death to those who came to steal. Then they let down the treasure through the stone, and I heard the song of the Brahmins my masters." Said Mowgli to himself. "I have dealt with one Brahmin already, in the man pack, and I know what I know. Evil comes here in a little. 5 times since my wardship has the stone been lifted, but always to let down more, and never to take away. There are no riches like these riches, the treasures of 100 kings. But it is long and long since the stone was last moved, and I think that my city has forgotten. There is no city. Look up. Yonder are the roots of the great trees tearing the stones apart." "Trees and men do not grow together," Kaa insisted. "Twice and thrice have men found their way here," the white cobra answered savagely, "but they never spoke till I came upon them groping in the dark, and then they cried only a little time. But ye come with lies, man and snake both, and would have me believe that my city is not, and that my wardship ends. Little do men change in the years. But I change never. Till the stone is lifted, and the Brahmins come down singing the songs that I know, and feed me with warm milk, and take me to the light again, I, and no other, am the warden of the king's treasure. The city is dead, ye say, and here are the roots of the trees? Stoop down, then, and take what ye will. Earth has no treasure like these. Man with the snake's tongue, if thou canst go alive by the way that thou hast entered it, the lesser kings will be thy servants." "Again the trail is lost," said Mowgli, coolly. "Can any jackal have burrowed so deep and bitten this great white hood? He is surely mad. Father of cobras, I see nothing here to take away." "By the gods of the sun and moon, it is the madness of death upon the boy," hissed the cobra. "Before thine eyes close I will allow thee this favor. Look thou, and see what man has never seen before." "They do not well in the jungle who speak to Mowgli of favors," said the boy, between his teeth, "but the dark changes all, as I know. I will look, if that please thee." He stared with puckered-up eyes round the vault, and then lifted up from the floor a handful of something that glittered. "Oh," said he, "this is like the stuff they play with in the man pack, only this is yellow and the other was brown." He let the gold pieces fall, and moved forward. The floor of the vault was buried some 5 or 6 feet deep in coined gold and silver that had burst from the sacks it had been originally stored in, and, in the long years, the metal had packed and settled as sand packs at low tide. On it and in it, and rising through it, as wrecks lift through the sand, were jeweled elephant howdahs 5 of embossed silver, studded with plates of hammered gold, and adorned with carbuncles and turquoises. There were palanquins and litters for carrying queens, framed and braced with silver and enamel, with jade-handled poles and amber curtain rings. There were golden candlesticks hung with pierced emeralds that quivered on the branches. There were studded images, 5 feet high, of forgotten gods, silver with jeweled eyes. There were coats of mail, gold inlaid on steel, and fringed with rotted and blackened seed pearls. There were helmets, crested and beaded with pigeon's blood rubies. There were shields of lacquer, of tortoiseshell and rhinoceros hide, strapped and embossed with red gold and set with emeralds at the edge. There were sheaves of diamond-hilted swords, daggers, and hunting knives. There were golden sacrificial bowls and ladles, and portable altars of a shape that never sees the light of day. There were jade cups and bracelets. There were incense burners, combs, and pots for perfume, henna, and eye powder, all in embossed gold. There were nose rings, armlets, headbands, finger rings, and girdles past any counting. There were belts 7 fingers broad, of square-cut diamonds and rubies, and wooden boxes, trebly clamped with iron, from which the wood had fallen away in powder, showing the pile of uncut star sapphires, opals, cat's eyes, sapphires, rubies, diamonds, emeralds, and garnets within. The white cobra was right. No mere money would begin to pay the value of this treasure, the sifted pickings of centuries of war, plunder, trade, and taxation. The coins alone were priceless, leaving out of count all the precious stones, and the dead weight of the gold and silver alone might be 200 or 300 tons. Every native ruler in India today, however poor, has a hoard to which he is always adding, and, though once in a long while some enlightened prince may send off 40 or 50 bullock cart loads of silver to be exchanged for government securities, the bulk of them keep their treasure and the knowledge of it very closely to themselves. But Mowgli naturally did not understand what these things meant. The knives interested him a little, but they did not balance as well as his own, and so he dropped them. At last he found something really fascinating laid on the front of a howdah half buried in the coins. It was a 2-foot ankus, or elephant goad, something like a small boathook. The top was one round shining ruby, and 8 inches of the handle below it were studded with rough turquoises close together, giving a most satisfactory grip. Below them was a rim of jade with a flower pattern running round it, only the leaves were emeralds, and the blossoms were rubies sunk in the cool, green stone. The rest of the handle was a shaft of pure ivory, while the point, the spike and hook, was gold-inlaid steel with pictures of elephant catching, and the pictures attracted Mowgli, who saw that they had something to do with his friend Hathi. The white cobra had been following him closely. "Is it not worth dying to behold?" he said. "Have I not done thee a great favor?" "I do not understand," said Mowgli. "The things are hard and cold, and by no means good to eat. But this," he lifted the ankus, "I desire to take away, that I may see it in the sun. Thou sayest they are all thine. Wilt thou give it to me, and I will bring thee frogs to eat?" The white cobra fairly shook with evil delight. "Assuredly I will give it," he said. "All that is here I will give thee, till thou goest away. But I go now. This place is dark and cold, and I wish to take the thorn-pointed thing to the jungle. Look by thy foot. What is that there?" Mowgli picked up something white and smooth. "It is the bone of a man's head," he said quietly. "And here are 2 more. They came to take the treasure away many years ago. I spoke to them in the dark, and they lay still. But what do I need of this that is called treasure? If thou wilt give me the ankus to take away, it is good hunting. If not, it is good hunting none the less. I do not fight with the poison people, and I was also taught the master word of thy tribe. There is but one master word here. It is mine." Kaa flung himself forward with blazing eyes. "Who bade me bring the man?" he hissed. "I surely," the old cobra lisped. "It is long since I have seen man, and this man speaks our tongue." But there was no talk of killing. "How can I go to the jungle and say that I have led him to his death?" said Ka. "I talk not of killing till the time. And as to thy going or not going, there is the hole in the wall. Peace, now, thou fat monkey killer. I have but to touch thy neck, and the jungle will know thee no longer. Never man came here that went away with the breath under his ribs. I am the warden of the treasure of the king's city. But, thou white worm of the dark, I tell thee there is neither king nor city. The jungle is all about us," cried Ka. "There is still the treasure. But this can be done. Wait a while, Ka of the rocks, and see the boy run. There is room for great sport here. Life is good. Run to and fro a while, and make sport, boy." Mowgli put his hand on Kaa's head quietly. "The white thing has dealt with men of the man pack until now. He does not know me," he whispered. "He has asked for this hunting. Let him have it." Mowgli had been standing with the ankus held point down. He flung it from him quickly, and it dropped crossways just behind the great snake's hood, pinning him to the floor. In a flash, Kaa's weight was upon the writhing body, paralyzing it from hood to tail. The red eyes burned, and the 6 spare inches of the head struck furiously right and left. "Kill," said Kaa, as Mowgli's hand went to his knife. "No," he said, as he drew the blade, "I will never kill again save for food. But look you, Kaa." He caught the snake behind the hood, forced the mouth open with the blade of the knife, and showed the terrible poison fangs of the upper jaw lying black and withered in the gum. The white cobra had outlived his poison, as a snake will. "The 6, it is dried up," said Mowgli, and motioning Kaa away, he picked up the ankus, setting the white cobra free. "The king's treasure needs a new warden," he said gravely. "Thu, thou hast not done well. Run to and fro and make sport, Thu." "I am shamed." "Kill me," hissed the white cobra. "There has been too much talk of killing. We will go now. I take the thorn-pointed thing, Thu, because I have fought and worsted thee. See, then, that the thing does not kill thee at last. It is death. Remember, it is death. There is enough in that thing to kill the men of all my city. Not long wilt thou hold it, jungle man, nor he who takes it from thee. They will kill, and kill, and kill for its sake. My strength is dried up, but the ankus will do my work. It is death. It is death. It is death." Mowgli crawled out through the hole into the passage again, and the last that he saw was the white cobra striking furiously with his harmless fangs at the stolid golden faces of the gods that lay on the floor, and hissing, "It is death." They were glad to get to the light of day once more, and when they were back in their own jungle and Mowgli made the ankus glitter in the morning light, he was almost as pleased as though he had found a bunch of new flowers to stick in his hair. "This is brighter than Bagheera's eyes," he said delightedly, as he twirled the ruby. "I will show it to him, but what did the Thu mean when he talked of death?" "I cannot say. I am sorrowful to my tail's tail that he felt not thy knife. There is always evil at cold lairs, above ground and below. But now I am hungry." "Dost thou hunt with me this dawn?" said Kaa. "No, Bagheera must see this thing. Good hunting." Mowgli danced off, flourishing the great ankus, and stopping from time to time to admire it, till he came to that part of the jungle Bagheera chiefly used, and found him drinking after a heavy kill. Mowgli told him all his adventures from beginning to end, and Bagheera sniffed at the ankus between whiles. When Mowgli came to the white cobra's last words, Bagheera purred approvingly. "Then the White Hood spoke the thing which is?" Mowgli asked quickly. "I was born in the king's cages at Udaipur, and it is in my stomach that I know some little of man. Very many men would kill thrice in a night for the sake of that one red stone alone. But the stone makes it heavy to the hand. My little bright knife is better, and, see, the red stone is not good to eat. Then why would they kill? Mowgli, go thou and sleep. Thou hast lived among men, and I remember. Men kill because they are not hunting, for idleness and pleasure. Wake again, Bagheera. For what use was this thorn-pointed thing made? Bagheera half opened his eyes. He was very sleepy, with a malicious twinkle. It was made by men to thrust into the head of the sons of Hathi, so that the blood should pour out. I have seen the like in the streets of Udaipur, before our cages. That thing has tasted the blood of many such as Hathi. But why do they thrust into the heads of elephants? To teach them man's law. Having neither claws nor teeth, men make these things, and worse. Always more blood when I come near, even to the things the Man-Pack have made, said Mowgli disgustedly. He was a little tired of the weight of the Ankus. If I had known this, I would not have taken it. First it was Messua's blood on the foams, and now it is Hathi's. I will use it no more. Look! The Ankus flew sparkling, and buried itself point down 50 yards away, 7 between the trees. So my hands are clean of death, said Mowgli, rubbing his hands on the fresh, moist earth. The Thus said death would follow me. He is old and white and mad. White or black, or death or life, I am going to sleep, little brother. I cannot hunt all night and howl all day, as do some folk. Bagheera went off to a hunting lair that he knew, about 2 miles off. Mowgli made an easy way for himself up a convenient tree, knotted 3 or 4 creepers together, and in less time than it takes to tell was swinging in a hammock 50 feet above ground. Though he had no positive objection to strong daylight, Mowgli followed the custom of his friends, and used it as little as he could. When he waked among the very loud-voiced peoples that live in the trees, it was twilight once more, and he had been dreaming of the beautiful pebbles he had thrown away. At least I will look at the thing again, he said, and slid down a creeper to the earth, but Bagheera was before him. Mowgli could hear him snooing in the half-light. Where is the thorn-pointed thing? Cried Mowgli. A man has taken it. Here is his trail. Now we shall see whether the Thus spoke truth. If the pointed thing is death, that man will die. Let us follow. Kill first, said Bagheera. An empty stomach makes a careless eye. Men go very slowly, and the jungle is wet enough to hold the lightest mark. They killed as soon as they could, but it was nearly 3 hours before they finished their meat and drink and buckled down to the trail. The jungle people know that nothing makes up for being hurried over your meals. Think you the pointed thing will turn in the man's hand and kill him? Mowgli asked. The Thus said it was death. We shall see when we find, said Bagheera, trotting with his head low. It is single foot. He meant that there was only one man, and the weight of the thing has pressed his heel far into the ground. Hi! This is as clear as summer lightning, Mowgli answered, and they fell into the quick, choppy trail trot in and out through the checkers of the moonlight, following the marks of those 2 bare feet. Now he runs swiftly, said Mowgli. The toes are spread apart. They went on over some wet ground. Now why does he turn aside here? Wait, said Bagheera, and flung himself forward with one superb bound as far as ever he could. The first thing to do when a trail ceases to explain itself is to cast forward without leaving your own confusing footmarks on the ground. Bagheera turned as he landed, and faced Mowgli, crying, Here comes another trail to meet him. It is a smaller foot, this second trail, and the toes turn inward. Then Mowgli ran up and looked. It is the foot of a gaunt hunter, he said. Look! Here he dragged his bow on the grass. That is why the first trail turned aside so quickly. Big Foot hid from Little Foot. That is true, said Bagheera. Now, lest by crossing each other's tracks we foul the signs, let each take one trail. I am Big Foot, little brother, and thou art Little Foot, the Gond. Bagheera leaped back to the original trail, leaving Mowgli stooping above the curious intoed track of the wild little man of the woods. Now, said Bagheera, moving step by step along the chain of footprints, I, Big Foot, turn aside here. Now I hide me behind a rock and stand still, not daring to shift my feet. Cry thy trail, little brother. Now, I, Little Foot, come to the rock, said Mowgli, running up his trail. Now sit I down under the rock, leaning upon my right hand, and resting my bow between my toes. I wait long, for the mark of my feet is deep here. I also, said Bagheera, hidden behind the rock. I wait, resting the end of the thorn-pointed thing upon a stone. It slips, for here is a scratch upon the stone. Cry thy trail, little brother. 2 twigs and a big branch are broken here, said Mowgli, in an undertone. Now, how shall I cry that? Ah! It is plain now. I, Little Foot, go away making noises and trampling so that Big Foot may hear me. He moved away from the rock pace by pace among the trees, his voice rising in the distance as he approached a little cascade. We go far away to where the noise of the falling water covers my noise, and here, wait. Cry thy trail. Bagheera, Big Foot. The panther had been casting in every direction to see how Big Foot's trail led away from behind the rock. Then he gave tongue. I come from behind the rock upon my knees, dragging the thorn-pointed thing. Seeing no one, I run. I, Big Foot, run swiftly. The trail is clear. Let each follow his own. I run. Bagheera swept on along the clearly marked trail, and Mowgli followed the steps of the Gond. For a time there was silence in the jungle. Where art thou, Little Foot? Cried Bagheera. Mowgli's voice answered him not 50 yards to the right. Said the panther, with a deep cough. The two run side by side, drawing nearer. They raced on another half-mile, always keeping about the same distance, till Mowgli, whose head was not so close to the ground as Bagheera's, cried, They have met. Good hunting, look. Here stood Little Foot, with his knee on a rock, and yonder is Big Foot. Not 10 yards in front of them, stretched across a pile of broken rocks, lay the body of a villager of the district, a lean, small feathered gaunt arrow through his back and breast. Was the Thu so old and so mad, little brother? Said Bagheera, gently. Here is one death, at least. Follow on. But where is the drinker of elephant's blood, the red-eyed thorn? Little Foot has it, perhaps. It is Single Foot again now. The single trail of a light man who had been running quickly and bearing a burden on his left shoulder, held on round a long, low spur of dried grass, where each footfall seemed to the sharp eyes of the trackers marked in hot iron. Neither spoke till the trail ran up to the ashes of a campfire hidden in a ravine. Again, said Bagheera, checking as though he had been turned into stone. The body of a little wizened Gond lay with its feet in the ashes, and Bagheera looked inquiringly at Mowgli. That was done with a bamboo, said the boy, after one glance. I have used such a thing among the buffaloes when I served the man. Pack. The father of cobras, I am sorrowful that I made a jest of him, knew the breed well, as I might have known. Said I not that men kill for idleness? Indeed, they killed for the sake of red and blue stones, Bagheera answered. Remember, I was in the king's cages at Udaipur. 1, 2, 3, for tracks, said Mowgli, stooping over the ashes. For tracks of men with shod feet. They do not go so quickly as Gonds. Now, what evil had the little woodman done to them? See, they talked together, all five, standing up, before they killed him. Bagheera, let us go back. My stomach is heavy in me, and yet it dances up and down like an oriole's nest at the end of a branch. It is no good hunting to leave game afoot. Follow, said the panther. Those 8 shod feet have not gone far. No more was said for fully an hour, as they took up the broad trail of the 4 men with shod feet. It was clear, hot daylight now, and Bagheera said, I smell smoke. Men are always more ready to eat than to run, Mowgli answered, trotting in and out between the low scrub bushes of the new jungle they were exploring. Bagheera, a little to his left, made an indescribable noise in his throat. Here is one that is done with feeding, said he. A tumbled bundle of gay-colored clothes lay under a bush, and round it was some spilt flour. That was done by the bamboo again, said Mowgli. See? That white dust is what men eat. They have taken the kill from this one, he carried their food, and given him for a kill to Cheel, the kite. It is the 3rd, said Bagheera. I will go with new, big frogs to the father of cobras, and feed him fat, said Mowgli to himself. This drinker of elephant's blood is death himself, but still I do not understand. Follow, said Bagheera. They had not gone half a mile farther when they heard Ko, the crow, singing a death song in the top of a tamarisk under whose shade 3 men were lying. A half-dead fire smoked in the center of the circle, beneath an iron plate which held a blackened and burned cake of unleavened bread. Close to the fire, and blazing in the sunshine, lay the ruby and turquoise ankus. The thing works quickly, all ends here, said Bagheera. How did these die, Mowgli? There is no mark nor rub on anyone. A jungle dweller gets to learn by experience as much as many doctors know of poisonous plants and berries. Mowgli sniffed the smoke that came up from the fire, broke off a morsel of the blackened bread, tasted it, and spat it out again. Apple of death, he coughed. The first must have made it ready in the food for these, who killed him, having first killed the Gond. Good hunting, indeed. The kills follow close, said Bagheera. Apple of death is what the jungle call thorn apple or datura, the readiest poison in all India. What now, said the panther. Must thou and I kill each other for yonder red-eyed slayer? Can it speak, said Mowgli in a whisper. Did I do it a wrong when I threw it away? Between us two it can do no wrong, for we do not desire what men desire. If it be left here, it will assuredly continue to kill men one after another as fast as nuts fall in a high wind. I have no love to men, but even I would not have them die 6 in a night. What matter? They are only men. They killed one another and were well pleased, said Bagheera. That first little woodman hunted well. They are cubs nonetheless, and a cub will drown himself to bite the moon's light on the water. The fault was mine, said Mowgli, who spoke as though he knew all about everything. I will never again bring into the jungle strange things, not though they be as beautiful as flowers. This, he handled the ankus gingerly, goes back to the father of cobras. But first we must sleep, and we cannot sleep near these sleepers. Also we must bury him, lest he run away and kill another 6. Dig me a hole under that tree. But, little brother, said Bagheera, moving off to the spot, I tell thee it is no fault of the blood drinker. The trouble is with men. All one, said Mowgli. Dig the hole deep. When we wake I will take him up and carry him back. 2 nights later, as the white cobra sat mourning in the darkness of the vault, ashamed, and robbed, and alone, the turquoise ankus whirled through the hole in the wall, and clashed on the floor of golden coins. Father of cobras, said Mowgli, he was careful to keep the other side of the wall, get thee a young and ripe one of thine own people to help thee guard the king's treasure, so that no man may come away alive any more. Aha! It returns, then. I said the thing was deaf. How comes it that thou art still alive? The old cobra mumbled, twining lovingly round the ankus haft. By the bull that bought me, I do not know. That thing has killed 6 times in a night. Let him go out no more. The Song of the Little Hunter. Ere more the peacock flutters, ere the monkey people cry, ere chill the kite swoops down a furlong sheer. Through the jungle very softly flits a shadow and a sigh. He is fear, O little hunter, he is fear. Very softly down the glade runs a waiting, watching shade, and the whisper spreads and widens far and near. And the sweat is on thy brow, for he passes even now. He is fear, O little hunter, he is fear. Ere the moon has climbed the mountain, ere the rocks are ribbed with light, when the downward dipping tails are dank and drear, comes a breathing hard behind thee, snuffy snuffy through the night. It is fear, O little hunter, it is fear. On thy knees and draw the bow, bid the shrilling arrow go, in the empty mocking thicket plunge the spear. But thy hands are loosed and weak, and the blood has left thy cheek. It is fear, O little hunter, it is fear. When the heat cloud sucks the tempest, when the slivered pine trees fall, when the blinding, blaring rain squalls lash and veer, through the trumpets of the thunder rings a voice more loud than all. It is fear, O little hunter, it is fear. Now the spates are banked and deep, now the footless boulders leap, now the lightning shows each littlest leaf rib clear. But thy throat is shut and dried, and thy heart against thy side. Hammers, fear, O little hunter, this is fear. Quickern. The people of the eastern ice, they are melting like the snow, they beg for coffee and sugar, they go where the white men go. The people of the western ice, they learn to steal and fight. They sell their furs to the trading post, they sell their soul to the white. The people of the southern ice, they trade with the whaler's crew, their women have many ribbons, but their tents are torn and few. But the people of the elder ice, beyond the white man's ken, their spears are made of the narwhal one horn, and they are the last of the men. Translation. He has opened his eyes. Look! Put him in the skin again. He will be a strong dog. On the 4th month we will name him. For whom, said Amarak. Cadluz I rolled round the skin-lined snowhouse till it came to 14-year-old Katuko sitting on the sleeping bench, making a button out of walrus ivory. Name him for me, said Katuko, with a grin. I shall need him one day. Cadlo grinned back till his eyes were almost buried in the fat of his flat cheeks, and nodded to Amarak, while the puppy's fierce mother whined to see her baby wriggling far from reach and the little sealskin pouch hung above the warmth of the blubber lamp. 2 Katuko went on with his carving, and Cadla threw a rolled bundle of leather dog harnesses into a tiny little room that opened from one side of the house, slipped off his heavy deerskin hunting suit, put it into a whalebone net that hung above another lamp, and dropped down on the sleeping bench to whittle at a piece of frozen seal meat till Amarak, his wife, should bring the regular dinner of boiled meat and blood soup. He had been out since early dawn at the seal holes 8 miles away, and had come home with 3 big seal. Halfway down the long low snow passage or tunnel that led to the inner door of the house you could hear snappings and yelpings, as the dogs of his sleigh team, released from the day's work, scummed for warm places. When the yelpings grew too loud, Katuko lazily rolled off the sleeping bench and picked up a whip with an 18-inch handle of springy whalebone, and 25 feet of heavy plaited thong. He dived into the passage, where it sounded as though all the dogs were eating him alive, but that was no more than their regular grace before meals. When he crawled out at the far end, half a dozen furry heads followed him with their eyes as he went to a sort of gallows of whale jawbones, from which the dog's meat was hung, split off the frozen stuff in big lumps with a broad-headed spear, and waited, his whip in one hand and the meat in the other. Each beast was called by name, the weakest first, and woe betide any dog that moved out of his turn, for the tapering lash would shoot out like thawed lightning and flick away an inch or so of hair and hide. Each beast simply growled, snapped once, choked over his portion, and hurried back to the passage, while the boy stood up on the snow under the blazing northern lights 3 and dealt out justice. The last to be served was the big black leader of the team, who kept order when the dogs were harnessed, and to him Katuko gave a double allowance of meat as well as an extra crack of the whip. "Ah," said Katuko, coiling up the lash, "I have a little one over the lamp that will make a great many howlings. Sarpak! Get in!" He crawled back over the huddled dogs, dusted the dry snow from his furs with the whalebone beater that Amarak kept by the door, tapped the skin-lined roof of the house to shake off any icicles that might have fallen from the dome of snow above, and curled up on the bench. The dogs in the passage snored and whined in their sleep, the boy baby in Amarak's deep fur hood kicked and choked and gurgled, and the mother of the newly named puppy lay at Katuko's side, her eyes fixed on the bundle of sealskin, warm and safe above the broad yellow flame of the lamp. And all this happened far away to the north, beyond Labrador, beyond Hudson Strait where the great tides throw the ice about, north of Melville Peninsula, north even of the narrow Fury and Hecla Straits, on the north shore of Ba Inland where Bylot's Island stands above the ice of Lancaster Sound like a pudding bowl wrong side up. North of Lancaster Sound there is little we know anything about, except North Devon and Ellesmere Land, for but even there live a few scattered people, next door, as it were, to the very pole. Kadlu was an Inuit, what you call an Eskimo 5, and his tribe, some 30 persons, all told, belonged to the Tunya 6, the country lying at the back of something. On the maps the desolate coast is written Navy Board Inlet 7, but the Inuit name is best because that country lies at the very back of everything in the world. For 9 months of the year there is only ice and snow and gale after gale, with a cold no one can realize who has never seen the thermometer go down even to 0. For 6 months of those 9 it is dark, and that is what makes it so horrible. In the 3 months of summer it only freezes every other day and every night, and then the snow begins to weep away from the southerly slopes, and a few ground willows put out their woolly buds, a tiny stonecrop or so makes believe to blossom, beaches of fine gravel and rounded stones run down to the open sea, and polished boulders and streaked rocks lift up above the granulated snow. But all that goes in a few weeks, and the wild winter locks down again on the land, while at sea the ice tears up and down the Oing, jamming and ramming, and splitting and hitting, and pounding and grounding till it all freezes together, 10 feet thick, from the shore outward to deep water. In the winter Kadlu would follow the seal to the edge of this land ice and spear them as they came up to breathe at their blowholes. The seal must have opened seawater to live and catch fish in, and the ice would sometimes run 80 miles without a break from the nearest land. In the spring he and his people retreated from the thawing ice to the rocky mainland, where they put up tents of skins and snared the seabirds, or speared the young seal basking on the beaches. Later, they would go south into Ba Inland after the reindeer and to get their year's store of salmon from the hundreds of streams and lakes of the interior, coming back north in September or October for the muskoxade hunting and the regular winter sealery. This traveling was done with dog sleighs, 20 and 30 miles a day, or sometimes down the coast in big skin woman boats, 9 when the dogs and the babies lay among the feet of the rowers, and the women sang songs as they glided from cape to cape over the glassy, cold waters. All the luxuries that the Tunya knew came from the south, driftwood for sleigh runners, wrought iron for harpoon tips, steel knives, tin kettles that cooked food much better than the old soapstone affairs, tin flint and steel, and even matches, colored ribbons for the women's hair, little cheap mirrors and red cloth for the edging of deerskin dress jackets. Kadlu traded the rich, creamy, twisted narwhal horn and muskox teeth. These are just as valuable as pearls 11, to the southern Inuit, and they in turn traded with the whalers and the missionary posts of Exeter and Cumberland. Sounds, 12 and so the chain went on till a kettle picked up by a ship's cook and the Bendy Bazaar 13 might end its days over a blubber lamp somewhere on the cool side of the Arctic Circle. Kadlu being a good hunter was rich in iron harpoons, snow knives, bird darts, and all the other things that make life easy up there in the great cold, and he was the head of his tribe, or, as they say, the man who knows all about it by practice. Point 14 This did not give him any authority, except now and then he could advise his friends to change their hunting grounds, but Katuko used it to domineer a little, in the lazy fat Inuit fashion, over the other boys when they came out at night to play ball in the moonlight, or to sing the child's song to the aurora borealis. But at 14 an Inuit feels himself a man, and Katuko was tired of making snares for wildfowl and kit foxes, 15 and very tired of helping the women to chew seal and deerskins, that supples them as nothing else can, the long day through while the men were out hunting. He wanted to go into the quaggy, the singing house, when the hunters gathered there for their mysteries, and the Angekok, the sorcerer, frightened them into the most delightful fits after the lamps were put out, and you could hear the spirit of the reindeer stamping on the roof, and when a spear was thrust out into the open black night it came back covered with hot blood. He wanted to throw his big boots into the net with the tired air of the head of a family, and to gamble with the hunters when they dropped in of an evening and played a sort of homemade roulette with a tin pot and a nail. There were hundreds of things that he wanted to do, but the grown men laughed at him and said, "Wait till you have been in the buckle." 16 Katuko. Hunting is not all catching. Now that his father had named a puppy for him, things looked brighter. An Inuit does not waste a good dog on his son till the boy knows something of dog riding, and Katuko was more than sure that he knew more than everything. If the puppy had not had an iron constitution he would have died from overstewing and overhandling. Katuko made him a tiny harness with a trace to it, and hauled him all over the house floor shouting, "Aua! Ja aua! Go to the right! Koichoi, ja koichoi! Go to the left! Oh ha ha! Stop!" The puppy did not like it at all, but being fished for in this way was pure happiness beside being put to the sleigh for the first time. He just sat down on the snow and played with the seal-hide trace that ran from his harness to the pitu, the big thong and the bows of the sleigh. Then the team started and the puppy found the heavy 10-foot sleigh running up his back and dragging him along the snow, while Katuko laughed till the tears ran down his face. There followed days and days of the cruel whip that hisses like the wind over ice, and his companions all bit him because he did not know his work, and the harness chafed him, and he was not allowed to sleep with Katuko anymore, but had to take the coldest place in the passage. It was a sad time for the puppy. The boy learned, too, as fast as the dog, though a dog sleigh is a heartbreaking thing to manage. Each beast is harnessed, the weakest nearest to the driver, by his own separate trace, 17 which runs under his left foreleg to the main thong, where it is fastened by a sort of button and loop which can be slipped by a turn of the wrist, thus freeing one dog at a time. This is very necessary, because young dogs often get the trace between their hind legs, where it cuts to the bone. And they one and all will go visiting their friends as they run, jumping in and out among the traces. Then they fight, and the result is more mixed than a wet fishing line next morning. A great deal of trouble can be avoided by scientific use of the whip. Every Inuit boy prides himself as being a master of the long lash, but it is easy to flick at a mark on the ground and decall to lean forward and catch a shirking dog just behind the shoulders when the sleigh is going at full speed. If you call one dog's name for visiting and accidentally lash another, the two will fight it out at once, and stop all the others. Again, if you travel with a companion and begin to talk, or by yourself and sing, the dogs will halt, turn round, and sit down and hear what you have to say. Katuko was run away from once or twice through forgetting to block the sleigh when he stopped, and he broke many lashings and ruined a few thongs ere he could be trusted with a full team of 8 in the light sleigh. Then he felt himself a person of consequence, and on smooth black ice, with a bold heart and a quick elbow, he smoked along over the levels as fast as a pack in full cry. He would go 10 miles to the seal holes, and when he was on the hunting grounds he would twitch a trace loose from the pitu and free the big black leader, who was then the cleverest dog in the team. As soon as the dog had scented a breathing hole, Katuko would reverse the sleigh, driving a couple of sawed-off antlers that stuck up like perambulator handles deep into the snow, so that the team could not get away. Then he would crawl forward inch by inch and wait till the seal came up to breathe. Then he would stab down swiftly with his spear and running line, and presently would haul his seal onto the lip of the ice while the black leader came up and helped to pull the carcass across the ice to the sleigh. That was the time when the harnessed dogs yelled and foamed with excitement, and Katuko laid the long lash like a red-hot bar across all their faces till the carcass froze stiff. Going home was the heavy work. The loaded sleigh had to be humored among the rough ice, and the dogs sat down and looked hungrily at the seal instead of pulling. At last they would strike the well-worn sleigh road to the village, and Tudulki E18 along the ringing ice, heads down and tails up, while Katuko struck up the Angutiban Taina, the song of the returning hunter. 19 and voices hailed him from house to house under all that dim, starlit sky. When Katuko, the dog, came to his full growth, he enjoyed himself too. He fought his way up the team steadily, fight after fight, till one fine evening over their food he tackled the big black leader. Katuko, the boy, saw fair play, and made second dog of him, as they say. So he was promoted to the long thing of the leading dog, running 5 feet in advance of all the others. It was his bounden duty to stop all fighting, and harness her out of it, and he wore a collar of copper wire, very thick and heavy. On special occasions he was fed with cooked food inside the house, and sometimes was allowed to sleep on the bench with Katuko. He was a good seal dog, and would keep a muskox at bay by running round him and snapping at his heels. He would even, and this for a sleigh dog is the last proof of bravery, he would even stand up to the gaunt Arctic wolf, whom all dogs of the north, as a rule, fear beyond anything that walks the snow. He and his master, they did not count the team of ordinary dogs as company, hunted together, day after day and night after night, fur-wrapped boy and savage, long-haired, narrow-eyed, white-fanged, yellow brute. All an Inuit has to do is to get food and skins for himself and his family. The women folk make the skins into clothing, and occasionally help in trapping small game, but the bulk of the food, and they eat enormously, must be found by the men. If the supply fails, there is no one up there to buy or beg or borrow from. The people must die. An Inuit does not think of these chances till he is forced to. Kadlu, Katuko, Amarak, and the boy baby who kicked about the fur hood and chewed pieces of blubber all day, were as happy together as any family in the world. They came of a very gentle race. An Inuit seldom loses his temper, and almost never strikes a child, who did not know exactly what telling a real lie meant, still less how to steal. They were content to spear their living out of the heart of the bitter, hopeless cold, to smile oily smiles, and tell queer ghost and fairy tales of evenings, and eat till they could eat no more, and sing the endless woman's song, Amna Aya, Aya Amna, ah. Ah, 20 through the long lamplighted days as they mended their clothes and hunting gear. But one terrible winter everything betrayed them. The Tunyanurmiat returned from the yearly salmon fishing and made their houses on the fresh ice to the north of Bylot's Island ready to go after the seal as soon as the sea froze. But it was an early and savage autumn. All through September there were continuous gales that broke up the smooth seal ice where it was only 4 or 5 feet thick and forced it inland, and piled a great barrier some 20 miles broad of lumped and ragged and needly ice, over which it was impossible to draw the sleighs. The edge of the floe off which the seal were used to fish in winter lay perhaps 20 miles beyond this barrier and out of reach of the Tunyanurmiat. Even so, they might have managed to scrape through the winter on their stock of frozen salmon and stored blubber and what the traps gave them, but in December one of their hunters came across a tupik, a skin tent, of 3 women and a girl nearly dead, whose men had come down from the far north and been crushed in their little skin hunting boats while they were out after the longhorn narwhal. Kadlu, of course, could only distribute the women among the huts of the winter village, for no Inuit dare refuse a meal to a stranger. He never knows when his own turn may come to beg. Amarak took the girl, who was about 14, into her own house as a sort of servant. From the cut of her sharp-pointed hood, and the long diamond pattern of her white deerskin leggings, they supposed she came from Ellesmereland. She had never seen tin cooking pots or wooden-shod sleighs before, but Katuko the boy and Katuko the dog were rather fond of her. Then all the foxes went south, and even the wolverine, 21, that growling, blunt-headed little thief of the snow, did not take the trouble to follow the line of empty traps that Katuko set. The tribe lost a couple of their best hunters, who were badly crippled in a fight with a muskox, and this threw more work on the others. Katuko went out, day after day, with a light hunting sleigh and 6 or 7 of the strongest dogs, looking till his eyes ached for some patch of clear ice where a seal might, perhaps, have scratched a breathing hole. Katuko, the dog, ranged far and wide, and in the dead stillness of the ice fields Katuko, the boy, could hear his half-choked whine of excitement above a seal hole 3 miles away, as plainly as though he were at his elbow. When the dog found a hole, the boy would build himself a little low snow wall to keep off the worst of the bitter wind, and there he would wait 10, 12, 20 hours for the seal to come up to breathe, his eyes glued to the tiny mark he had made above the hole to guide the downward thrust of his harpoon, a little sealskin mat under his feet, and his legs tied together in the Tatarian 22, the buckle that the old hunters had talked about. This helps to keep a man's legs from twitching as he waits and waits and waits for the quick-eared seal to rise. Though there is no excitement in it, you can easily believe that the sitting still in the buckle with the thermometer perhaps 40 degrees below zero is the hardest work an Inuit knows. When a seal was caught, Katuko, the dog, would bound forward, his trace trailing behind him, and help to pull the body to the sleigh where the tired and hungry dogs lay sullenly under the lee of the broken ice. A seal did not go very far, for each mouth in the little village had a right to be filled, and neither bone, hide, nor sinew was wasted. The dog's meat was taken for human use, and Amarak fed the team with pieces of old summer skin tents raked out from under the sleeping bench, and they howled and howled again, and waked to howl hungrily. One could tell by the lamps in the huts that famine was near. In good seasons, when blubber was plentiful, the light in the boat-shaped bowls would be 2 feet high, cheerful, oily, and yellow. Now it was a bare 6 inches. Amarak carefully pricked down the moss wick when an unwatched flame brightened for a moment, and the eyes of all the family followed her hand. The horror of famine up there in the great cold is not so much dying as dying in the dark. All the Inuit dread the dark that presses on them without a break for 6 months in each year, and when the lamps are low in the houses the minds of people begin to be shaken and confused. But worse was to come. The underfed dogs snapped and growled in the passages, glaring at the cold stars and SNUing into the bitter wind night after night. When they stopped howling, the silence fell down again as solid and as heavy as a snowdrift against a door, and men could hear the beating of their blood in the thin passages of the year and the thumping of their own hearts that sounded as loud as the noise of sorcerers' drums beaten across the snow. One night Katuko the dog, who had been unusually sullen in harness, leaped up and pushed his head against Katuko's knee. Katuko patted him, but the dog still pushed blindly forward, fawning. Then Kadlu waked and gripped the heavy wolf-like head and stared into the glassy eyes. The dog whimpered as though he were afraid, and shivered between Kadlu's knees. The hair rose about his neck and he growled as though a stranger were at the door, then he barked joyously and rolled on the ground and bit at Katuko's boot like a puppy. "What is it?" said Katuko, for he was beginning to be afraid. "The sickness," Kadlu answered. "It is the dog sickness." Katuko the dog lifted his nose and howled again. "I have not seen this before." "What will he do?" said Katuko. Kadlu shrugged one shoulder a little and crossed the hut for his short stabbing harpoon. The big dog looked at him, howled again, and slunk away down the passage, while the other dogs drew aside right and left to give him ample room. When he was out on the snow he barked furiously, as though on the trail of a muskox, and, barking and leaping and frisking, passed out of sight. His trouble was not hydrophobia 23 but simple plain madness. The cold and the hunger, and above all the dark, had turned his head, and when the terrible dog sickness once shows itself in a team it spreads like wildfire. Next hunting day another dog sickened, and was killed then and there by Katuko as he bit and struggled among the traces. Then the black second dog who had been the leader in the old days suddenly gave tongue on an imaginary reindeer track, and when they slipped him from the pitu he flew at the throat of an ice cliff, and ran away as his leader had done, his harness on his back. After that no one would take the dogs out again. They needed them for something else, and the dogs knew it, and though they were tied down and fed by hand their eyes were full of despair and fear. To make things worse the old women began to tell ghost tales, and to say that they had met the spirits of the dead hunters lost that autumn who prophesied all sorts of horrible things. Katuko grieved more for the loss of his dog than anything else, for though an Inuit eats enormously he also knows how to starve. But the hunger, the darkness, the cold, and the exposure told on his strength, and he began to hear voices inside his head, and to see people, who were not there, out of the tail of his eye. One night, he had unbuckled himself after 10 hours waiting above a blind seal hole, and was staggering back to the village faint and dizzy. He halted to lean his back against a boulder, which happened to be supported like a rocking stone on a single jutting point of ice. His weight disturbed the balance of the thing. It rolled over ponderously, and as Katuko sprang aside to avoid it, slid after him squeaking and hissing on the ice slope. That was enough for Katuko. He had been brought up to believe that every rock and boulder had its owner, its Inuwa, who was generally a one-eyed kind of a woman thing called a tornak, and that when a tornak meant to help a man she rolled after him inside her stone house, and asked him whether he would take her for a guardian spirit. In summer thaws the ice-propped rocks and boulders roll and slip all over the face of the land, so you can easily see how the idea of live stones arose. Katuko heard the blood beating in his ears as he had heard it all day, and he thought that was the tornak of the stone speaking to him. Before he reached home he was quite certain that he had held a long conversation with her, and as all his people believed that this was quite possible, no one contradicted him. "She said to me, I jumped down from my place on the snow," cried Katuko with hollow eyes, leaning forward in the half-lighted hut. "She said, I will be a guide. She says, I will guide you to good seal holes. Tomorrow I go out and the tornak will guide me." Then the Yanchkak, the village sorcerer, came in and Katuko told him the tale a second time. It lost nothing in the telling. "Follow the tornate, the spirits of the stones, and they will bring us food again," said the Yanchkak. Now the girl from the north had been lying near the lamp, eating very little and saying less for days past, but when Amarak and Kadlu next morning packed and lashed a little hand sleigh for Katuko, and loaded it with his hunting gear and as much blubber and frozen seal meat as they could spare, she took the pulling rope, and stepped out boldly at the boy's side. "Your house is my house," she said, as the little bone-shod sleigh squeaked and bumped behind them in the awful Arctic night. "My house is your house," said Katuko, "but I think that we shall both go to Sedna together." Now Sedna is the mistress of the underworld, and the Inuit believe that everyone who dies must spend a year in her horrible country before going to Quadlaparmiat, the happy place, where it never freezes and fat reindeer trot up when you call. Through the village people were shouting, "The tornate have spoken to Katuko. They will show him open ice. He will bring us the seal again." Their voices were soon swallowed up by the cold empty dark, and Katuko and the girl shouldered close together as they strained on the pulling rope or humored the sleigh through the ice, in the direction of the polar sea. Katuko insisted that the tornak of the stone had told him to go north, and so north they went under Tuktukjung the reindeer, those stars that we call the Great Bear. 24. No European could have made 5 miles a day over the ice rubbish and the sharp-edged drifts, but those two knew exactly the turn of the wrist that coaxes a sleigh round a hummock, the jerk that neatly lifts it out of an ice crack, and the exact strength that goes to the few quiet strokes of the spearhead that make a path possible when everything looks hopeless. The girl said nothing, but bowed her head, and the long wolverine fur fringe of her ermine hood blew across her broad, dark face. The sky above them was an intense velvety black, changing to bands of Indian red on the horizon, where the great stars burned like street lamps. From time to time a greenish wave of the northern lights would roll across the hollow of the high heavens, flick like a flag and disappear, or a meteor would crackle from darkness to darkness trailing a shower of sparks behind. Then they could see the ridged and furrowed surface of the floe all tipped and laced with strange colors, red, copper, and bluish, but in the ordinary starlight everything turned to one frostbitten gray. The floe, as you will remember, had been battered and tormented by the autumn gales till it was one frozen earthquake. There were gullies and ravines, and holes like gravel pits cut in ice, lumps and scattered pieces frozen down to the original floor of the floe, blotches of old black ice that had been thrust under the floe in some gale, and heaved up again, roundish boulders of ice, sulk edges of ice carved by the snow that flies before the wind, and sunk pits where 30 or 40 acres lay 5 or 6 feet below the level of the rest of the field. From a little distance you might have taken the lumps for seal, or walrus, overturned sleighs or men on a hunting expedition, or even the great 10-legged white spirit bear 25 himself, but in spite of these fantastic shapes, all on the very edge of starting into life, there was neither sound nor the least faint echo of sound. And through this silence and through this waste where the sudden lights flapped and went out again, the sleigh and the two that pulled it crawled like things in a nightmare of the end of the world at the end of the world. When they were tired, Katuko would make what the hunters call a half-house, a very small snow hut, into which they would huddle with the traveling lamp, and try to thaw out the frozen seal meat. When they had slept, the march began again, 30 miles a day to get 5 miles 26 northward. The girl was always very silent, but Katuko muttered to himself and broke out into songs he had learned in the singing house, summer songs, and reindeer and salmon songs, all horribly out of place at that season. He would declare that he heard the Tornak growling to him, and would run wildly up a hummock tossing his arms and speaking in loud threatening tones. To tell the truth, Katuko was very nearly crazy for the time being, but the girl was sure that he was being guided by his guardian spirit, and that everything would come right. She was not surprised, therefore, when at the end of the fourth march, Katuko, whose eyes were burning like fireballs in his head, told her that his Tornak was following them across the snow in the shape of a two-headed dog. The girl looked where Katuko pointed, and something seemed to slip into a ravine. It was certainly not human, but everybody knew that the Tornate preferred to appear in the shape of bear and seal and such like. It might have been the 10-legged white spirit bear himself, or it might have been anything, for Katuko and the girl were so starved that their eyes were untrustworthy. They had trapped nothing and seen no trace of game since they had left the village. Their food would not hold out for another week, and there was a gale coming. A polar storm will blow for 10 days without a break, and all that while it is certain death to be abroad. Katuko laid up a snowhouse large enough to take in the handsleigh. It is never wise to be separated from your meat, and while he was shaping the last irregular block of ice that makes the keystone of the roof, he saw a thing looking at him from a little cliff of ice half a mile away. The air was hazy, and the thing seemed to be 40 feet long and 10 feet high, with 20 feet of tail and a shape that quivered all along the outlines. 27 The girl saw it too, but instead of crying aloud with terror, said quietly, "That is Quickern." "What comes after?" "He will speak to me," said Katuko, but the snow knife trembled in his hand as he spoke, because however much a man may believe that he is a friend of strange and ugly spirits, he seldom likes to be taken quite at his word. Quickern, too, is the phantom of a gigantic toothless dog without any hair, who is supposed to live in the far north, and to wander about the country just before things are going to happen. They may be pleasant or unpleasant things, but not even the sorcerers care to speak about Quickern. He makes the dogs go mad. Like the spirit bear, he has several extra pairs of legs, 6 or 8, and this thing jumping up and down in the haze had more legs than any real dog needed. Katuko and the girl huddled into their hut quickly. Of course, if Quickern had wanted them, he could have torn it to pieces above their heads, but the sense of a foot-thick snow wall between themselves and the wicked dark was great comfort. The gale broke with a shriek of wind like the shriek of a train, and for 3 days and 3 nights it held, never varying one point and never lulling even for a minute. They fed the stone lamp between their knees and nibbled at the half-warm seal meat, and watched the black soot gather on the roof for 72 long hours. The girl counted up the food in the sleigh. There was not more than 2 days' supply, and Katuko looked over the iron heads and the deer-sinew fastenings of his harpoon and his seal lance and his bird dart. There was nothing else to do. "We shall go to Sedna soon, very soon," the girl whispered. "In 3 days we shall lie down and go. Will your Tornak do nothing? Sing her an Anchcock's song to make her come here." He began to sing in the high-pitched howl of the magic songs, and the gale went down slowly. In the middle of his song the girl started, laid her mittened hand and then her head to the ice floor of the hut. Katuko followed her example, and the two kneeled staring into each other's eyes, and listening with every nerve. He ripped a thin sliver of whalebone from the rim of a bird snare that lay on the sleigh, and after straightening set it upright in a little hole in the ice, firming it down with his mitten. It was almost as delicately adjusted as a compass needle, and now, instead of listening, they watched. The thin rod quivered a little, the least little jar in the world, then vibrated steadily for a few seconds, came to rest and vibrated again, this time nodding to another point of the compass. Too soon, said Katuko. Some big floe has broken far away outside. The girl pointed at the rod and shook her head. It is the big breaking, she said. Listen to the ground ice. It knocks. When they kneeled this time they heard the most curious mummed grunts, and knockings apparently under their feet. Sometimes it sounded as though a blind puppy were squeaking above the lamp, then as if a stone were being ground on hard ice, and again, like mummed blows on a drum, but all dragged out and made small, as though they had traveled through a little horn a weary distance away. We shall not go to Sedna lying down, said Katuko. It is the breaking. The Tornak has cheated us. We shall die. All this may sound absurd enough, but the two were face to face with a very real danger. The 3 days' gale had driven the deep water of Ba-Ens Bay 28 southerly, and piled it onto the edge of the far-reaching land ice that stretches from Bylot's Island to the west. Also, the strong current which sets east out of Lancaster Sound carried with it mile upon mile of what they call pack ice, rough ice that has not frozen into fields, and this pack was bombarding the floe at the same time that the swell and heave of the storm-worked sea was weakening and undermining it. What Katuko and the girl had been listening to were the faint echoes of that fight 30 or 40 miles away, and the telltale little rod quivered to the shock of it. Now, as the Inuits say, when the ice once wakes after its long winter sleep there is no knowing what may happen, for solid floe ice changes shape almost as quickly as a cloud. The gale was evidently a spring gale sent out of time and anything was possible. Yet the two were happier in their minds than before. If the floe broke up there would be no more waiting and suffering. Spirits, goblins, and witch people were moving about on the racking ice, and they might find themselves stepping into Sedna's country side by side with all sorts of wild things, the flush of excitement still on them. When they left the hut after the gale, the noise on the horizon was steadily growing, and the tough ice moaned and buzzed all round them. It is still waiting, said Katuko. On the top of a hummock sat or crouched the 8-legged thing that they had seen 3 days before, and it howled horribly. Let us follow, said the girl. It may know some way that does not lead to Sedna, but she reeled from weakness as she took the pulling rope. The thing moved off slowly and clumsily across the ridges, heading always toward the westward and the land, and they followed while the growling thunder at the edge of the floe rolled nearer and nearer. The floe's lip was split and cracked in every direction for 3 or 4 miles inland, and great pans of 10-foot thick ice, from a few yards to 20 acres square, were jolting and ducking and surging into one another and into the yet unbroken floe as the heavy swell took and shook and spouted between them. This battering ram ice was, so to speak, the first army that the sea was flinging against the floe. The incessant crash and jar of these cakes almost drowned the ripping sound of sheets of pack ice driven bodily under the floe as cards are hastily pushed under a tablecloth. Where the water was shallow these sheets would be piled one atop of the other till the bottom-most touched mud 50 feet down and the discolored sea banked behind the muddy ice till the increasing pressure drove all forward again. In addition to the floe and the pack ice, the gale and the currents were bringing down true bergs, sailing mountains of ice, snapped off from the Greenland side of things 29 or the north shore of Melville Bay. 30 they pounded in solemnly, the waves breaking white round them, and advanced on the floe like an old-time fleet under full sail. But a berg that seemed ready to carry the world before it would ground helplessly 31 reel over, and wallow in a lather of foam and mud, and flying frozen spray, while a much smaller and lower one would rip and ride into the flat floe, flinging tons of rubbish 32 on either side, and cutting a track a mile long before it was stopped. Some fell like swords, shearing a ridged canal, and others splintered into a shower of blocks, weighing scores of tons apiece, that whirled and skirled among the hummocks. Others, again, rose up bodily out of the water when they shoaled, twisted as though in pain, and fell solidly on their sides, while the sea threshed over their shoulders. This trampling and crowding and bending and buckling and arching of the ice into every possible shape was going on as far as the eye could reach all along the north line of the floe. From where Katuko and the girl were, the confusion looked no more than an uneasy rippling crawling movement under the horizon, but it came towards them each moment, and they could hear far away to landward a heavy booming, as it might have been the boom of artillery through a fog. That showed that the floe was being jammed home against the iron cliffs of Bylot's Island, the land to the southward, behind them.
"This has never been before," said Katuko, staring stupidly. "This is not the time. How can the floe break now?"
"Follow that," the girl cried, pointing to the thing half limping, half running distractedly before them. They followed, tugging the handsleigh, while nearer and nearer came the roaring march of the ice. At last the fields round them cracked and starred in every direction, and the cracks opened and snapped like the teeth of wolves. But where the thing rested, on a mound of old and scattered ice blocks some 50 feet high, there was no motion. Katuko leaped forward wildly, dragged the girl after him, and crawled to the bottom of the mound. The talking of the ice grew louder and louder round them, but the mound stayed fast, and as the girl looked at him he threw his right elbow upwards and outwards, making the Inuit sign for land in the shape of an island. And land it was that the eight-legged limping thing had led them to, some granite-tipped, sand-beached islet off the coast, shot and sheathed and masked with ice so that no man could have told it from the floe, but at the bottom solid earth, and not shifting ice. The smashing and rebound of the floes as they grounded and splintered marked the borders of it, and a friendly shoal ran out to the northward, turning aside the rush of the heaviest ice exactly as a plowshare turns over loam. There was a danger, of course, that some heavily squeezed ice field might shoot up the beach and plane off the top of the islet bodily, but that did not trouble Katuko and the girl, when they made their snow house and began to eat, and heard the ice hammer and skid along the beach. The thing had disappeared, and Katuko was talking excitedly about his power over spirits as he crouched round the lamp. In the middle of his wild sayings the girl began to laugh and rock herself backwards and forwards. Behind her shoulder, crawling into the hut crawl by crawl, there were two heads, one yellow and one black, that belonged to two of the most sorrowful and ashamed dogs that ever you saw. Katuko the dog was one and the black leader was the other. Both were now fat, well-looking, and quite restored to their proper minds, but coupled to each other in an extraordinary fashion. When the black leader ran off, you remember, his harness was still on him. He must have met Katuko the dog and played or fought with him, for his shoulder loop had caught in the plaited copper wire of Katuko's collar, and had drawn tight, so that neither dog could get at the trace to gnaw it apart, but each was fastened sidelong to his neighbor's neck. That, with the freedom of hunting on their own account, must have helped to cure their madness. They were very sober. The girl pushed the two shamefaced creatures towards Katuko, and, sobbing with laughter, cried, "That is Quickern, who led us to safe ground. Look at his 8 legs and double head." Katuko cut them free, and they fell into his arms, yellow and black together, trying to explain how they had got their senses back again. Katuko ran a hand down their ribs, which were round and well clothed. "They have found food," he said, with a grin. "I do not think we shall go to Sedna so soon. My Tornak sent these. The sickness has left them." As soon as they had greeted Katuko, these two, who had been forced to sleep and eat and hunt together for the past few weeks, flew at each other's throat, and there was a beautiful battle in the snow house. "Empty dogs do not fight," Katuko said. "They have found the seal. Let us sleep. We shall find food." When they waked there was open water on the north beach of the island, and all the loosened ice had been driven landward. The first sound of the surf is one of the most delightful that the Inuit can hear, for it means that spring is on the road. Katuko and the girl took hold of hands and smiled. The clear full roar of the surge among the ice reminded them of salmon and reindeer time and the smell of blossoming ground willows. Even as they looked the sea began to skim over between the floating cakes of ice, so intense was the cold, but on the horizon there was a vast red glare, and that was the light of the sunken sun. It was more like hearing him yawn in his sleep than seeing him rise, and the glare lasted for only a few minutes, but it marked the turn of the year. Nothing, they felt, could alter that. Katuko found the dogs fighting outside over a fresh-killed seal who was following the fish that a gale always disturbs. He was the first of some 20 or 30 seal that landed on the island in the course of the day, and, till the sea froze hard, there were hundreds of keen black heads rejoicing in the shallow free water and floating about with the floating ice.
It was good to eat seal liver again, to fill the lamps recklessly with blubber and watch the flame blaze 3 feet in the air. But as soon as the new sea ice bore, Katuko and the girl loaded the hand sleigh and made the 2 dogs pull as they had never pulled in their lives, for they feared what might have happened in their village. The weather was as pitiless as ever, but it is easier to draw a sleigh loaded with good food than to hunt starving. They left 25 seal carcasses buried in the ice of the beach all ready for use and hurried back to their people. The dogs showed them the way as soon as Katuko told them what was expected, and though there was no sign of a landmark, in 2 days they were giving tongue outside Kadlu's village. Only 3 dogs answered them, the others had been eaten, and the houses were nearly dark. 33 But when Katuko shouted, "Ojo!" Boiled meat, weak voices answered, and when he called the roll call of the village name by name, very distinctly, there were no gaps in it. An hour later the lamps blazed in Kadlu's house, snow water was heating, the pots were beginning to simmer, and the snow was dripping from the roof as Amarak made ready a meal for all the village, and the boy baby chewed at a strip of rich nutty blubber, and the hunters slowly and methodically filled themselves to the very brim with seal meat. Katuko and the girl told their tale. The 2 dogs sat between them, and whenever their names came in they cocked an ear apiece and looked most thoroughly ashamed of themselves. A dog who has once gone mad and recovered, the Inuit say, is safe against all further attacks. "So the Tornak did not forget us," said Katuko. The storm blew, the ice broke, and the seal swam in behind the fish that were frightened by the storm. Now the new seal holes are not 2 days distant. Let the good hunters go tomorrow and bring back the seal I have speared, 25 seal buried in the ice. When we have eaten those we will all follow the seal on the floe. "What do you do?" said the village sorcerer, in the same sort of voice as he used to Kadlu, richest of the Tunyanurmiat. Katuko looked at the girl from the north and said quietly, "We build a house." He pointed to the northwest side of Kadlu's house, for that is the side on which the married son or daughter always lives. The girl turned her hands, palm upward, with a little despairing shake of her head. She was a foreigner, picked up starving, and she could bring nothing to housekeeping. Amarak jumped from the bench where she sat and began to sweep things into the girl's lap: stone lamps, iron skin scrapers, tin kettles, deerskins embroidered with muskox teeth, and real canvas needles such as sailors use, the finest dowry ever given on the far edge of the Arctic Circle, and the girl from the north bowed her head down to the very floor. "Also these," said Katuko laughing and signing to the dogs, who thrust their cold muzzles into the girl's face. "Ah," said the Yanchcock, with an important cough, as though he had been thinking it all over. "As soon as Katuko left the village I went to the singing house and sang magic. I sang all the long nights and called upon the spirit of the reindeer. My singing made the gale blow that broke the ice and drew the 2 dogs towards Katuko when the ice would have crushed his bones. My song drew the seal in behind the broken ice. My body lay still in the quaggy, but my spirit ran about on the ice and guided Katuko and the dogs in all the things they did. I did it." Everybody was full and sleepy, so no one contradicted, and the Yanchcock helped himself to yet another lump of boiled meat and lay down to sleep with the others, in the warm, well-lighted, oil-smelling home. Now Katuko, who drew very well in the Inuit style, scratched pictures of all these adventures on a long flat piece of ivory with a hole at one end. When he and the girl went north to Ellesmere Land in the year of the wonderful open winter, he left the picture story with Kadlu, who lost it in the shingle when his dog sleigh broke down one summer on the beach of Lake Nettling at Nikasiring, 34, and there a Lake Inuit found it next spring and sold it to a man at Imogen, 35, who was interpreter on a Cumberland Sound whaler, and he sold it to Hans Olsen, who was afterwards a quartermaster on board a big steamer that took tourists to the North Cape. In Norway. When the tourist season was over, the steamer ran between London and Australia, stopping at Ceylon, and there Olsen sold the ivory to a Singhalese 36 jeweler for 2 imitation sapphires. I found it under some rubbish in a house at Colombo, and have translated it from one end to the other. Angutivantina. This is a very free translation of the Song of the Returning Hunter, one as the men used to sing it after seal spearing. The Inuit always repeat things over and over again. Our gloves are stiff with the frozen blood, our furs with the drifted snow. As we come in with the seal, in from the edge of the flow. Oh Jana. Aua. Oh ha. Hack. And the yelping dog teams go. And the long whips crack, and the men come back from the edge of the flow. We tracked the seal to his secret place, we heard him scratch below. We made our mark, and we watched beside, out on the edge of the flow. We raised our lance when he rose to breathe, we drove it downward, so. And we played him thus, and we killed him thus. Out on the edge of the flow. Our gloves are glued with the frozen blood, our eyes with the drifting snow. But we come back to our wives again, back from the edge of the flow. Oh Jana. Aua. Oh ha. Hack. And the yelping dog teams go. And the wives can hear their men come back from the edge of the flow. Red Dog. For our white and our excellent nights, for the nights of swift running, fair ranging, far seeing, good hunting, sure cunning. For the smells of the dawning, untainted, ere dew has departed. For the rush through the mist, and the quarry blind started. For the cry of our mates when the sambar has wheeled and is standing at bay, for the risk and the riot of night. For the sleep at the laremouth by day, it is met, and we go to the fight. Bay. Oh bay. It was after the letting in of the jungle that the pleasantest part of Mowgli's life began. He had the good conscience that comes from paying a just debt. One and all the jungle was his friend, for all the jungle was afraid too of him. The things that he did and saw and heard when he was wandering from one people to another, with or without his four companions, would make many, many stories, each as long as this one. So you will never be told how he met and escaped from the mad elephant of Manla III, who killed 22 bullocks, drawing 11 carts of coins silver to the government treasury, and scattered the shiny rupees in the dust, how he fought Jacala, the crocodile, all one long night in the marshes of the north, and broke his skinning knife on the brute's backplates, how he found a new and longer knife round the neck of a man who had been killed by a wild boar, and how he tracked that boar and killed him as a fair price for the knife, how he was caught up in the great famine for by the moving of the deer, and nearly crushed to death in the swaying hot herds, how he saved Hathi the Silent from being caught in a pit 5 with a stake at the bottom, and how next day he himself fell into a very cunning leopard trap, and how Hathi broke the thick wooden bars to pieces about him, how he milked the wild buffaloes in the swamp, and how. But we must tell one tale at a time. Father and Mother Wolf died, and Mowgli rolled a big boulder against the mouth of the cave and cried the death song over them, and Baloo grew very old and stiff, and even Bagheera, whose nerves were steel and whose muscles were iron, seemed slower at the kill. Akela turned from grey to milky white with pure age, his ribs stuck out, and he walked as though he had been made of wood, and Mowgli killed for him. But the young wolves, the children of the disbanded Seeonee pack, throve and increased, and when there were some 40 of them, masterless, 6 clean-footed 5-year-olds, Akela told them that they ought to gather themselves together and follow the law, and run under one head, as befitted the free people. This was not a matter in which Mowgli gave advice, for, as he said, he had eaten sour fruit, and he knew the tree it hung from, but when Phao, son of Phaona 7, his father was the grey tracker in the days of Akela's headship, fought his way to the leadership of the pack according to the jungle law, and when the old calls and the old songs began to ring under the stars once more, Mowgli came to the council rock for memory's sake. If he chose to speak, the pack waited till he had finished, and he sat at Akela's side on the rock above Phao. Those were the days of good hunting and good sleeping. No stranger cared to break into the jungles that belonged to Mowgli's people, as they called the pack, and the young wolves grew fat and strong, and there were many cubs to bring to the looking over. Mowgli always attended a looking over, for he remembered the night when a black panther brought a naked brown baby into the pack, and the long call, "Look, look well, O wolves, made his heart flutter with strange feelings. 8 Otherwise, he would be far away in the jungle, tasting, touching, seeing, and feeling new things. One twilight, when he was trotting leisurely across the ranges to give Akela the half of a buck that he had killed, while his 4 wolves were jogging behind him, sparring a little and tumbling one over another for joy of being alive, he heard a cry that he had not heard since the bad days of Shere Khan. It was what they call in the jungle the feel 9, a kind of shriek that the jackal gives when he is hunting behind a tiger, or when there is some big killing afoot. If you can imagine a mixture of hate, triumph, fear, and despair, with a kind of leer running through it, you will get some notion of the feel that rose and sank and wavered and quavered far away across the Waingunga. The 4 began to bristle and growl. Mowgli's hand went to his knife and he too checked as though he had been turned into stone. 10. There is no striped one would dare kill here, he said, at last. That is not the cry of the Forerunner, said Grey Brother. It is some great killing. Listen. It broke out again, half sobbing and half chuckling, just as though the jackal had soft human lips. Then Mowgli drew deep breath, and ran to the council rock, overtaking on his way hurrying wolves of the pack. Phao and Akela were on the rock together, and below them, every nerve strained, sat the others. The mothers and the cubs were cantering to their lairs, for when the field cries it is no time for weak things to be abroad. They could hear nothing except the Waingunga gurgling in the dark and the evening winds among the treetops, till suddenly across the river a wolf called. It was no wolf of the pack, for those were all at the rock. The note changed to a long despairing bay. 11 and Dole, 12 it said, Dole. 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 In a few minutes they heard tired feet on the rocks, and a gaunt, dripping wolf, streaked with red on his flanks, his right forepaw useless, and his jaws white with foam, flung himself into the circle and lay gasping at Mowgli's feet. Good hunting. Under whose headship, said Phao gravely. Good hunting. 1 Tala 13 mi, was the answer. He meant that he was a solitary wolf, fending for himself, his mate, and his cubs in some lonely lair. 1 Tala means an outlier, one who lies out from any pack. When he panted they could see his heart shake him backwards and forwards. What moose, said Phao, for that is the question all the jungle asks after the feel. The Dole of the Deccan. 14, Red Dog, the killer. They came north from the south saying the Deccan was empty and killing out by the way. When this moon was new there were 4 to me, my mate and 3 cubs. She would teach them to kill on the grass plains, hiding to drive the buck, as we do who are of the open. At midnight I heard them together full tongue on the trail. At the dawn wind I found them stiff in the grass, 4 free people, for when this moon was new. Then sought I my blood right and found the Dole. How many, said Mowgli, the pack growled deep in their throats. I do not know. 3 of them will kill no more, but at the last they drove me like the buck, on 3 legs they drove me. Look, free people. He thrust out his mangled forefoot, all dark with dried blood. There were cruel bites low down on his side, and his throat was torn and worried. Eat, said Akela, rising up from the meat Mowgli had brought him. The outlier flung himself on it famishing. This shall be no loss, he said humbly when he had taken off the edge of his hunger. Give me a little strength, free people, and I also will kill. My lair is empty that was full when this moon was new, and the blood debt is not all paid. Phao heard his teeth crack on a haunch bone and grunted approvingly. We shall need those jaws, said he. Were there cubs with the Dole? Nay, nay. Red hunters all, grown dogs of their pack, heavy and strong. 15. That meant that the Dole, the red hunting dog of the Deccan, was moving to fight, and the wolves knew well that even the tiger will surrender a new kill to the Dole. They drive straight through the jungle, and what they meet they pull down and tear to pieces. Though they are not as big nor half as cunning as the wolf, they are very strong and very numerous. The Dole, for instance,
do not begin to call themselves a pack till they are 100 strong, whereas 40 wolves make a very fair pack. Mowgli's wanderings had taken him to the edge of the high grassy downs of the Deccan, and he had often seen the fearless dholes sleeping and playing and scratching themselves among the little hollows and tussocks that they use for lairs. He despised and hated them because they did not smell like the free people, because they did not live in caves, and above all, because they had hair between their toes while he and his friends were clean-footed. But he knew, for Hathi had told him, what a terrible thing a dhole hunting pack was. Hathi himself moves aside from their line, and until they are all killed, or till game is scarce, they go forward killing as they go. Akela knew something of the dholes, too. He said to Mowgli quietly, "It is better to die in the full pack than leaderless and alone. It is good hunting, and, my last. But, as men live, thou hast very many more nights and days, little brother. Go north and lie down, and if any wolf live after the dhole has gone by he shall bring thee word of the fight." "Ah," said Mowgli, quite gravely, "must I go to the marshes and catch little fish and sleep in a tree, or must I ask help of the Bondar log and eat nuts while the pack fights below?" "It is to the death," said Akela. "Thou hast never met the dhole, the red killer. Even the striped one." "Awa! Awa," said Mowgli pettingly. "I have killed one striped 8.16. Listen now. There was a wolf, my father, and there was a wolf, my mother, and there was an old grey wolf, not too wise, he is white now, was my father and my mother. Therefore he raised his voice, I say that when the dhole come, and if the dhole come, Mowgli and the free people are of one skin for that hunting, and I say, by the bull that bought me, by the bull Bagheera paid for me in the old days which ye of the pack do not remember, I say, that the trees and the river may hear and hold fast if I forget, I say that this my knife shall be as a tooth to the pack, and I do not think it is so blunt. This is my word which has gone from me. Thou dost not know the dhole, man with a wolf's tongue, one Tala cried. I look only to clear my blood debt against them ere they have me in many pieces. They move slowly, killing out as they go, but in 2 days a little strength will come back to me and I turn again for my blood debt. But for ye, free people, my counsel is that ye go north and eat but little for a while till the dhole are gone. There is no sleep 17 in this hunting. Hear the outlier, said Mowgli with a laugh. Free people, we must go north and eat lizards and rats from the bank, lest by chance we meet the dhole. He must kill out our hunting grounds while we lie hid in the north till it please him to give us our own again. He is a dog, and the pup of a dog, red, yellow-bellied, lairless, and haired between every toe. He counts his cubs 6 and 8 at the litter, as though he were Chikai, the little leaping rat. 18 Surely we must run away, free people, and beg leave of the peoples of the north for the offal of dead cattle. Ye know the saying, north are the vermin, south are the lice. We are the jungle. Choose ye, oh choose. It is good hunting. For the pack, for the full pack, for the lair and the litter, for the in-kill and the outkill, for the mate that drives the doe and the little cub within the cave, it is met, it is met, it is met. The pack answered with one deep crashing bark that sounded in the night like a tree falling. It is met, they cried. Stay with these, said Mowgli to his four. We shall need every tooth. Phao and Akela must make ready the battle. I go to count the dogs. It is death. One Tala cried, half rising. What can such an hairless one do against the red dog? Even the striped one, remember. Thou art indeed an outlier, Mowgli called back, but we will speak when the dholes are dead. Good hunting all. He hurried off into the darkness wild with excitement, hardly looking where he set foot, and the natural consequence was that he tripped full length over Kaa's great coils where the python lay watching a deer path near the river. Pshaw, said Kaa angrily. Is this jungle work to stamp and tramp and undo a night's hunting when the game are moving so well, too? The fault was mine, said Mowgli, picking himself up. Indeed I was seeking thee, you flathead, but each time we meet thou art longer and broader by the length of my arm. There is none like thee in the jungle, wise, old, strong, and most beautiful Ka.
Now whither does this trail lead?
Ka's voice was gentler. Not a moon, since there was a manling with a knife threw stones at my head and called me bad little tree cat names because I lay asleep in the open. Aye, and turned every driven deer to all the winds, and Mowgli was hunting, and this same flathead was too deaf to hear his whistle and leave the deer roads free, Mowgli answered composedly, sitting down among the painted coils. Now this same manling comes with soft, tickling words to this same flathead, telling him that he is wise, and strong, and beautiful, and this same old flathead believes and coils a place, thus, for this same stone-throwing manling and
Art thou at ease now?
Could Bagheera give thee so good a resting place? Ka had, as usual, made a sort of soft half-hammock of himself under Mowgli's weight. The boy reached out in the darkness and gathered in the supple cable-like neck till Ka's head rested on his shoulder, and then he told him all that had happened in the jungle that night.
Wise I may be, said Ka at the end, but deaf I surely am.
Else I should have heard the feel.
Small wonder the eaters of grass are uneasy. How many be the dole? I have not seen yet. I came hot-foot to thee. Thou art older than Hathi.
But, oh, Ka, here Mowgli wriggled with joy, it will be good hunting.
Few of us will see another moon.
Dost thou strike in this? Remember thou art a man, and remember what pack cast thee out.
Let the wolf look to the dog. Thou art a man.
Last year's nuts are this year's black earth, said Mowgli. It is true that I am a man, but it is in my stomach that this night I have said that I am a wolf. I called the river and the trees to remember. I am of the free people, Ka, till the dole has gone by.
Free people, Ka grunted.
Free thieves. And thou hast tied thyself into the death knot for the sake of the memory of dead wolves.
This is no good hunting.
It is my word which I have spoken.
The trees know, the river knows.
Till the dole have gone by, my word comes not back to me.
NGSSH.
That changes all trails. I had thought to take thee away with me to the northern marshes, but the word, even the word of a little, naked, hairless manling, is the word.
Now I, Ka, say.
Think well, flathead, lest thou tie thyself into the death knot also. I need no word from thee, for well I know.
Be it so, then, said Ka.
I will give no word, but what is in thy stomach to do when the dole come?
They must swim the Waingunga.
I thought to meet them with my knife in the shallows, the pack behind me, and so stabbing and thrusting we might turn them downstream, or cool their throats a little. The dole do not turn and their throats are hot, said Ka. There will be neither manling nor wolf cub when that hunting is done, but only dry bones.
Ah la la. If we die, we die. It will be most good hunting. But my stomach is young, and I have not seen many rains. I am not wise nor strong. Hast thou a better plan, Ka? I have seen 100 rains.
Ere Hathi cast his milk tushes 19 my trail was big in the dust. By the first egg, I am older than many trees, and I have seen all that the jungle has done. But this is new hunting, said Mowgli. Never before has the dole crossed our trail.
What is has been. What will be is no more than a forgotten year striking backwards. Be still while I count those my years.
For a long hour Mowgli lay back among the coils, playing with his knife, while Ka, his head motionless on the ground, thought of all that he had seen and known since the day he came from the egg. The light seemed to go out of his eyes and leave them like stale opals, and now and again he made little stiff passes with his head to right and left, as though he were hunting in his sleep. Mowgli dozed quietly, for he knew that there is nothing like sleep before hunting, and he was trained to take it at any hour of the day or night. Then he felt Ka grow bigger and broader below him as the huge python puffed himself out, hissing with the noise of a sword drawn from a steel scabbard. I have seen all the dead seasons, Ka said at last, and the great trees and the old elephants and the rocks that were bare and sharp-pointed ere the moss grew. Art thou still alive, manling? It is only a little after moonrise, 20 said Mowgli. I do not understand. HSSH. I am again Ka. I knew it was but a little time. Now we will go to the river, and I will show thee what is to be done against the dhole. He turned, straight as an arrow, for the main stream of the Waingunga, plunging in a little above the pool that hid the Peace Rock, Mowgli at his side. Nay, do not swim. I go swiftly. My back, little brother. Mowgli tucked his left arm round Ka's neck, dropped his right close to his body and straightened his feet. Then Ka breasted the current as he alone could, and the ripple of the checked water stood up in a frill round Mowgli's neck and his feet were waved to and fro in the eddy under the python's lashing sides. A mile or so above the Peace Rock the Waingunga narrows between a gorge of marble rocks from 80 to 100 feet high, and the current runs like a mill race between and over all manner of ugly stones. But Mowgli did not trouble his head about the water. No water in the world could have given him a moment's fear. He was looking at the gorge on either side and sneezing uneasily, for there was a sweetish sourish smell in the air, very like the smell of a big ant-hill on a hot day. Instinctively he lowered himself in the water, only raising his head to breathe, and Ka came to anchor with a double twist of his tail round a sunken rock, holding Mowgli in the hollow of a coil, while the water raced by. This is the place of death, said the boy. Why do we come here? They sleep, said Ka. Hathi will not turn aside for the striped 1. Yet Hathi and the striped one together turn aside for the dhole, and the dhole they say turns aside for nothing. And yet for whom do the little people of the rocks turn aside? Tell me, master of the jungle, who is the master of the jungle? These, Mowgli whispered. It is the place of death. Let us go. Nay, look well, for they are asleep. It is as it was when I was not the length of thy arm. The split and weather-worn rocks of the gorge of the Waingunga had been used since the beginning of the jungle by the little people of the rocks 21, the busy, furious, black, wild bees of India, and, as Mowgli knew well, all trails turned off half a mile away from their country. For centuries the little people had hived and swarmed from cleft to cleft and swarmed again, staining the white marble with stale honey, and made their combs tall and deep and black in the dark of the inner caves, and neither man nor beast nor fire nor water had ever touched them. The length of the gorge on both sides was hung as it were with black shimmery velvet curtains, and Mowgli sank as he looked, for those were the clotted millions of the sleeping bees. There were other lumps and festoons and things like decayed tree trunks studded on the face of the rock, the old combs of past years, or new cities built in the shadow of the windless gorge, and huge masses of spongy, rotten trash had rolled down and stuck among the trees and creepers that clung to the rock face. As he listened he heard more than once the rustle and slide of a honey-loaded comb turning over or falling away somewhere in the dark galleries, then a booming of angry wings and the sullen drip, 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 of the wasted honey, guttering along till it lipped over some ledge in the open and sluggishly trickled down on the twigs. There was a tiny little beach, not 5 feet broad, on one side of the river, and that was piled high with the rubbish of uncounted years. There lay dead bees, drones, sweepings, stale combs, and wings of marauding moths and beetles that had strayed in after honey, all tumbled in smooth piles of the finest black dust. The mere sharp smell of it was enough to frighten anything that had no wings, and knew what the little people were. Ka moved upstream again till he came to a sandy bar at the head of the gorge. Here is this season's kill, said he. Look! On the bank lay the skeletons of a couple of young deer and a buffalo. Mowgli could see that no wolf nor jackal had touched the bones, which were laid out naturally. They came beyond the line, they did not know, 22 murmured Mowgli, and the little people killed them. Let us go ere they awake. They do not wake till the dawn, said Ka. Now I will tell thee. A hunted buck from the south, many, many rains ago, came hither from the south, not knowing the jungle, a pack on his trail. Being made blind by fear, he leaped from above, the pack running by sight, for they were hot and blind on the trail. The sun was high, and the little people were many and very angry. Many, too, were those of the pack who leaped into the Waingunga, but they were dead ere they took water. Those who did not leap died also in the rocks above. But the buck lived. How? Because he came first, running for his life, leaping ere the little people were aware, and was in the river when they gathered to kill. The pack, following, was altogether lost under the weight of the little people, who had been roused by the feet of that buck. 23 The buck lived. Mowgli repeated slowly. At least he did not die then, though none waited his coming down with a strong body to hold him safe against the water, as a certain old, fat, deaf, yellow flathead would wait for a manling, though there were all the dholes of the Deccan on his trail. What is in thy stomach? Kaya's head lay on Mowgli's wet shoulder, and his tongue quivered by the boy's ear. There was a long silence before Mowgli whispered, 24. It is to pull the very whiskers of death, but, Ka, thou art, indeed, the wisest of all the jungle. So many have said. Look now, if the dholes follow thee. As surely they will follow. Ho! Ho! I have many little thorns under my tongue to prick into their hides. If they follow thee hot and blind, looking only at thy shoulders, those who do not die up above will take water either here or lower down, for the little people will rise up and cover them. Now the Waingunga is hungry water, and they will have no Ka to hold them, but will go down, such as live, to the shallows by the sea Elares, and there thy pack may meet them by the throat. Ahai! Yaoa! Better could not be till the rains fall in the dry season. There is now only the little matter of the run and the leap. I will make me known to the dholes, so that they shall follow me very closely. Hast thou seen the rocks above thee? From the landward side? Indeed no. That I had forgotten. Go look. It is all rotten ground, cut and full of holes. One of thy clumsy feet set down without seeing would end the hunt. See, I leave thee here, and for thy sake only I will carry word to the pack that they may know where to look for the dhole. For myself, I am not of one skin with any wolf. When Ka disliked an acquaintance, he could be more unpleasant than any of the jungle people, except perhaps Bagheera. He swam downstream, and opposite the rock he came on Phao and Akela listening to the night noises. HSSH. Dogs, he said cheerfully. The dhole will come downstream. If ye be not afraid, ye can kill them in the shallows. When come they? Said Phao. And where is my man cub? Said Akela. They come when they come, said Ka. Wait and see. As for thy man cub, from whom thou hast taken his word and so laid him open to death, thy man cub is with me, and if he be not already dead, the fault is none of thine, bleached dog. Wait here for the dhole, and be glad that the man cub and I strike on thy side. Ka flashed upstream again and moored himself in the middle of the gorge, looking upwards at the line of the cliff. Presently he saw Mowgli's head move against the stars, then there was a whiz in the air, the keen clean sloop of a body falling feet first, next minute the boy was at rest again in the loop of Ka's body. It is no leap by night, said Mowgli quietly. I have jumped twice as far for sport, but that is an evil place above, low bushes and gullies that go down deep, all full of the little people. I have put big stones one above the other by the side of 3 gullies. These I shall throw down with my feet in running, and the little people will rise up behind me angry. That is man's cunning, said Ka. Thou art wise, but the little people are always angry. Nay, at twilight all wings near and far rest for a while. I will play with the dhole at twilight, for the dhole hunts best by day. He follows now one Tala's blood trail. Chill does not leave a dead ox, nor the dhole a blood trail, said Ka. Then I will make him a new blood trail, of his own blood if I can, and give him dirt to eat. Thou wilt stay here, Ka, till I come with my dholes? Aye, but what if they kill thee in the jungle or the little people kill thee before thou canst leap down to the river? When tomorrow comes we will kill tomorrow, said Mowgli, quoting a jungle saying, and again, when I am dead it is time to sing the death song. Good hunting, Ka. He loosed his arm from the python's neck and went down the gorge like a log in a freshet, paddling towards the far bank, where he found slack water, and laughing aloud from sheer happiness. There was nothing Mowgli liked better than, as he himself said, to pull the whiskers of death and make the jungle feel that he was their overlord. He had often, with Baloo's help, robbed bees' nests in single trees, and he knew that the little people disliked the smell of wild garlic. So he gathered a small bundle of it, tied it up with a bark string, and then followed One Tala's blood trail as it ran southerly from the lairs, for some 5 miles, looking at the trees with his head on one side and chuckling as he looked. Mowgli the frog have I been, said he to himself, Mowgli the wolf have I said that I am. Now Mowgli the ape must I be before I am Mowgli the buck. At the end I shall be Mowgli the man-ho, and he slid his thumb along the 18-inch blade of his knife. One Tala's trail, all rank with dark blood spots, ran under a forest of thick trees that grew close together and stretched away northeastward, gradually growing thinner and thinner to within 2 miles of the Bee Rocks. From the last tree to the low scrub of the Bee Rocks was open country, where there was hardly cover enough to hide a wolf. Mowgli trotted along under the trees, judging distances between branch and branch, occasionally climbing up a trunk and taking a trial leap from one tree to another, till he came to the open ground, which he studied very carefully for an hour. Then he turned, picked up One Tala's trail where he had left it, settled himself in a tree with an outrunning branch some 8 feet from the ground, hung his bunch of garlic in a safe crotch, and sat still, sharpening his knife on the sole of his foot. 25. A little before midday, when the sun was very warm, he heard the patter of feet and smelt the abominable smell of the dhole pack as they trotted steadily and pitilessly along One Tala's trail. Seen from above, the red dhole does not look half the size of a wolf, but Mowgli knew how strong his feet and jaws were. He watched the sharp bay head of the leader snewing along the trail and gave him good hunting. The brute looked up and his companions halted behind him, scores and scores of red dogs with low-hung tails, heavy shoulders, weak quarters, and bloody mouths. The dholes are a very silent people as a rule, and they have no manners even in their own Deccan. Fully 200 must have gathered below him, but he could see that the leaders sniffed hungrily on One Tala's trail, and tried to drag the pack forward. That would never do, or they would be at the lairs in broad daylight, and Mowgli meant to hold them under his tree till twilight. By whose leave do ye come here? Said Mowgli. All jungles are our jungle, was the reply, and the dhole that gave it bared his white teeth. Mowgli looked down with a smile and imitated perfectly the sharp chitter-chatter of Chi-Kai, the leaping rat of the Deccan, meaning the dholes to understand that he considered them no better than Chi-Kai. The pack closed up round the tree trunk and the leader bayed savagely, calling Mowgli a tree ape. For an answer, Mowgli stretched down one naked leg and wriggled his bare toes just above the leader's head. That was enough, and more than enough, to wake the pack to stupid rage. Those who have hair between their toes do not care to be reminded of it. Mowgli caught his foot away as the leader leaped and said sweetly, "Dog, red dog. Go back to the Deccan and eat lizards. Go to Chi-Kai thy brother, dog, dog, red, red dog. There is hair between every toe." He twiddled his toes a second time. "Come down ere we starve thee out, hairless ape," yelled the pack, and this was exactly what Mowgli wanted. He laid himself down along the branch, his cheek to the bark, his right arm free, and for some 5 minutes he told the pack what he thought and knew about them, their manners, their customs, their mates, and their puppies. There is no speech in the world so rancorous and so stinging as the language the jungle people use to show scorn and contempt. When you come to think of it, you will see how this must be so. As Mowgli told Kaa, he had many little thorns under his tongue, and slowly and deliberately he drove the dholes from silence to growls, from growls to yells, and from yells to hoarse slavery ravings. They tried to answer his taunts, but a cub might as well have tried to answer Kaa in a rage, and all the while Mowgli's right hand lay crooked at his side, ready for action, his feet locked round the branch. The big Bay leader had leaped many times into the air, but Mowgli dared not risk a false blow. At last, made furious beyond his natural strength, he bounded up 7 or 8 feet clear of the ground. Then Mowgli's hand shot out like the head of a tree snake, and gripped him by the scruff of his neck, and the branch shook with the jar as his weight fell back, and Mowgli was almost wrenched onto the ground. But he never loosed his grip, and inch by inch he hauled the beast, hanging like a drowned jackal, up on the branch. With his left hand he reached for his knife and cut off the red, bushy tail, flinging the dhole back to earth again. That was all he needed. The dhole would not go forward on One Tala's trail now till they had killed Mowgli, or Mowgli had killed them. He saw them settle down in circles with a quiver of the haunches that meant revenge to the death. 26 And so he climbed to a higher crotch, settled his back comfortably and went to sleep. After 3 or 4 hours he waked and counted the pack. They were all there, silent, husky, and dry, with eyes of steel. The sun was beginning to sink. In half an hour the little people of the rocks would be ending their labors, and, as you know, the dhole does not fight well in the twilight. I did not need such faithful watchers, he said, standing up on a branch, but I will remember this. Ye be true dholes, but to my thinking too much of one kind. For that reason I do not give the big lizard-eater his tail again. Art thou not pleased, Red Dog? I myself will tear out thy stomach, yelled the leader, biting the foot of the tree. Nay, but consider, wise rat of Deccan. There will now be many litters of little tailless red dogs, with raw red stumps that sting when the sand is hot. Go home, Red Dog, and cry that an ape has done this. Ye will not go? Come then with me, and I will make ye very wise. He moved monkey fashion 27 into the next tree, and so on into the next and the next, the pack following with lifted hungry heads. Now and then he would pretend to fall, and the pack would tumble one over the other in their haste to be in at the death. It was a curious sight, the boy with the knife that shone in the low sunlight as it sifted through the upper branches, and the silent pack with their red coats all aflame huddling and following below. When he came to the last tree he took the garlic and rubbed himself all over carefully, and the dholes yelled with scorn. Ape with a wolf's tongue, dost thou think to cover thy scent? They said. We will follow to the death. Take thy tail, said Mowgli, flinging it back along the course he had taken. The pack naturally rushed back a little when they smelt the blood. 28 And follow now, to the death. He had slipped down the tree trunk, and headed like the wind in bare feet for the bee rocks, before the dholes saw what he would do. They gave one deep howl and settled down to the long lobbing canter that can, at the last, run down anything that lives. Mowgli knew their pack pace to be much slower than that of the wolves, or he would never have risked a 2-mile run in full sight. They were sure that the boy was theirs at last, and he was sure that he had them to play with as he pleased. All his trouble was to keep them silently hot behind him to prevent them turning off too soon. He ran cleanly, evenly, and springily, the tailless leader not 5 yards behind him, and the pack stringing out 29 over perhaps a quarter of a mile of ground, crazy and blind with the rage of slaughter. So he kept his distance by ear, reserving his last effort for the rush across the bee rocks. The little people had gone to sleep in the early twilight, for it was not the season of late blossoming flowers. 30 But as Mowgli's first footfalls rang hollow on the hollow ground he heard a sound as though all the earth were humming. Then he ran as he had never run in his life before, spurned aside 1, 2, 3 of the piles of stones into the dark sweet-smelling gullies, heard a roar like the roar of the sea in a cave, saw with the tail of his eye the air grow dark behind him, saw the current of the Waingunga far below, and a flat, diamond-shaped head in the water, leaped outward with all his strength, the tailless dhole snapping at his shoulder in mid-air, and dropped feet first to the safety of the river, breathless and triumphant. There was not a sting on his body, for the smell of the garlic had checked the little people for just the few seconds that carried him across the rocks. When he rose, Ka's coils were steadying him and things were bounding over the edge of the cliff, great lumps, it seemed, of clustered bees falling like plummets, and as each lump touched water the bees flew upward and the body of a dhole whirled downstream. Overhead they could hear furious short yells that were drowned in a roar like thunder, the roar of the wings of the little people of the rocks. Some of the dholes, too, had fallen into the gullies that communicated with the underground caves, and there choked, and fought, and snapped among the tumbled honeycombs, and at last, borne up dead on the heaving waves of bees beneath them, shot out of some hole in the river face, to roll over on the black rubbish heaps. There were dholes who had leaped short into the trees on the cliffs, and the bees blotted out their shapes, but the greater number of them, maddened by the stings, had flung themselves into the river, and, as Ka said, the Waingunga was hungry water. Kai held Mowgli fast till the boy had recovered his breath. "We may not stay here," he said. "The little people are roused indeed. Come." Swimming low and diving as often as he could, Mowgli went down the river with the knife in his hand. "Slowly, slowly," said Ka. "One tooth does not kill 100 unless it be a cobra's," and many of the dholes took water swiftly when they saw the little people rise. "They are unhurt." 31. "The more work for my knife, then. Fie! How the little people follow." Mowgli sank again. The face of the water was blanketed with wild bees buzzing sullenly and stinging all they found. "Nothing was ever yet lost by silence," said Ka. "No sting could penetrate his scales, and thou hast all the long knife for the hunting. Hear them howl." Nearly half the pack had seen the trap their fellows rushed into, and, turning sharp aside, had flung themselves into the water where the gorge broke down in steep banks. Their cries of rage and their threats against the tree-ape who had brought them to their shame mixed with the yells and growls of those who had been punished by the little people. To remain ashore was death, and every dhole knew it. The pack was swept along the current, down and down to the rocks 32 of the Peace Pool, but even there the angry little people followed and forced them to the water again. Mowgli could hear the voice of the tailless leader bidding his people hold on and kill out every wolf and Seeonee. But he did not waste his time in listening. "One kills in the dark behind us," snapped a dhole. "Here is tainted water." Mowgli had dived forward like an otter, twitched a struggling dhole under water before he could open his mouth, and dark, oily rings rose in the Peace Pool as the body plopped up, turning on its side. The dholes tried to turn, but the current forced them by, and the little people darted at their heads and ears, and they could hear the challenge of the Seeonee pack growing louder and deeper in the gathering darkness ahead. Again Mowgli dived, and again a dhole went under and rose dead, and again the clamor broke out at the rear of the pack, some howling that it was best to go ashore, others calling on their leader to lead them back to the Deccan, and others bidding Mowgli show himself and be killed. "They come to the fight with 2 stomachs and many voices," said Ka. "The rest is with thy brethren below yonder. The little people go back to sleep, and I will turn also. I do not help wolves." 33. A wolf came running along the bank on 3 legs, leaping up and down, laying his head sideways close to the ground, hunching his back, and breaking a couple of feet into the air, as though he were playing with his cubs. It was one Tala, the outlier, and he said never a word, but continued his horrible sport beside the dholes. They had been long in the water now, and were swimming laboriously, their coats drenched and heavy, and their bushy tails dragging like sponges, so tired and shaken that they, too, were silent, watching the pair of blazing eyes that moved abreast of them. "This is no good hunting," said one at last. "Good hunting," said Mowgli as he rose boldly at the brute's side and sent the long knife home behind the shoulder, pushing hard to avoid the dying snap. "Art thou there, man-cub?" said one Tala, from the bank. "Ask of the dead, outlier," Mowgli replied. "Have none come downstream? I have filled these dogs' mouths with dirt, I have tricked them in the broad daylight, and their leader lacks his tail, but here be some few for thee still.
Whither shall I drive them?
I will wait, said one Tala. The long night is before me, and I shall see well. 34. Nearer and nearer came the bay of the sea wolves. For the full pack it is met, and a bend in the river drove the dholes forward among the sands and shoals opposite the sea lairs. Then they saw their mistake. They should have landed half a mile higher up and rushed the wolves on dry ground. Now it was too late. The bank was lined with burning eyes, and except for the horrible field cry that had never stopped since sundown, there was no sound in the jungle. It seemed as though one Tala was fawning on them to come ashore, and turn and take hold, said the leader of the dholes. The entire pack flung themselves at the shore, threshing and squattering through the shoal water till the face of the Waingunga was all white and torn, and the great ripples went from side to side like bow waves from a boat. Mowgli followed the rush, stabbing and slicing as the dholes, huddled together, rushed up the river beach in a wave. Then the long fight began, heaving and straining and splitting and scattering and narrowing and broadening along the red wet sands, and over in between the tangled tree roots, and through and among the bushes, and in and out of the grass clumps, for even now the dholes were 2 to 1. But they met wolves fighting for all that made the pack, and not only the short, deep-chested white-tusked hunters of the pack, but the wild-eyed lahinis 35, the she-wolves of the lair, as the saying is, fighting for their litters, with here and there a yearling wolf, his first coat still half woolly, tugging and grappling by their sides. A wolf, you must know, flies at the throat or snaps at the flank, while a dhole by preference bites low. 36. So when the dholes were struggling out of the water and had to raise their heads, the odds were with the wolves. On dry land the wolves suffered, but in the water or on land Mowgli's knife came and went the same. 37. The four had worked their way to his aid. 38. Gray Brother, crouched between the boy's knees, protected his stomach, while the others guarded his back on either side, or stood over him when the shock of a leaping, yelling dhole who had thrown himself on the steady blade bore him down. For the rest, it was one tangled confusion, a locked and swaying mob that moved from right to left and from left to right along the bank, and also ground round and round slowly on its own center. Here would be a heaving mound, like a water blister in a whirlpool, which would break like a water blister, and throw up 4 or 5 mangled dogs, each striving to get back to the center. Here would be a single wolf borne down by 2 or 3 dholes dragging them forward, and sinking the while. Here a yearling cub would be held up by the pressure round him, though he had been killed early in the fight, while his mother, crazed with dumb rage, rolled over snapping and passing on, and in the middle of the thickest fight, perhaps, one wolf and one dhole, forgetting everything else, would be maneuvering for first hold till they were swept away by a rush of yelling fighters. Once Mowgli passed Akela, a dhole on either flank, and his all but toothless jaws closed over the loins of a third, and once he saw Feo, his teeth set in the throat of a dhole, tugging the unwilling beast forward till the yearlings could finish him. But the bulk of the fight was blind flurry and smother in the dark, hit, trip, and tumble, yelp, groan and worry round him and behind him and above him. As the night wore on, the quick giddy go-round motion increased. The dholes were wearied and afraid. 39 to attack the stronger wolves, though they did not yet dare to run 40 away, but Mowgli felt that the end was coming soon, and contented himself with striking to cripple. The yearlings were growing bolder, there was time to breathe, and now the mere flicker of the knife would sometimes turn a dhole aside. 41. The meat is very near the bone, Grey Brother gasped. He was bleeding from a score of flesh wounds. But the bone is yet to be cracked, said Mowgli. Aowa. Thus do we do in the jungle. The red blade ran like a flame along the side of a dhole whose hind quarters were hidden by the weight of a clinging wolf. My kill, snorted the wolf through his wrinkled nostrils. Leave him to me. Is thy stomach still empty, outlier? Said Mowgli. One Tala was fearfully punished, but his grip had paralyzed the dhole, who could not turn round and reach him. By the bull that bought me, Mowgli cried, with a bitter laugh, it is the tailless one. And indeed it was the big bay-colored leader. It is not wise to kill cubs and lahinis, Mowgli went on philosophically, wiping the blood out of his eyes, unless one also kills the lair father, and it is in my stomach that this lair father kills thee. 42. A dole leaped to his leader's aid, but before his teeth had found one Tala's flank, Mowgli's knife was in his chest, and Grey Brother took what was left. And thus do we do in the jungle, said Mowgli. One Tala said not a word, only his jaws were closing and closing on the backbone as life ebbed. The dole shuddered, his head dropped and he lay still, and one Tala dropped above him. Ha! The blood debt is paid, said Mowgli. Sing the song, one Tala. He hunts no more, said Grey Brother, and Akela too is silent, this long time. The bone is cracked, thundered Phao, son of Phaona. They go. Kill, kill out, O hunters of the free people. Dole after dole was slinking away from those dark and bloody sands to the river, to the thick jungle, upstream or downstream as he saw the road clear. The debt! The debt, shouted Mowgli. Pay the debt. They have slain the lone wolf. Let not a dog go. He was flying to the river, knife in hand, to check any dole who dared to take water, when, from under a mound of 9 dead, rose Akela's head in 4 quarters, and Mowgli dropped on his knees beside the lone wolf. Said I not it would be my last fight? Akela gasped. It is good hunting. And thou, little brother? I live, having killed many. Even so. I die, and I would die by thee, little brother. Mowgli took the terrible scarred head on his knees, and put his arms round the torn neck. It is long since the old days of Shere Khan and a man-cub that rolled naked in the dust, coughed Akela. Nay, nay, I am a wolf. I am of one skin with the free people, Mowgli cried. It is no will of mine that I am a man. Thou art a man, little brother, wolfling of my watching. Thou art all a man, or else the pack had fled before the dole. My life I owe to thee, and today thou hast saved the pack even as once I saved thee. Hast thou forgotten? All debts are paid now. Go to thine own people. I tell thee again, eye of my eye, this hunting is ended. Go to thine own people. I will never go. I will hunt alone in the jungle. I have said it. After the summer come the rains, and after the rains comes the spring. Go back before thou art driven. Who will drive me? Mowgli will drive Mowgli. Go back to thy people. Go to man. When Mowgli drives Mowgli I will go, Mowgli answered. There is no more for thee, 43 said Akela. Now I would speak to my kind. 44 Little brother, canst thou raise me to my feet? I also am a leader of the free people. Very carefully and gently Mowgli raised 45 Akela to his feet, both arms round him, and the lone wolf drew a deep breath and began the death song that a leader of the pack should sing when he dies. It gathered strength as he went on, lifting and ringing far across the river, till it came to the last good hunting, and Akela shook himself clear of Mowgli for an instant, and leaping into the air, fell backwards dead upon his last and most terrible kill. Mowgli sat with his head on his knees, careless of anything else, while the last of the dying doles 46 were being overtaken and run down by the merciless lahinis. Little by little the cries died away, and the wolves came back limping as their wounds stiffened to take stock of the dead. 15 of the pack, as well as half a dozen lahinis, were dead by the river, and of the others not one was unmarked. Mowgli sat through it all till the cold daybreak, when Phao's wet red muzzle was dropped in his hand, and Mowgli drew back to show the gaunt body of Akela. Good hunting, said Phao, as though Akela were still alive, and then over his bitten shoulder to the others, howl, dogs. A wolf has died tonight. But of all the pack of 200 fighting doles, red dogs of the Deccan, whose boast is that no living thing in the jungle dare stand before them, 47 not one returned to the Deccan to carry that news. Cheel Song. This is the song that Cheel sang as the kites dropped down one after another to the riverbed, when the great fight was finished. Chil is good friends with everybody, but he is a cold-blooded kind of creature at heart, because he knows that almost everybody in the jungle comes to him in the long run. These were my companions going forth by night. Chil, one look you, for Chil. Now come I to whistle them the ending of the fight. Chil. Vanguards of Chil. Word they gave me overhead of quarry newly slain, word I gave them underfoot of buck upon the plain. Here's an end of every trail, they shall not speak again. They that gave the hunting cry, they that followed fast, Chil. Look you, for Chil. They that bade the sambar wheel, and pinned him as he passed, Chil. Vanguards of Chil. They that lagged behind the scent, they that ran before, they that shunned the level horn, they that overbore, here's an end of every trail, they shall not follow more. These were my companions. Pity tea was they died. Chil. Look you, for Chil. Now come I to comfort them that knew them in their pride. Chil. Vanguards of Chil. Tattered flank and sunken eye, open mouth and red. Locked and lank and lone they lie, the dead upon their dead. Here's an end of every trail, and here my hosts are fed. The spring running. Man goes to man. Cry the challenge through the jungle. He that was our brother goes away. Hear, now, and judge, O ye people of the jungle, answer, who shall turn him, who shall stay? Man goes to man. He is weeping in the jungle, he that was our brother sorrows sore. Man goes to man. Oh, we loved him in the jungle. To the man trail where we may not follow more. The second year after the great fight with Red Dog and the death of Akela, Mowgli must have been nearly 17 years old. He looked older, for hard exercise, the best of good eating, and baths whenever he felt in the least hot or dusty had given him strength and growth far beyond his age. He could swing by one hand from a top branch for half an hour at a time, when he had occasion to look along the tree roads. He could stop a young buck in mid-gallop and throw him sideways by the head. He could even jerk over the big blue wild boars that lived in the marshes of the north. The jungle people, who used to fear him for his wits, feared him now for his mere strength, and when he moved quietly on his own affairs the whisper of his coming cleared the wood paths. And yet the look in his eyes was always gentle. Even when he fought his eyes never blazed as Bagheera's did. They only grew more and more interested and excited, and that was one of the things that Bagheera himself did not understand. He asked Mowgli about it, and the boy laughed and said, "When I miss the kill I am angry. When I must go empty for 2 days I am very angry." "Do not my eyes talk then?" "The mouth is hungry," one said Bagheera, "but the eyes say nothing. Hunting, eating, or swimming, it is all one, like a stone in wet or dry weather." Mowgli looked at him lazily from under his long eyelashes, and, as usual, the panther's head dropped. Bagheera knew his master. They were lying out far up the side of a hill overlooking the Waingunga, and the morning mists lay below them in bands of white and green. As the sun rose they changed into bubbling seas of red and gold, churned off, and let the low rays strike the dried grass on which Mowgli and Bagheera were resting. It was the end of the cold weather, the leaves and the trees looked worn and faded, and there was a dry ticking rustle when the wind blew. A little leaf tapped furiously against a twig as a single leaf caught in a current will. It roused Bagheera, for he snuffed the morning air with a deep hollow cough, threw himself on his back and struck with his forepaws at the nodding leaf above. "The year turns," he said. "The jungle goes forward. The time of new talk is near. That leaf knows. It is very good." "The grass is dry," Mowgli answered, pulling up a tuft. "Even eye of the spring, that is a little trumpet-shaped waxy red flower that runs in and out among the grasses, even eye of the spring is shut in. Bagheera, is it well for the black panther so to lie on his back and beat with his paws in the air as though he were the tree cat?"
"Ow," said Bagheera.
He seemed to be thinking of other things.
"I say, is it well for the Black Panther so to mouth and cough and howl and roll? Remember, we be the masters of the jungle, thou and I."
"Indeed, yes, I hear, man-cub." Bagheera rolled over hurriedly and sat up, the dust on his ragged black flanks. He was just casting his winter coat. "We be surely the masters of the jungle.
Who is so strong as Mowgli?
Who so wise?"
There was a curious drawl in the voice that made Mowgli turn to see whether by any chance the
Black Panther were making fun of him, for the jungle is full of words that sound like one thing but mean another.
"I said we be beyond question the masters of the jungle," Bagheera repeated. "Have I done wrong?"
"I did not know that the man-cub no longer lay upon the ground."
"Does he fly, then?"
Mowgli sat with his elbows on his knees looking out across the valley at the daylight. Somewhere down in the woods below a bird was trying over in a husky, reedy voice the first few notes of his spring song. It was no more than a shadow of the full-throated tumbling call he would be crying later, but Bagheera heard it. "I said the time of new talk was near," growled the panther, switching his tail.
"I hear," Mowgli answered.
"Bagheera, why dost thou shake all over?"
"The sun is warm."
"That is Pharaoh, too, the scarlet woodpecker," said Bagheera.
"He has not forgotten."
"Now I too must remember my song," and he began purring and crooning to himself, harking back dissatisfied again and again.
"There is no game afoot," said Mowgli, lazily.
"Little brother, are both thine ears stopped? That is no killing word but my song that I make ready against the need of three."
"I had forgotten."
"I shall know when the time of new talk is here, because then thou and the others run away and leave me single foot."
Mowgli spoke rather savagely.
"But, indeed, little brother," Bagheera began, "we do not always." "I say ye do," said Mowgli, shooting out his forefinger angrily. "Ye do run away, and I, who am the master of the jungle, must needs walk single foot.
How was it last season, when I would gather sugar cane from the fields of a man-pack? I sent a runner, I sent thee
to Hathi, bidding him to come upon such a night and pluck the sweet grass for me with his trunk. He came only 2 nights later," said Bagheera, cowering a little, "and of that long sweet grass that pleased thee so, he gathered more than any man-cub could eat in all the nights of the rains. His was no fault of mine. He did not come upon the night when I sent him the word. No, he was trumpeting and running and roaring through valleys in the moonlight. His trail was like the trail of 3 elephants, for he would not hide among the trees. He danced in the moonlight before the houses of the man-pack. I saw him, and yet he would not come to me, and I am the master of the jungle." "It was the time of new talk," said the panther, always very humble.
"Perhaps, little brother, thou didst not that time call him by a master word? Listen to Pharaoh, 4. Mowgli's bad temper seemed to have boiled itself away.
He lay back with his head on his arms, his eyes shut. "I do not know, nor do I care," he said sleepily.
"Let us sleep, Bagheera. My stomach is heavy in me. Make me a rest for my head."
The panther lay down again with a sigh, because he could hear Pharaoh practicing and repracticing his song against the springtime of new talk, as they say. In an Indian jungle the seasons slide one into the other almost without division. There seem to be only 2, the wet and the dry, but if you look closely below the torrents of rain and the clouds of char and dust you will find all 4 going round in their regular order. Spring is the most wonderful, because she has not to cover a clean bare field with new leaves and flowers, but to drive before her and to put away the hanging on, over surviving rame of half-green things which the gentle winter has suffered to live, and to make the partly dressed, stale earth feel new and young once more. And this she does so well that there is no spring in the world like the jungle spring. There is one day when all things are tired, and the very smells as they drift on the heavy air are old and used.
One cannot explain, but it feels so.
Then there is another day, to the eye nothing whatever has changed, when all the smells are new and delightful and the whiskers of the jungle people quiver to their roots, and the winter hair comes away from their sides in long draggled locks. Then, perhaps, a little rain falls, and all the trees and the bushes and the bamboos and the mosses and the juicy-leaved plants wake with a noise of growing that you can almost hear, and under this noise runs, day and night, a deep hum. That is the noise of the spring, a vibrating boom which is neither bees nor falling water nor the wind in the treetops, but the purring of the warm, happy world. Up to this year Mowgli had always delighted in the turn of the seasons. It was he who generally saw the first eye of the spring deep down among the grasses, and the first bank of spring clouds which are like nothing else in the jungle. His voice could be heard in all sorts of wet star-lighted blossoming places, helping the big frogs through their choruses, or mocking the little upside-down owls that hoot through the white nights. Like all his people, spring was the season he chose for his flittings, moving for mere joy of rushing through the warm air, 30, 40, or 50 miles between twilight and the morning star, and coming back panting and laughing and wreathed with strange flowers. The four did not follow him on these wild ringings of the jungle, but went off to sing songs with other wolves. The jungle people are very busy in the spring, and Mowgli could hear them grunting and screaming and whistling according to their kind. Their voices then are different from their voices at other times of the year, and that is one of the reasons why spring is called the time of new talk. But that spring, as he told Bagheera, his stomach was new in him. Ever since the bamboo shoots turned spotty brown he had been looking forward to the morning when the smell should change. But when that morning came, and more, the peacock, blazing in bronze and blue and gold, cried it aloud all along the misty woods, and Mowgli opened his mouth to send on the cry, the words choked between his teeth, and a feeling came over him that began at his toes and ended in his hair, a feeling of pure unhappiness, and he looked himself over to be sure that he had not trodden on a thorn. More cried the new smells, the other birds took it over, and from the rocks by the Waingunga he heard Bagheera's horse scream, something between the scream of an eagle and the neighing of a horse. There was a yelling and scattering of bandarlog in the new budding branches above, and there stood Mowgli, his chest filled to answer more, sinking in little gasps as the breath was driven out of it by this unhappiness. He stared, but he could see no more than the mocking bandarlog scudding through the trees, and more, his tail spread in full splendor, dancing on the slopes below. The smells have changed, screamed more good hunting, little brother. Where is thy answer? Little brother, good hunting, whistled Shield the kite and his mate swooping down together. The two baffed under Mowgli's nose so close that a pinch of downy white feathers brushed out. A light spring rain, elephant rain they call it, drove across the jungle in a belt half a mile wide, left the new leaves wet and nodding behind, and died out in a double rainbow and a light roll of thunder. The spring hum broke out for a minute and was silent, but all the jungle folk seemed to be giving tongue at once. All except Mowgli. I have eaten good food, he said to himself. I have drunk good water. Nor does my throat burn and grow small, as it did when I bit the blue-spotted root that the turtle said was clean food. But my stomach is heavy, and I have, for no cause, given very bad talk to Bagheera and others, people of the jungle and my people. Now, too, I am hot and now I am cold, and now I am neither hot nor cold, but angry with that which I cannot see. Ho-hoo! It is time to make a running. Tonight I will cross the ranges, yes, I will make a spring running to the marshes of the north and back again. I have hunted too easily too long. The four shall come with me, for they grow as fat as white grubs. He called, but never one of the four answered. They were far beyond earshot, singing over the spring songs, the moon and sambar songs, with the wolves of the pack, for in the springtime the jungle people make little difference between the day and the night. He gave the sharp barking note, but his only answer was the mocking meow of the little spotted tree cat winding in and out among the branches for early birds' nests. At this he shook all over with rage and half drew his knife. Then he became very haughty, though there was no one to see him, and stalked severely down the hillside, chin up and eyebrows down. But never a single one of his people asked him a question, for they were all too busy with their own affairs. Yes, said Mowgli to himself, though in his heart he knew that he had no reason. Let the red dhole come from the Deccan or the red flower dance among the bamboos, and all the jungle runs whining to Mowgli calling him great elephant names. But now, because Eye of the Spring is red, and more, forsooth, must show his naked legs in some spring dance, the jungle goes mad as tabaki. By the bull that bought me, am I the master of the jungle or am I not? Be silent. What do ye hear? A couple of young wolves of the pack were cantering down a path looking for open ground in which to fight. You will remember that the law of the jungle forbids fighting where the pack can see. Their neck bristles were as stiff as wire, and they bayed furiously, crouching for the first grapple. Mowgli leaped forward, caught one outstretched throat in either hand, expecting to fling the creatures backwards, as he had often done in games or pack hunts. But he had never before interfered with a spring fight. The two leaped forward and dashed him aside to the earth, and without word to waste rolled over and over close locked. Mowgli was on his feet almost before he fell, his knife and his white teeth were bared, and at that minute he would have killed both for no reason but that they were fighting when he wished them to be quiet, although every wolf has full right under the law to fight. He danced round them with lowered shoulders and quivering hand ready to send in a double blow when the first flurry of the spume should be over, but while he waited the strength seemed to go out of his body, the knife point lowered, and he sheathed the knife and watched. I have eaten poison, he said at last. Since I broke up the council with the red flower, since I killed Shere Khan, none of the pack could fling me aside. And these be only tail wolves in the pack, little hunters. My strength is gone from me, and presently I shall die. Oh, Mowgli, why dost thou not kill them both? The fight went on till one wolf ran away, and Mowgli was left alone on the torn and bloody ground looking now at his knife, and now at his legs and arms, while the feeling of unhappiness he had never known before covered him as water covers a log. He killed early that evening and ate but little, so as to be in good fettle for his spring running, and he ate alone because all the jungle people were away singing or fighting. It was a perfect white night, as they call it. All green things seemed to have made a month's growth since the morning. The branch that was yellow-leaved the day before dripped sap when Mowgli broke it. The mosses curled deep and warm over his feet, the young grass had no cutting edges, and all the voices of the jungle boomed like one deep harp string touched by the moon, the full moon of New Talk, who splashed her light full on rock and pool, slipped it between trunk and creeper, and sifted it through the million leaves. Unhappy as he was, 5. Mowgli sang aloud with pure delight as he settled into his stride. It was more like flying than anything else, for he had chosen the long downward slope that leads to the northern marshes through the heart of the main jungle, where the springy ground deadened the fall of his feet. A man-taught man would have picked his way with many stumbles through the cheating moonlight, but Mowgli's muscles, trained by years of experience, bore him up as though he were a feather. When a rotten log or a hidden stone turned under his foot he saved himself, never checking his pace, without effort and without thought. When he tired of ground going he threw up his hands monkey fashion to the nearest creeper, and seemed to float rather than to climb up into the thin branches, whence he would follow a tree road till his mood changed, and he shot downwards in a long leafy curve to the levels again. There were still hot hollows surrounded by wet rocks where he could hardly breathe for the heavy scents of the night flowers, and the bloom along the creeper buds, dark avenues where the moonlight lay in belts as regular as checkered marbles in a church aisle, thickets where the wet young growth stood breast high about him and threw its arms round his waist, and hilltops crowned with broken rock, where he leaped from stone to stone above the lairs of the frightened little foxes. He would hear, very faint and far off, the chug-drug of a boar sharpening his tusks on a bull, and later would come across the great brute all alone, scribing and rending the red bark of a tree, his mouth dripping with foam and his eyes blazing like fire. Or he would turn aside to the sound of clashing horns and hissing grunts and dash past a couple of furious sambar, staggering to and fro with lowered heads, striped with blood that shows black in the moonlight. Or at some rushing ford he would hear Jacala the crocodile bellowing like a bull, or disturb a knot of the poison people, but before they could strike he would be away and across the glistening shingle, and deep into the jungle again. So he ran, sometimes shouting, sometimes singing to himself, the happiest thing in all the jungle that night, till the smell of the flowers warned him that he was near the marshes, and those lay far beyond his furthest hunting grounds. Here, again, a man-trained man would have sunk overhead in 3 strides, but Mowgli's feet had eyes in them and they passed him from tussock to tussock and clump to quaking clump without asking help from the eyes in his head. He headed out to the middle of the swamp, disturbing the duck as he ran, and sat down on a moss-coated tree trunk lapped in the black water. The marsh was awake all round him, for in the spring the bird people sleep very lightly, and companies of them were coming or going the night through. But no one took any notice of Mowgli sitting among the tall reeds humming songs without words and looking at the soles of his hard brown feet in case of neglected thorns. All his unhappiness seemed to have been left behind in his own jungle, and he was just beginning his song when it came back again, 10 times worse than before. To make all worse, the moon was setting. This time Mowgli was frightened. "It is here also," he said half aloud. "It has followed me," and he looked over his shoulder to see whether the it were not standing behind him. "There is no one here." The night noises in the marsh went on, but never bird or beast spoke to him, and the new feeling of misery grew. "I have eaten poison," he said, in an awe-stricken voice. "It must be that carelessly I have eaten poison, and my strength is going from me. I was afraid, and yet it was not I that was afraid." Mowgli was afraid when the 2 wolves fought. Akela, or even Phao, would have silenced them, yet Mowgli was afraid. "That is sure sign I have eaten poison. But what do they care in the jungle? They sing and howl and fight, and run in companies under the moon, and I am dying in the marshes, of that poison which I have eaten." He was so sorry for himself that he nearly wept. "And after," he went on, "it will find me lying in the black water. Nay, I will go back to my own jungle and I will die upon the council rock, and Bagheera whom I love, if he is not screaming in the valley. Bagheera, perhaps, may watch by what is left for a little, lest she'll use me as he used Akela." A large warm tear splashed down on his knee, and, miserable as he was, Mowgli felt happy that he was so miserable, if you can understand that upside-down sort of happiness. As Chil the kite used Akela, he repeated, "On the night I saved the pack from Red Dog." He was quiet for a little, thinking of the last words of the lone wolf, which you, of course, remember. "Now Akela said to me many foolish things before he died, for when we die our stomachs change. He said, 'Nonetheless, I am of the jungle.'" In his excitement, as he remembered the fight on Waingunga Bank, he shouted the last words aloud, and a wild buffalo cow among the reeds sprang to her knees, snorting, "Man!" Said Mysa, the wild buffalo. Mowgli could hear him turn in his wallow, "That is no man. It is only the hairless wolf of the CNE pack. On such nights runs he to and fro." Said the cow, dropping her head again to graze, "I thought it was man." "I say no." "Oh, Mowgli, is it danger?" lowed Mysa. "Oh, Mowgli, is it danger?" the boy called back mockingly. "That is all Mysa thinks for, is it danger? But for Mowgli, who goes to and fro in the jungle by night watching, what care ye?" "How loud he cries," said the cow. "Thus do they cry," Mysa answered contemptuously, "who having torn the grass up know not how to eat it." "For less than this," Mowgli groaned to himself, "for less than this even last rains I had pricked Mysa out of his wallow and ridden him through the swamp on a rush halter." He stretched his hand to break one of the feathery reeds, but drew it back with a sigh. Mysa went on steadily chewing the cud and the long grass ripped where the cow grazed. "I will not die here," he said angrily. "Mysa, who is of one blood with Jacala and the pig, would mock me. Let us go beyond the swamp, and see what comes. Never have I run such a spring running, hot and cold together. Up, Mowgli." He could not resist the temptation of stealing across the reeds to Mysa and pricking him with the point of his knife. The great dripping bowl broke out of his wallow like a shell exploding, while Mowgli laughed till he sat down. "Say now that the hairless wolf of the Seeonee pack once herded thee, Mysa," he called. "Wolf! Thou," the bull snorted, stamping in the mud. "All the jungle knows thou wast a herder of tame cattle, such a man's brat as shouts in the dust by the crops yonder. Thou of the jungle! What hunter would have crawled like a snake among the leeches, and for a muddy jest, a jackal's jest, have shamed me before my cow? Come to firm ground, and I will. Mysa frothed at the mouth, for he has nearly the worst temper of anyone in the jungle. Mowgli watched him puff and blow with eyes that never changed. "When he could make himself heard through the spattering mud shower," he said, "what man pack lair here by the marshes, Mysa? This is new jungle to me." "Go north, then," roared the angry bull, for Mowgli had pricked him rather sharply. It was a naked cowherd's jest. "Go and tell them at the village at the foot of the marsh. The man pack do not love jungle tales, nor do I think, Mysa, that a scratch more or less on thy hide is any matter for a council. But I will go and look at this village. Yes, I will go. Softly now. It is not every night that the master of the jungle comes to herd thee." He stepped out to the shivering ground on the edge of the marsh, well knowing that Mysa would never charge over it, and laughed, as he ran, to think of the bull's anger. "My strength is not altogether gone," he said. "It may be the poison is not to the bone. There is a star sitting low yonder." He looked at it steadily between half-shut hands. "By the bull that bought me, it is the red flower that I lay beside before I came even to the first Seeonee pack. Now that I have seen, I will finish the running." The marsh ended in a broad plain where a light twinkled. It was a long time since Mowgli had concerned himself with the doings of men, but this night the glimmer of the red flower drew him forward as if it had been new game. 7. "I will look," said he, "and I will see how far the man pack has changed." Forgetting that he was no longer in his own jungle where he could do what he pleased, he trod carelessly through the dew-loaded grasses till he came to the hut where the light stood. 3 or 4 yelping dogs gave tongue, for he was on the outskirts of a village. "Ho!" said Mowgli, sitting down noiselessly, after sending back a deep wolf growl that silenced the curs. "What comes will come. Mowgli, what hast thou to do any more with the lairs of the man pack?" He rubbed his mouth, remembering where a stone had struck it years ago when the other man pack had cast him out. The door of the hut opened and a woman stood peering out into the darkness. A child cried, and the woman said over her shoulder, "Sleep." It was but a jackal that waked the dogs. "In a little time morning comes." Mowgli in the grass began to shake as though he had the fever. He knew that voice well, but to make sure he cried softly, surprised to find how man's talk came back, "Mesua. Oh Mesua." "Who calls?" said the woman, a quiver in her voice. "Hast thou forgotten?" said Mowgli, his throat was dry as he spoke. "If it be thou, what name did I give thee? Say." She had half shut the door, and her hand was clutching at her breast. "Nathu." "Oh hey Nathu," said Mowgli, for, as you know, that was the name Mesua gave him when he first came to the man pack. "Come, my son," she called, and Mowgli stepped into the light, and looked full at Mesua, the woman who had been good to him, and whose life he had saved from the man pack so long before. She was older, and her hair was gray, but her eyes and her voice had not changed. Womanlike, she expected to find Mowgli where she had left him, and her eyes traveled upwards in a puzzled fashion from his chest to his head, that touched the top of the door. "My son," she stammered, and then sinking to his feet, "but it is no longer my son. It is a godling of the woods. Ahai!" As he stood in the red light of the oil lamp, strong, tall, and beautiful, his long black hair sweeping over his shoulders, the knife swinging at his neck, and his head crowned with a wreath of white jasmine, he might easily have been mistaken for some wild god of a jungle legend.
The child half asleep on a cot sprang up and shrieked aloud with terror.
Mesua turned to soothe him while Mowgli stood still, looking in at the water jars and cooking pots, the grain bin, and all the other human belongings that he found himself remembering so well.
"What wilt thou eat or drink?" Mesua murmured. "This is all thine. We owe our lives to thee. But art thou, am I called Nathu, or a godling, indeed?"
"I am Nathu," said Mowgli. "I am very far from my own place.
I saw this light and came hither. I did not know thou wast here."
"After we came to Kanhawara," Mesua said timidly, "the English would have helped us against those villagers that sought to burn us."
"Rememberest thou?" "Indeed, I have not forgotten.
But when the English law was made ready, we went to the village of those evil people and it was no more to be found." "That also I remember," said Mowgli, with a quiver of the nostril. "My man, therefore, took service in the fields, and at last, for indeed he was a strong man, we held a little land here. It is not so rich as the old village, but we do not need much, we too."
"Where is he, the man that dug in the dirt when he was afraid on that night?"
"He is dead, a year."
"And he?" Mowgli pointed to the child. "My son that was born 2 rains ago.
If thou art a godling, give him the favor of the jungle that he may be safe among thy people as we were safe on that night." She lifted up the child, who, forgetting his fright, reached out to play with the knife that hung on Mowgli's chest, and Mowgli put the little fingers aside very carefully. "And if thou art Nathu whom the tigers carried away," Mesua went on, choking, "he is then my younger brother.
Give him an elder brother's blessing." "Hi my! What do I know of the thing called a blessing?
I am neither a godling nor his brother, and, oh mother, mother, my heart is heavy in thee." He shivered as he set down the child.
"Like enough," said Mesua, bustling among the cooking pots. "This comes of running about the marshes by night.
Beyond question, a fever has soaked thee to the marrow." Mowgli smiled a little at the idea of anything in the jungle hurting him. "I will make a fire and thou shalt drink warm milk. Put away the jasmine wreath, the smell is heavy in so small a place." Mowgli sat down, muttering, his face in his hands. All manner of strange feelings were running over him, exactly as though he had been poisoned, and he felt dizzy and a little sick. He drank the warm milk in long gulps, Mesua patting him on the shoulder from time to time, not quite sure whether he were her son Nathu of the long ago days or some wonderful jungle being, but glad to feel that he was at least flesh and blood. "Son," she said at last, her eyes were full of pride, "have any told thee that thou art beautiful beyond all men?" "Ha," said Mowgli, for of course he had never heard anything of the kind.
Mesua laughed softly and happily.
The look in his face was enough for her.
"I am the first, then?"
"It is right, though it comes seldom, that a mother should tell her son these good things.
Thou art very beautiful. Never have I looked upon such a man."
Mowgli twisted his head and tried to see over his own hard shoulder, and Mesua laughed again so long that Mowgli, not knowing why, was forced to laugh with her, and the child ran from one to the other laughing too. "Nay, thou must not mock thy brother," said Mesua, catching him to her breast. "When thou art one half as fair we will marry thee to the youngest daughter of a king and thou shalt ride great elephants." Mowgli could not understand one word in 3 of the talk here. The warm milk was taking effect on him after his 40-mile run, so he curled up and in a minute was deep asleep, and Mesua put the hair back from his eyes, threw a cloth over him and was happy. Jungle fashion, he slept out the rest of that night and all the next day, for his instincts, which never wholly slept, warned him there was nothing to fear. He waked at last with a bound that shook the hut, for the cloth over his face made him dream of traps, and there he stood, his hand on his knife, the sleep all heavy in his rolling eyes, ready for any fight.
Mesua laughed and set the evening meal before him.
There were only a few coarse cakes baked over the smoky fire, some rice, and a lump of sour preserved tamarinds, just enough to go on with till he could get to his evening kill. The smell of the dew in the marshes made him hungry and restless. He wanted to finish his spring running, but the child insisted on sitting in his arms, and Mesua would have it that his long blue-black hair must be combed out. So she sang as she combed, foolish little baby songs, now calling Mowgli her son, and now begging him to give some of his jungle power to the child. The hut door was closed, but Mowgli heard a sound he knew well, and saw Mesua's jaw drop with horror as a great grey paw came under the bottom of the door, and Grey Brother outside whined a mummed and penitent whine of anxiety and fear. Out and wait. You would not come when I called, said Mowgli in jungle talk, never turning his head, and the great grey paw disappeared. Do not bring thy servants with thee, said Mesua. We have always lived at peace with the jungle. It is peace, said Mowgli rising. Think of that night on the road to Kanhiwara. There were scores of such folk before thee and behind thee. But I see that even in springtime the jungle people do not always forget. Mother, I go. Mesua drew aside humbly. He was indeed a wood god, she thought, but as his hand was on the door the mother in her made her throw her arms round Mowgli's neck again and again. Come back, she whispered. Son or no son, come back, for I love thee, and look, he too grieves. The child was crying because the man with the shiny knife was going away. Come back again, Mesua repeated. By night or by day this door is never shut to thee. Mowgli's throat worked as though the cords in it were being pulled, and his voice seemed to be dragged from it as he answered, I will surely come back. And now, he said, as he put aside the head of the fawning wolf on the threshold, I have a little cry against thee, Grey Brother. Why came ye not, all four, when I called so long ago? So long ago? It was but last night. We were singing in the jungle, the new songs, for this is the time of new talk. Rememberest thou? Truly, truly. And as soon as the songs were sung, Grey Brother went on earnestly, I followed thy trail. I ran from all the others and followed hotfoot. But, O little brother, what hast thou done, eating and sleeping with the man-pack? If he had come when I called this had never been, said Mowgli, running much faster. And now what is to be, said Grey Brother. Mowgli was going to answer when a girl in a white cloth came down some path that led from the outskirts of the village. Grey Brother dropped out of sight at once and Mowgli backed noiselessly into a field of high springing crops. He could almost have touched her with his hand when the warm green stalks closed before his face and he disappeared like a ghost. The girl screamed, for she thought she had seen a spirit, and then she gave a deep sigh. Mowgli parted the stalks with his hands and watched her till she was out of sight. And now I do not know, he said, sighing in his turn. Why did she not come when I called? We follow thee, Grey Brother mumbled, licking at Mowgli's heel. We follow thee always except in the time of the new talk. And would ye follow me to the man-pack? Mowgli whispered. Did I not follow thee on the night that our old pack cast thee out? Who waked thee lying among the crops? But again? Have I not followed thee tonight? But again and again, and it may be again, Grey Brother? Grey Brother was silent. When he spoke he growled to himself. The Black One spoke truth. And he said? Man goes to man at the last. Raksha our mother said. So also said Akela on the night of Red Dog, Mowgli muttered. So also said Kaa, who is wiser than us all. What dost thou say, Grey Brother? They cast thee out once, with bad talk. They cut thy mouth with stones. They sent Buldeo to slay thee. They would have thrown thee into the red flower. Thou, and not I, hast said that they are evil and senseless. Thou and not I follow my own people, didst let in the jungle upon them. Thou and not I didst make song against them more bitter even than our song against Red Dog.
I ask thee what thou sayest?
They were talking as they ran. Grey Brother cantered on a while without replying, and then he said between bound and bound as it were, Man-cub, master of the jungle, son of Raksha, lair brother to me, though I forget for a little while in the spring, thy trail is my trail, thy lair is my lair, thy kill is my kill, and thy death fight is my death fight.
I speak for the three.
But what wilt thou say to the jungle?
That is well thought. Between the sight and the kill it is not good to wait.
Go before and cry them all to the council rock, and I will tell them what is in my stomach.
But they may not come, in the time of the new talk they may forget me.
Hast thou then forgotten nothing? Snapped Grey Brother over his shoulder, as he laid himself down to gallop, and Mowgli followed, thinking. At any other season his news would have called all the jungle together with bristling necks, but now they were busy hunting and fighting and killing and singing. From one to another Grey Brother ran, crying, the master of the jungle goes back to man.
Come to the council rock.
And the happy, eager people only answered, he will return in the summer heats. The rains will drive him to lair.
Run and sing with us, Grey Brother.
But the master of the jungle goes back to man, Grey Brother would repeat.
Yoa?
Is the time of new talk any less good for that? They would reply. So when Mowgli, heavy-hearted, came up through the well-remembered rocks to the place where he had been brought into the pack, he found only the four, Baloo, who was nearly blind with age, and the heavy, cold-blooded Kaa, coiled round Akela's empty seat. Thy trail ends here, then, manling, said Kaa, as Mowgli threw himself down, his face in his hands.
Cry thy cry.
We be of one blood, thou and I, a man and snake together.
Why was I not torn in two by Red Dog? Nine the boy moaned.
My strength is gone from me, and it is not the poison. By night and by day I hear a double step upon my trail. When I turn my head it is as though one had hidden himself from me that instant.
I go to look behind the trees and he is not there.
I call and none cry again, but it is as though one listened and kept back the answer.
I lie down, but I do not rest.
I run the spring running, but I am not made still. I bathe, but I am not made cool. The kill sickens me, but I have no heart to fight except I kill. The red flower is in my body, my bones are water, and I know not what I know. What need of talk, said Baloo, slowly, turning his head to where Mowgli lay. Akela by the river said it, that Mowgli should drive
Mowgli back to the man-pack.
I said it.
But who listens now to Baloo?
Bagheera, where is Bagheera this night?
He knows also. It is the law.
When we met at Cold Lairs, Manling, I knew it, said Kaa, turning a little in his mighty coils. Man goes to man at the last, though the jungle does not cast him out. The four looked at one another and at Mowgli, puzzled but obedient.
The jungle does not cast me out, then? Mowgli stammered.
Grey Brother and the three growled furiously, beginning, so long as we live none shall dare, but Baloo checked them.
I taught thee the law.
It is for me to speak, he said, and though I cannot now see the rocks before me, I see far. Little frog, take thine own trail, make thy lair with thine own blood in pack and people, but when there is need of foot or tooth or eye or a word carried swiftly by night, remember, master of the jungle is thine at call. The middle jungle is thine also, said Kaa.
I speak for no small people.
Hi my brothers, cried Mowgli, throwing up his arms with a sob. I know not what I know, I would not go, but I am drawn by both feet.
How shall I leave these nights?
Nay, look up, little brother, Baloo repeated.
There is no shame in this hunting. When the honey is eaten we leave the empty hive.
Having cast the skin, said Kaa, we may not creep into it afresh.
It is the law. Listen, dearest of all to me, said Baloo. There is neither word nor will here to hold thee back. Look up. Who may question the master of the jungle? I saw thee playing among the white pebbles yonder when thou wast a little frog, and Bagheera, that bought thee for the price of a young bull newly killed, saw thee also. Of that looking over we two only remain, for Raksha, thy lair mother, is dead with thy lair father, the old wolf pack is long since dead, thou knowest whither Shere Khan went, and Akela died among the dholes, where but for thy wisdom and strength the second Seeonee pack would also have died. There remain nothing but old bones. It is no longer the man-cub that asks leave of his pack, but the master of the jungle that changes his trail. Who shall question man in his ways? But Bagheera and the bull that bought me, said Mowgli. I would not. His words were cut short by a roar and a crash in the thicket below, and Bagheera, light, strong, and terrible as always, stood before him. Therefore, he said, stretching out a dripping right paw, I did not come. It was a long hunt, but he lies dead in the bushes now, a bull in his second year, the bull that frees thee, little brother. All debts are paid now. For the rest, my word is Baloo's word. He licked Mowgli's foot. Remember Bagheera loved thee, he cried and bounded away. At the foot of the hill he cried again long and loud, good hunting on a new trail, master of the jungle. Remember Bagheera loved thee. Thou hast heard, said Baloo. There is no more. Go now, but first come to me. O wise little frog, come to me. It is hard to cast the skin, said Kaa, as Mowgli sobbed and sobbed with his head on the blind bear's side and his arms round his neck, while Baloo tried feebly to lick his feet. The stars are thin, said Grey Brother SNUing at the dawnwind. Where shall we lair today? For, from now we follow new trails. And this is the last of the Mowgli stories. Point 11. The Out Song. This is the song that Mowgli heard behind him in the jungle till he came to Messua's door again. Baloo. For the sake of him who showed one wise frog the jungle road. Keep the law the man-pack make, for thy blind old Baloo's sake. Clean or tainted, hot or stale, hold it as it were the trail. Through the day and through the night, questing neither left nor right. For the sake of him who loves thee beyond all else that moves, when thy pack would make thee pain, say Tabaki sings again. When thy pack would work thee ill, say, Shere Khan is yet to kill. When the knife is drawn to slay, keep the law and go thy way. Root and honey, palm and spatha, one guard a cub from harm and scathe. Wood and water, wind and tree. Jungle favor go with thee. Kaa. Anger is the egg of fear, only lidless eyes are clear. Cobra poison none may leech. Even so with cobra speech. Open talk shall call to thee strength whose mate is courtesy. Send no lunge beyond thy length, lend no rotten bough thy strength. Gauge thy gape with buck or goat, lest thine eye should choke thy throat. After gorging, wouldst thou sleep? Look, thy den is hid and deep, lest a wrong, by thee forgot, draw thy killer to the spot. East and west and north and south, wash thy skin and close thy mouth. Pit and rift and blue pool brim. Middle jungle follow him. Wood and water, wind and tree, jungle favor go with thee. Bagheera. In the cage my life began, while I know the ways of man too. By the broken lock that freed man-cub, where the man-cubs breed. Scenting dew or starlight pale. Choose no idle tree-cat trail. Pack or council, hunt or den, cry no truce with jackalmen. Feed them silence when they say, come with us an easy way. Feed them silence when they seek help of thine to hurt the weak. Make no bondar's boast of skill, hold thy peace above the kill. Let nor call nor song nor sign turn thee from thy hunting line. Morning mist or twilight clear.
Serve him, wardens of the deer.
Wood and water, wind and tree, jungle favor go with thee.
The three. On the trail that thou must tread to the threshold of our dread, where the flower blossoms red. Through the nights when thou shalt lie. Prison from our mother sky, hearing us, thy loves, go by. In the dawns, when thou shalt wake. To the toil thou canst not break, heartsick for the jungle's sake. Wood and water, wind and tree, jungle favor go with thee. Appendix in the Rook. The only son lay down again and dreamed that he dreamed a dream. The last ash dropped from the dying fire with the click of a falling spark, and the only son woke up again and called across the dark. Now, was I born of womankind and laid in a mother's breast? For I have dreamed of a shaggy hide whereon I went to rest. And was I born of womankind and laid on a father's arm? For I have dreamed of long white teeth that guarded me from harm. Oh, was I born of womankind and did I play alone? For I have dreamed of playmates twain that bit me to the bone. And did I break the barley bread and steep it in the tire, one? For I have dreamed of a youngling kid new riven from the byre. An hour it lacks and an hour it lacks to the rising of the moon, but I can see the black roof beams as plain as it were noon. 'Tis a league and a league to the Lena Falls where the trooping sambar go, but I can hear the little fawn that bleats behind the doe. 'Tis a league and a league to the Lena Falls where the crop and the upland meet, but I can smell the warm wet wind that whispers through the wheat. The only son of the wheels of public service which turn under the Indian government, there is none more important than the Department of Woods and Forests. The reboisement too of all India is in its hands, or will be when government has the money to spend. Its servants wrestle with wandering sand torrents and shifting dunes, waddling them at the sides, damming them in front, and pegging them down atop with coarse grass and spindling pine three after the rules of Nancy Point, for they are responsible for all the timber in the state forests of the Himalayas, as well as for the denuded hillsides that the monsoons wash into dry gullies and aching ravines, each cut a mouth crying aloud what carelessness can do. They experiment with battalions of foreign trees, and coax the blue gum 5 to take root and, perhaps, dry up the canal fever. In the plains the chief part of their duty is to see that the belt fire lines in the forest reserves are kept clean, so that when drought comes and the cattle starve, they may throw the reserve open to the villagers' herds and allow the man himself to gather sticks. They pull and lop sticks for the stacked railway fuel along the lines that burn no coal. They calculate the profit of their plantations to 5 points of decimals. They are the doctors and midwives of the huge teak forests of Upper Burma, the rubber of the eastern jungles, and the gallnuts of the south, and they are always hampered by lack of funds. But since a forest officer's business takes him far from the beaten roads and the regular stations, he learns to grow wise in more than woodlore alone, to know the people and the polity of the jungle, meeting tiger, bear, leopard, wild dog, and all the deer, not once or twice after days of beating, but again and again in the execution of his duty. He spends much time in saddle or under canvas, the friend of newly planted trees, the associate of uncouth rangers and hairy trackers, till the woods, that show his care, in turn set their mark upon him, and he ceases to sing the naughty French songs he learned at Nancy, and grows silent with the silent things of the underbrush. Gisborne of the Woods and Forests had spent 4 years in the service. At first he loved it without comprehension, because it led him into the open on horseback and gave him authority. Then he hated it furiously, and would have given a year's pay for 1 month of such society as India affords. That crisis over, the forests took him back again, and he was content to serve them, to deepen and widen his fire lines, to watch the green mist of his new plantation against the older foliage, to dredge out the choke stream, and to follow and strengthen the last struggle of the forest where it broke down and died among the long piggrass. On some still day that grass would be burned off, and 100 beasts that had their homes there would rush out before the pale flames at high noon.
Later, the forest would creep forward over the blackened ground in orderly lines of saplings, and Gisborne, watching, would be well pleased. His bungalow, a thatched white-walled cottage of 2 rooms, was set at one end of the great rook and overlooking it. He made no pretense at keeping a garden, for the rook swept up to his door, curled over in a thicket of bamboo, and he rode from his veranda into its heart without the need of any carriage drive. Abdul Ghaffar, his fat Mohammedan butler, fed him when he was at home, and spent the rest of the time gossiping with the little band of native servants whose huts lay behind the bungalow. There were 2 grooms, a cook, a water carrier, and a sweeper, and that was all. Gisborne cleaned his own guns and kept no dog. Dogs scared the game, and it pleased the man to be able to say where the subjects of his kingdom would drink at moonrise, eat before dawn, and lie up in the day's heat. The rangers and forest guards lived in little huts far away in the rook, only appearing when one of them had been injured by a falling tree or a wild beast. Thus Gisborne was alone. In spring the rook put out few new leaves, but lay dry and still untouched by the finger of the year, waiting for rain. Only there was then more calling and roaring in the dark on a quiet night, the tumult of a battle royal among the tigers, the bellowing of arrogant buck, or the steady woodchopping of an old boar sharpening his tushes against a bull. Then Gisborne laid aside his little-used gun altogether, for it was to him a sin to kill. In summer, through the furious May heats, the rook reeled in the haze, and Gisborne watched for the first sign of curling smoke that should betray a forest fire. Then came the rains with a roar, and the rook was blotted out in fetch after fetch of warm mist, and the broadleaves droned the night through under the big drops, and there was a noise of running water, and of juicy green stuff crackling where the wind struck it, and the lightning wove patterns behind the dense matting of the foliage, till the sun broke loose again and the rook stood with hot flanks smoking to the newly washed sky. Then the heat and the dry cold subdued everything to tiger color again. So Gisborne learned to know his rook and was very happy. His pay came month by month, but he had very little need for money. The currency notes accumulated in the drawer where he kept his home letters and the recapping machine. 7 If he drew anything, it was to make a purchase from the Calcutta Botanical Gardens, 8 or to pay a ranger's widow a sum that the government of India would never have sanctioned for her man's death. Payment was good, but vengeance was also necessary, and he took that when he could. One night of many nights a runner, breathless and gasping, came to him with the news that a forest guard lay dead by the Kanye stream, the side of his head smashed in as though it had been an eggshell. Gisborne went out at dawn to look for the murderer. It is only travelers, and now and then young soldiers, who are known to the world as great hunters. The forest. Osaires take their shikar 9 as part of the day's work, and no one hears of it. Gisborne went on foot to the place of the kill. The widow was wailing over the corpse as it lay on a bedstead, while 2 or 3 men were looking at footprints on the moist ground. "That is the red one," said a man. "I knew he would turn to man in time, but surely there is game enough even for him. This must have been done for devilry." 10. "The red one lies up in the rocks at the back of the sal trees," 11 said Gisborne. He knew the tiger under suspicion. "Not now, Sahib, not now. He will be raging and ranging to and fro. Remember that the first kill is a triple kill always. Our blood makes them mad. He may be behind us even as we speak." "He may have gone to the next hut," said another. "It is only 4 cost. 12 Walla, who is this?" Gisborne turned with the others. A man was walking down the dried bed of the stream, naked except for the loincloth, but crowned with a wreath of the tasseled blossoms of the white convolvulus creeper. So noiselessly did he move over the little pebbles that even Gisborne, used to the soft-footedness of trackers, started. "The tiger that killed," he began, without any salute, "has gone to drink, and now he is asleep under a rock beyond that hill." His voice was clear and bell-like, utterly different from the usual whine of the native, and his face as he lifted it in the sunshine might have been that of an angel strayed among the woods. The widow ceased wailing above the corpse and looked round-eyed at the stranger, returning to her duty with double strength. "Shall I show the Sahib?" he said simply.
If thou art sure, Gisborne began.
Sure indeed.
I saw him only an hour ago, the dog. It is before his time to eat man's flesh. He has yet a dozen sound teeth in his evil head. The men kneeling above the footprints slunk off quietly, for fear that Gisborne should ask them to go with him, and the young man laughed a little to himself. Come, Sahib, he cried, and turned on his heel, walking before his companion.
Not so fast.
I cannot keep that pace, said the white man.
Halt there. Thy face is new to me. That may be. I am but newly come into this forest. From what village? I am without a village. I came from over there. He flung out his arm towards the north. A gypsy then? No, Sahib.
I am a man without caste, and for matter of that without a father.
What do men call thee? Mowgli, Sahib. And what is the Sahib's name?
I am the warden of this rook, Gisborne is my name.
How? Do they number the trees and the blades of grass here?
Even so, lest such gypsy fellows as thou set them afire.
I would not hurt the jungle for any gift. That is my home.
He turned to Gisborne with a smile that was irresistible, and held up a warning hand.
Now, Sahib, we must go a little quietly.
There is no need to wake the dog, though he sleeps heavily enough. Perhaps it were better if I went forward alone and drove him downwind to the Sahib.
Allah!
Since when have tigers been driven to and fro like cattle by naked men, said Gisborne, aghast at the man's audacity.
He laughed again softly.
Nay, then, come along with me and shoot him in thine own way with the big English rifle. Gisborne stepped in his guide's track, twisted, crawled, and clomb 13 and stooped and suffered through all the many agonies of a jungle stalk. He was purple and dripping with sweat when Mowgli at the last bade him raise his head and peer over a blue-baked rock near a tiny hill pool. By the waterside lay the tiger extended and at ease, lazily licking clean again an enormous elbow and forepaw. He was old, yellow-toothed, and not a little mangy 14, but in that setting and sunshine, imposing enough. Gisborne had no false ideas of sport where the man-eater was concerned. This thing was vermin, to be killed as speedily as possible. He waited to recover his breath, rested the rifle on the rock and whistled. The brute's head turned slowly not 20 feet from the rifle mouth, and Gisborne planted his shots, businesslike, one behind the shoulder and the other a little below the eye. At that range the heavy bones were no guard against the rending bullets. Well, the skin was not worth keeping at any rate, said he, as the smoke cleared away and the beast lay kicking and gasping in the last agony. A dog's death for a dog, said Mowgli quietly. Indeed there is nothing in that carrion worth taking away. The whiskers. Dost thou not take the whiskers, said Gisborne, who knew how the forest rangers valued such things. Am I a lousy shikari 15 of the jungle to paddle with a tiger's muzzle? Let him lie. Here come his friends already. A dropping kite whistled shrilly overhead, as Gisborne snapped out the empty shells and wiped his face. And if thou art not a shikari, where didst thou learn thy knowledge of the tiger folk, said he. No tracker could have done better. I hate all tigers, said Mowgli curtly. Let the Sahib give me his gun to carry. It is a very fine one. And where does the Sahib go now? To my house. May I come? I have never yet looked withinsides a white man's house. Gisborne returned to his bungalow, Mowgli striding noiselessly before him, his brown skin glistening in the sunlight. He stared curiously at the veranda and the two chairs there, fingered the split bamboo shade curtains with suspicion, and entered, looking always behind him. Gisborne loosed a curtain to keep out the sun. It dropped with a clatter, but almost before it touched the flagging of the veranda Mowgli had leaped clear, and was standing with heaving chest in the open. "It is a trap," he said quickly. Gisborne laughed. "White men do not trap men. Indeed, thou art altogether of the jungle." "I see," said Mowgli, "it has neither catch nor fall. I never beheld these things till today." He came in on tiptoe and stared with large eyes at the furniture of the two rooms. Abdul Ghaffar, who was laying lunch, looked at him with deep disgust. "So much trouble to eat, and so much trouble to lie down after you have eaten," said Mowgli with a grin. "We do better in the jungle. It is very wonderful. There are very many rich things here. Is the Sahib not afraid that he may be robbed?" "I have never seen such wonderful things." He was staring at a dusty Benares brass plate on a rickety bracket. "Only a thief from the jungle would rob here," said Abdul Ghaffar, setting down a plate with a clatter. Mowgli opened his eyes wide and stared at the white-bearded Mohammedan. "In my country, when goats bleat very loud, we cut their throats," he returned cheerfully. "But have no fear, thou. I am going." He turned and disappeared into the rook. Gisborne looked after him with a laugh that ended in a little sigh. There was not much outside his regular work to interest the forest oseer, and this son of the forest, who seemed to know tigers as other people know dogs, would have been a diversion. "He's a most wonderful chap," thought Gisborne. "He's like the illustrations in the classical dictionary. I wish I could have made him a gunboy. There's no fun in shikaring alone, and this fellow would have been a perfect shikari. I wonder what in the world he is." That evening he sat on the veranda under the stars, smoking as he wondered. A puff of smoke curled from the pipe bowl. As it cleared, he was aware of Mowgli sitting with arms crossed on the veranda edge. A ghost could not have drifted up more noiselessly. Gisborne started and let the pipe drop. "There is no man to talk to out there in the rook," said Mowgli. "I came here, therefore." He picked up the pipe and returned it to Gisborne. "Oh," said Gisborne, and after a long pause, "what news is there in the rook? Hast thou found another tiger?" "The Nilgai are changing their feeding ground against the new moon, as is their custom. The pig are feeding near the Kanye River now, because they will not feed with the Nilgai, and one of their sows has been killed by a leopard in the long grass at the waterhead. I do not know any more." "And how didst thou know all these things?" said Gisborne, leaning forward and looking at the eyes that glittered in the starlight. "How should I not know? The Nilgai has his custom and his use, and a child knows that pig will not feed with him." "I do not know this," said Gisborne. TCK. TCK. "And thou art in charge, so the men of the huts tell me, in charge of all this rook?" He laughed to himself. "It is well enough to talk and to tell child's tales," Gisborne retorted, nettled at the chuckle. "To say that this and that goes on in the rook, no man can deny thee. As for the sow's carcass, I will show thee her bones tomorrow," Mowgli returned, absolutely unmoved. "Touching the matter of the Nilgai, if the Sahib will sit here very still, I will drive one Nilgai up to this place, and by listening to the sounds carefully, the Sahib can tell whence that Nilgai has been driven." "Mowgli, the jungle has made thee mad," said Gisborne. "Who can drive Nilgai?" "Still." "Sit still, then. I go." "Gad, the man's a ghost," said Gisborne, for Mowgli had faded out into the darkness and there was no sound of feet. The rook lay out in great velvety folds in the uncertain shimmer of the stardust, so still that the least little wandering wind among the treetops came up as the sigh of a child sleeping equably. Abdul Ghaffar in the cookhouse was clicking plates together. "Be still there," shouted Gisborne, and composed himself to listen as a man can who is used to the stillness of the rook. It had been his custom, to preserve his self-respect in his isolation, to dress for dinner each night, and the stiff white shirt front creaked with his regular breathing till he shifted a little sideways. Then the tobacco of a somewhat foul pipe began to purr, and he threw the pipe from him. Now, except for the night breath and the rook, everything was dumb. From an inconceivable distance, and drawn through immeasurable darkness, came the faint echo of a wolf's howl. Then silence again for, it seemed, long hours. At last, when his legs below the knees had lost all feeling, Gisborne heard something that might have been a crash far off through the undergrowth. He doubted till it was repeated again and yet again. "That's from the west," he muttered, "there's something on foot there." The noise increased, crash on crash, plunge on plunge, with the thick grunting of a hotly pressed nilgai, flying in panic terror and taking no heed to his course. A shadow blundered out from between the tree trunks, wheeled back, turned again grunting, and with a clatter on the bare ground dashed up almost within reach of his hand. It was a bull nilgai, dripping with dew, his withers hung with a torn trail of creeper, his eyes shining in the light from the house. The creature checked at sight of the man, and fled along the edge of the rook till he melted in the darkness. The first idea in Gisborne's bewildered mind was the indecency of thus dragging out for inspection the big blue bull of the rook, the putting him through his paces in the night which should have been his own. Then said a smooth voice at his ear as he stood staring. He came from the waterhead where he was leading the herd. From the west he came. Does the Sahib believe now, or shall I bring up the herd to be counted? The Sahib is in charge of this rook. Mowgli had reseated himself on the veranda, breathing a little quickly. Gisborne looked at him with open mouth. "How was that accomplished?" he said. The Sahib saw. The bull was driven as a buffalo is. Ho! Ho! He will have a fine tale to tell when he returns to the herd. That is a new trick to me. Canst thou run as swiftly as the nilgai, then? The Sahib has seen. If the Sahib needs more knowledge at any time of the movings of the game, I, Mowgli, am here. This is a good rook. I shall stay in it. Stay, then, and if thou hast need of a meal at any time my servants shall give thee one. Yes, indeed. I am fond of cooked food, Mowgli answered quickly. No man may say that I do not eat boiled and roast as much as any other man. I will come for that meal. Now, on my part, I promise that the Sahib shall sleep safely in his house by night, and no thief shall break in to carry away his so rich treasures. The conversation ended itself on Mowgli's abrupt departure. Gisborne sat long smoking, and the upshot of his thoughts was that in Mowgli he had found at last that ideal ranger and forest guard for whom he and the department were always looking. I must get him into government service somehow. A man who can drive nilgai would know more about the rook than 50 men. He's a miracle, a lusus naturae 16, and a forest guard he must be if he'll only settle down in one place, said Gisborne. Abdul Gaffar's opinion was less favorable. He confided to Gisborne at bedtime that strangers from God knew where were more than likely to be professional thieves, and that he personally did not approve of naked outcasts who had not the proper manner of addressing white people. Gisborne laughed and bade him go to his quarters, and Abdul Gaffar retreated growling. Later in the night he found occasion to rise up and beat his 13-year-old daughter. Nobody knew the cause of dispute, but Gisborne heard the cry. Through the days that followed, Mowgli came and went like a shadow. He had established himself in his wild housekeeping close to the bungalow, but on the edge of the rook, where Gisborne, going out onto the veranda for a breath of cool air, would see him sometimes sitting in the moonlight, his forehead on his knees, or lying out along the fling of a branch, closely pressed to it as some beast of the night. Thence Mowgli would throw him a salutation and bid him sleep at ease, or descending would weave prodigious stories of the manners of the beasts in the rook. Once he wandered into the stables and was found looking at the horses with deep interest. That, said Abdul Gaffar pointedly, is sure sign that someday he will steal one.
Why, if he lives about this house, does he not take an honest employment? But no, he must wander up and down like a loose camel, turning the heads of fools and opening the jaws of the unwise to folly. So Abdul Ghaffar would give harsh orders to Mowgli when they met, would bid him fetch water and pluck fowls, and Mowgli, laughing unconcernedly, would obey. "He has no caste," said Abdul Ghaffar. "He will do anything. Look to it, Sahib, that he does not do too much. A snake is a snake, and a jungle gypsy is a thief till the death." "Be silent, then," said Gisborne. "I allow thee to correct thine own household if there is not too much noise, because I know thy customs in use." "My custom thou dost not know. The man is without doubt a little mad." "Very little mad indeed," said Abdul Ghaffar. "But we shall see what comes thereof." A few days later on, his business took Gisborne into the Rook for 3 days. Abdul Ghaffar, being old and fat, was left at home. He did not approve of lying up in rangers' huts, and was inclined to levy contributions in his master's name of grain and oil and milk from those who could ill afford such benevolences. Gisborne rode off early one dawn, a little vexed that his man of the woods was not at the veranda to accompany him. He liked him, liked his strength, fleetness, and silence of foot, and his ever-ready open smile, his ignorance of all forms of ceremony and salutations, and the childlike tales that he would tell, and Gisborne would credit now, of what the game was doing in the Rook. After an hour's riding through the greenery, he heard a rustle behind him, and Mowgli trotted at his stirrup. "We have a 3 days' work toward," said Gisborne, among the new trees. "Good," said Mowgli. "It is always good to cherish young trees. They make cover if the beasts leave them alone. We must shift the pig again." "Again? How?" Gisborne smiled. "Oh, they were rooting and tusking among the young sal last night, and I drove them off. Therefore I did not come to the veranda this morning. The pig should not be on this side of the Rook at all. We must keep them below the head of the Kanye River. If a man could herd clouds he might do that thing, but, Mowgli, if as thou sayest, thou art herder in the Rook for no gain and for no pay." "It is the Sahib's Rook," said Mowgli, quickly looking up. Gisborne nodded thanks and went on. "Would it not be better to work for pay from the government? There is a pension at the end of long service." "Of that I have thought," said Mowgli, "but the rangers live in huts with shut doors, and all that is all too much a trap to me. Yet I think." "Think well, then, and tell me later. Here we will stay for breakfast." Gisborne dismounted, took his morning meal from his homemade saddlebags, and saw the day open hot above the Rook. Mowgli lay in the grass at his side staring up to the sky. Presently he said in a lazy whisper, "Sahib, is there any order at the bungalow to take out the white mare today?" "No, she is fat and old and a little lame besides." "Why?" "She is being ridden now and not slowly on the road that runs to the railway line." "Bah, that is 2 kos away. It is a woodpecker." Mowgli put up his forearm to keep the sun out of his eyes. "The road curves in with a big curve from the bungalow. It is not more than a kos, at the farthest, as the kite goes, and sound flies with the birds. Shall we see?" "What folly! To run a kos in this sun to see a noise in the forest." "Nay, the pony is the Sahib's pony. I meant only to bring her here." "If she is not the Sahib's pony, no matter. If she is, the Sahib can do what he wills. She is certainly being ridden hard." "And how wilt thou bring her here, madman? Has the Sahib forgotten?" "By the road of the Nilgai and no other." "Up, then, and run if thou art so full of zeal." "Oh, I do not run." He put out his hand to sign for silence, and still lying on his back called aloud thrice, with a deep gurgling cry that was new to Gisborne. "She will come," he said at the end. let us wait in the shade. The long eyelashes drooped over the wild eyes as Mowgli began to doze in the morning hush. Gisborne waited patiently. Mowgli was surely mad, but as entertaining a companion as a lonely forest oseer could desire. "Ho! Ho!" said Mowgli lazily, with shut eyes. "He has dropped off. Well, first the mare will come and then the man." Then he yawned as Gisborne's pony stallion neighed. 3 minutes later Gisborne's white mare, saddled, bridled, but riderless, tore into the glade where they were sitting, and hurried to her companion. "She is not very warm," said Mowgli, "but in this heat the sweat comes easily. Presently we shall see her rider, for a man goes more slowly than a horse, especially if he chance to be a fat man and old." "Allah! This is devil's work," cried Gisborne, leaping to his feet, for he heard a yell in the jungle. "Have no care, Sahib. He will not be hurt. He also will say that it is devil's work. Ah! Listen! Who is that?" It was the voice of Abdul Ghaffar in an agony of terror, crying out upon unknown things to spare him and his grey hairs. 17. "Nay, I cannot move another step," he howled. "I am old and my turban is lost. Arr! Arr! But I will move. Indeed I will hasten. I will run. O devils of the pit, I am a Mussulman." The undergrowth parted and gave up Abdul Ghaffar, turbanless, shoeless, with his waistcloth unbound, mud and grass in his clutched hands, and his face purple. He saw Gisborne, yelled anew, and pitched forward, exhausted and quivering, at his feet. Mowgli watched him with a sweet smile. "This is no joke," said Gisborne sternly. "The man is like to die, Mowgli." "He will not die. He is only afraid. There was no need that he should have come out of a walk." Abdul Ghaffar groaned and rose up, shaking in every limb. "It was witchcraft and devildom," he sobbed, fumbling with his hand in his breast. "Because of my sin I have been whipped through the woods by devils. It is all finished. I repent. Take them, Sahib." He held out a roll of dirty paper. "What is the meaning of this, Abdul Ghaffar?" said Gisborne, already knowing what would come. "Put me in the jail Khana 18, the notes are all here, but lock me up safely that no devils may follow. I have sinned against the Sahib and his salt which I have eaten, and but for those accursed wood demons, I might have bought land afar off and lived in peace all my days." He beat his head upon the ground in an agony of despair and mortification. Gisborne turned the roll of notes over and over. It was his accumulated back pay for the last 9 months, the roll that lay in the drawer with the home letters and the recapping machine. Mowgli watched Abdul Ghaffar, laughing noiselessly to himself. "There is no need to put me on the horse again. I will walk home slowly with the Sahib, and then he can send me under guard to the jail khana. The government deals out many years for this offense," said the butler sullenly. Loneliness and the rook affects very many ideas about very many things. Gisborne stared at Abdul Ghaffar, remembering that he was a very good servant, and that a new butler must be broken into the ways of the house from the beginning, and at the best would be a new face and a new tongue. "Listen, Abdul Ghaffar," he said. "Thou hast done great wrong, and altogether lost thy Izzat 19 and thy reputation. But I think that this came upon thee suddenly. Allah! I had never desired the notes before. The evil took me by the throat while I looked. That also I can believe. Go, then, back to my house, and when I return I will send the notes by a runner to the bank, and there shall be no more said. Thou art too old for the jail khana. Also thy household is guiltless." For answer Abdul Ghaffar sobbed between Gisborne's cowhide riding boots. "Is there no dismissal then?" he gulped. "That we shall see. It hangs upon thy conduct when we return."
Get upon the mare and ride slowly back. But the devils! The rook is full of devils. No matter, my father. They will do thee no more harm unless, indeed, the Sahib's orders be not obeyed, said Mowgli. Then, perchance, they may drive thee home, by the road of the Nilgai. Abdul Gaffar's lower jaw dropped as he twisted up his waistcloth, staring at Mowgli. Are they his devils? His devils. And I had thought to return and lay the blame upon this warlock. That was well thought of, Huzrat, 20. But before we make a trap we see first how big the game is that may fall into it. Now, I thought no more than that a man had taken one of the Sahib's horses. I did not know that the design was to make me a thief before the Sahib, or my devils had haled thee here by the legs. It is not too late now. Mowgli looked inquiringly at Gisborne, but Abdul Gaffar waddled hastily to the white mare, scrambled on her back and fled, the woodways crashing and echoing behind him. That was well done, said Mowgli. But he will fall again unless he holds by the mane. Now it is time to tell me what these things mean, said Gisborne a little sternly. What is this talk of thy devils? How can men be driven up and down the rook like cattle? Give answer. Is the Sahib angry because I have saved him his money? No, but there is trick work in this that does not please me. Very good. Now if I rose and stepped 3 paces into the rook, there is no one, not even the Sahib, could find me till I chose. As I would not willingly do this, so I would not willingly tell. Have patience a little, Sahib, and some day I will show thee everything, for, if thou wilt, some day we will drive the buck together. There is no devil work in the matter at all. Only, I know the rook as a man knows the cooking place in his house. Mowgli was speaking as he would speak to an impatient child. Gisborne, puzzled, bamed, and a great deal annoyed, said nothing, but stared on the ground and thought. When he looked up, the man of the woods had gone. It is not good, said a level voice from the thicket, for friends to be angry. Wait till the evening, Sahib, when the air cools. Left to himself thus, dropped as it were in the heart of the rook. Gisborne swore, then laughed, remounted his pony, and rode on. He visited a ranger's hut, overlooked a couple of new plantations, left some orders as to the burning of a patch of dry grass, and set out for a camping ground of his own choice, a pile of splintered rocks roughly roofed over with branches and leaves, not far from the banks of the Kanye stream. It was twilight when he came in sight of his resting place, and the rook was waking to the hushed ravenous life of the night. A campfire flickered on the knoll, and there was the smell of a very good dinner in the wind. Said Gisborne, that's better than cold meat at any rate. Now the only man who'd be likely to be here'd be Muller, and, oh silly, he ought to be looking over the Changa Manga Rook. 21. I suppose that's why he's on my ground. The gigantic German who was the head of the woods and forests of all India, head ranger from Burma to Bombay, 22, had a habit of flitting bat-like without warning from one place to another, and turning up exactly where he was least looked for. His theory was that sudden visitations, the discovery of shortcomings and a word-of-mouth upbraiding of a subordinate were infinitely better than the slow processes of correspondence, which might end in a written and docile reprimand, a thing in after years to be counted against a Forest Auxerre's record. As he explained it, if I only talked to my boys like a Dutch uncle, they say, it was only dat damned old Muller, und they do better next time. But if my fat head clerk he right und say dat Muller der Inspector General fail to understand und is much annoyed, first does no good because I am not dear, und, second, der fool comes after me he may say to my best boys, look here, you have been wigged by my predecessor. I tell you der big brass hat 23 business does not make der trees grow. Muller's deep voice was coming out of the darkness behind the firelight as he bent over the shoulders of his pet cook. Not so much sauce, you son of Belial. Worcester sauce he is a condiment und not a fluid. Ah, Gisborne, you have come to a very bad dinner. Where is your camp? And he walked up to shake hands. I'm the camp, sir, said Gisborne. I didn't know you were about here. Muller looked at the young man's trim figure. Good. That is very good. One horse and some cold things to eat. When I was young I did my camp so. Now you shall dine with me. I went into headquarters to make up my report last month. I have written half, ho. Ho. Der rest I have leave to my clerks come out for a walk. Der government is mad about das reports. I told der viceroy so at Simla. Gisborne chuckled, remembering the many tales that were told of Muller's conflicts with the supreme government. He was the chartered libertine of all the OCES, for as a forest officer he had no equal. If I find you, Gisborne, sitting in your bungalow hatching reports to me about der plantations instead of writing der plantations, I will transfer you to der middle of der Bikaner Desert 24 to reforest him. I am sick of reports chewing paper when we should do our work. There's not much danger of my wasting time over my annuals. I hate them as much as you do, sir. The talk went over at this point to professional matters. Muller had some questions to ask, and Gisborne orders and hints to receive, till dinner was ready. It was the most civilized meal Gisborne had eaten for months. No distance from the base of supplies was allowed to interfere with the work of Muller's cook, and that table spread in the wilderness began with devilled small freshwater fish, and ended with coffee and cognac. Ah, said Muller at the end, with a sigh of satisfaction as he lighted a cheroot and dropped into his much-worn camp chair. When I am making reports I am freethinker and atheist, but here in der Rook I am more than Christian. I am pagan also. He rolled the cheroot butt luxuriously under his tongue, dropped his hands on his knees, and stared before him into the dim shifting heart of the Rook, full of stealthy noises, the snapping of twigs like the snapping of the fire behind him, the sigh and rustle of a heat-bended branch recovering her straightness in the cool night, the incessant mutter of the Kanye stream, and the undernote of the many-peopled grass uplands out of sight beyond a swell of hill. He blew out a thick puff of smoke, and began to quote Heine to himself. Yes, it is very good. Very good. Yes, I work miracles, by Gott, they come off too. I remember when der was no rook more big than your knee, from here to der plowlands, in drought time der cattle ate bones of dead cattle up down. Now der trees have come back. They were planted by a freethinker, because he no shoost der cause dot made der effect. But der trees they had der cult of der old gods, der Christian gods howl loudly, 25 they could not live in der Rook, Gisborne. A shadow moved in one of the bridle paths, moved and stepped out into the starlight. I have said true. Hush. Here is Faunus 26 himself come to see der Inspector General. Himmel, he is der God. Look. It was Mowgli, crowned with his wreath of white flowers and walking with a half-peeled branch, Mowgli, very mistrustful of the firelight and ready to fly back to the thicket on the least alarm. That's a friend of mine, said Gisborne. He's looking for me. Oh hey, Mowgli. Muller had barely time to gasp before the man was at Gisborne's side, crying, I was wrong to go. I was wrong, but I did not know then that the mate of him that was killed by this river was awake looking for thee. Else I should not have gone away. She tracked thee from the back ranges, Sahib. He is a little mad, said Gisborne, and he speaks of all the beasts about here as if he was a friend of theirs. Of course, of course. If Faunus does not know, who should know, said Muller gravely. What does he say about tigers, this God who knows you so well? Gisborne relighted his cheroot, and before he had finished the story of Mowgli and his exploits it was burned down to mustache edge. Muller listened without interruption. That is not madness, he said at last when Gisborne had described the driving of Abdul Ghaffar. That is not madness at all. What is it, then? He left me in a temper this morning because I asked him to tell how he did it. I fancy the chap's possessed in some way. No, dear, is no boss session, but it is most wonderful. Normally they die young, these people. You say now that your thief servant did not say what drove der pony, of course der nilguy he could not speak. No, but, confound it, there wasn't anything. I listened, and I can hear most things. The bull and the man simply came headlong, mad with fright. For answer Muller looked Mowgli up and down from head to foot, then beckoned him nearer. He came as a buck treads a tainted trail. There is no harm, said Muller in the vernacular. Hold out an arm. He ran his hand down to the elbow, felt that, and nodded. So I thought. Now the knee. Gisborne saw him feel the kneecap and smile. 2 or 3 white scars just above the ankle caught his eye. Those came when thou wast very young, he said. Aye, Mowgli answered with a smile. They were love tokens from the little ones. Then to Gisborne over his shoulder, this Sahib knows everything. Who is he? That comes after, my friend. Now, where are they? Said Muller. Mowgli swept his hand round his head in a circle. So? And thou canst drive Nilguy. See? There is my mare in her pickets. Canst thou bring her to me without frightening her? Can I bring the mare to the Sahib without frightening her? Mowgli repeated, raising his voice a little above its normal pitch. What is more easy if the heel ropes are loose? Loosen the head and heel pegs, shouted Muller to the groom. They were hardly out of the ground before the mare, a huge black Australian, flung up her head and cocked her ears. Careful! I do not wish her driven into the rook, said Muller. Mowgli stood still fronting the blaze of the fire, in the very form and likeness of that Greek god who was so lavishly described in the novels. The mare whickered, drew up one hind leg, found that the heel ropes were free, and moved swiftly to her master, on whose bosom she dropped her head, sweating lightly. She came of her own accord. My horses will do that, cried Gisborne. Feel if she sweats, said Mowgli. Gisborne laid a hand on the damp flank. It is enough, said Muller. It is enough, Mowgli repeated, and a rock behind him threw back the word. That's uncanny, isn't it? Said Gisborne. No, only wonderful, most wonderful. Still you do not know, Gisborne? I confess I don't. Well, then, I shall not tell. He says that someday he will show you what it is. It would be gruel if I told. But why he is not dead I do not understand. Now listen thou. Muller faced Mowgli, and returned to the vernacular. I am the head of all the rooks in the country of India and others across the Black Water. 27 I do not know how many men be under me, perhaps 5,000, perhaps 10. Thy business is this, to wander no more up and down the rook and drive beasts for sport or for show, but to take service under me, who am the government in the matter of woods and forests, and to live in this rook as a forest guard, to drive the villagers' goats away when there is no order to feed them in the rook, to admit them when there is an order, to keep down, as thou canst keep down, the boar and the nilguy when they become too many, to tell Gisborne Sahib how and where tigers move, and what game there is in the forests, and to give sure warning of all the fires in the rook, for thou canst give warning more quickly than any other. For that work there is a payment each month in silver, and at the end, when thou hast gathered a wife and cattle and, maybe, children, a pension. What answer? That's just what Gisborne began. My Sahib spoke this morning of such a service. I walked all day alone considering the matter, and my answer is ready here. I serve, if I serve in this rook and no other, with Gisborne Sahib and with no other. It shall be so. In a week comes the written order that pledges the honor of the government for the pension. After that thou wilt take up thy hut where Gisborne Sahib shall appoint. I was going to speak to you about it, said Gisborne. I did not want to be told when I saw man. Dear will never be a forest guard like him. He is a miracle. I tell you, Gisborne, someday you will find it so. Listen, he is blood brother to every beast in der Rook. I should be easier in my mind if I could understand him. Will come. Now I tell you only once in my service, is 30 years, hath I met a boy began as this man began. He died. Sometimes you hear of dem in der census reports, but they all die. Dis man hath lived, he is an anachronism, for he is before der Iron Age, der Stone Age. Look here, he is at der beginnings of der history of man, Adam and der garden, now we want only an Eva. No. He is older dan child tale, shust as der Rook is older dan der gods. Gisborne, I am a beggin now, once for all. Through the rest of the long evening Muller sat smoking, and staring into the darkness, his lips moving in multiplied quotations, and great wonder upon his face. He went to his tent, but presently came out again in his majestic pink sleeping suit, and the last words that Gisborne heard him address to the Rook through the deep hush of midnight were these, delivered with immense emphasis. Do we shift bedeck bedrape us, do art noble nude antique. Libidina dy motor, Bryapus. Die Fader, a god a Greek. 28. Now I know pagan or Christian, I shall never know der inwardness of der Rook. It was midnight in the bungalow a week later when Abdul Ghaffar, ashy grey with rage, stood at the foot of Gisborne's bed and whispering bade him awake. Up, Sahib, he stammered. Up and bring thy gun. Mine honor is gone. Up and kill before any see. The old man's face had changed, so that Gisborne stared stupidly. It was for this, then, that jungle outcast helped me to polish the Sahib's table, and drew water and plucked fowls. They have gone off together for all my beatings, and now he sits among his devils dragging her soul to the pit. Up, Sahib, and come with me. He thrust a rifle into Gisborne's half-wakened hand and almost dragged him from the room onto the veranda. They are there in the Rook, even within gunshot of the house. Come softly with me. But what is it? What is the trouble, Abdul? Mowgli, and his devils. Also my own daughter, said Abdul Ghaffar. Gisborne whistled and followed his guide. Not for nothing, he knew, had Abdul Ghaffar beaten his daughter of nights, and not for nothing had Mowgli helped in the housework a man whom his own powers, whatever those were, had convicted of theft. Also, a forest wooing goes quickly. There was the breathing of a flute in the Rook, as it might have been the song of some wandering wood god, and, as they came nearer, a murmur of voices. The path ended in a little semicircular glade walled partly by high grass and partly by trees. In the center, upon a fallen trunk, his back to the watchers and his arm round the neck of Abdul Gaffar's daughter, sat Mowgli, newly crowned with flowers, playing upon a rude bamboo flute, to whose music 4 huge wolves danced solemnly on their hind legs. Those are his devils, Abdul Ghaffar whispered. He held a bunch of cartridges in his hand. The beasts dropped to a long-drawn quavering note and lay still with steady green eyes, glaring at the girl. Behold, said Mowgli, laying aside the flute. Is there anything of fear in that? I told thee, little Stoutheart, that there was not, and thou didst believe. Thy father said, and oh, if thou couldst have seen thy father being driven by the road of the Nilgai. Thy father said that they were devils, and by Allah, who is thy God, I do not wonder that he so believed. The girl laughed a little rippling laugh, and Gisborne heard Abdul grind his few remaining teeth. This was not at all the girl that Gisborne had seen with a half-eye slinking about the compound veiled and silent, but another, a woman full-blown in a night as the orchid puts out in 1 hour's moist heat. But they are my playmates and my brothers, children of that mother that gave me suck, as I told thee behind the cookhouse, Mowgli went on. Children of the father that lay between me and the cold at the mouth of the cave when I was a little naked child. Look, a wolf raised his grey jowl, slavering at Mowgli's knee. My brother knows that I speak of them. Yes, when I was a little child he was a cub rolling with me on the clay. But thou hast said that thou art human-born, cooed the girl, nestling closer to the shoulder. Thou art human-born? Said. Nay, I know that I am human-born, because my heart is in thy hold, little one. Her head dropped under Mowgli's chin. Gisborne put up a warning hand to restrain Abdul Ghaffar, who was not in the least impressed by the wonder of the sight. But I was a wolf among wolves nonetheless till a time came when those of the jungle bade me go because I was a man. Who bade thee go? That is not like a true man's talk. The very beasts themselves. Little one, thou wouldst never believe that telling, but so it was. The beasts of the jungle bade me go, but these four followed me because I was their brother. Then was I a herder of cattle among men, having learned their language. Ho! Ho! The herds paid toll to my brothers, till a woman, an old woman, beloved, saw me playing by night with my brethren in the crops. They said that I was possessed of devils, and drove me from that village with sticks and stones, and the four came with me by stealth and not openly. That was when I had learned to eat cooked meat and to talk boldly. From village to village I went, heart of my heart, a herder of cattle, a tender of buffaloes, a tracker of game, but there was no man that dared lift a finger against me twice. He stooped down and patted one of the heads. Do thou also like this. There is neither hurt nor magic in them. See, they know thee. The woods are full of all manner of devils, said the girl with a shudder. A lie. A child's lie, Mowgli returned confidently. I have lain out in the dew under the stars and in the dark night, and I know. The jungle is my house. Shall a man fear his own roof beams or a woman her man's hearth? Stoop down and pat them. They are dogs and unclean, she murmured, bending forward with averted head. Having eaten the fruit, now we remember the law, said Abdul Ghaffar bitterly. What is the need of this waiting, Sahib? Kill. HSH, thou. Let us learn what has happened, said Gisborne. That is well done, said Mowgli, slipping his arm round the girl again. Dogs or no dogs, they were with me through 1,000 villages. Ahi, and where was thy heart then? Through 1,000 villages. Thou hast seen 1,000 maids. I, that am a maid no more, have I thy heart? What shall I swear by? By Allah, of whom thou speakest? Nay, by the life that is in thee, and I am well content. Where was thy heart in those days? Mowgli laughed a little. In my belly, because I was young and always hungry. So I learned to track and to hunt, sending and calling my brothers back and forth as a king calls his armies. Therefore I drove the Nilgai for the foolish young Sahib, and the big fat mare for the big fat Sahib, when they questioned my power. It were as easy to have driven the men themselves. Even now, his voice lifted a little, even now I know that behind me stand thy father and Gisborne Sahib. Nay, do not run, for no 10 men dare move a pace forward. Remembering that thy father beat thee more than once, shall I give the word and drive him again in rings through the rook? A wolf stood up with bared teeth. Gisborne felt Abdul Ghaffar tremble at his side. Next, his place was empty, and the fat man was skimming down the glade. Remains only Gisborne Sahib, said Mowgli, still without turning, but I have eaten Gisborne Sahib's bread, and presently I shall be in his service, and my brothers will be his servants to drive game and carry the news. Hide thou in the grass. The girl fled, the tall grass closed behind her and a guardian wolf that followed, and Mowgli turning with his 3 retainers faced.
Gisborne as the forest oseer came forward. "That is all the magic," he said, pointing to the three. "The fat Sahib knew that we who are bred among wolves run on our elbows and our knees for a season. Feeling my arms and legs, he felt the truth which thou didst not know." "Is it so wonderful, Sahib?" "Indeed, it is all more wonderful than magic." "These wolves drove the Nilgai?" "Aye, as they would drive Eblis 29 if I gave the order. They are my eyes and feet to me. Look to it, then, that Eblis does not carry a double rifle. They have yet something to learn, thy devils, for they stand one behind the other, so that 2 shots would kill the 3. Ah, but they know they will be thy servants as soon as I am a forest guard." "Guard or no guard, Mowgli, thou hast done great shame to Abdul Ghaffar. Thou hast dishonored his house and blackened his face. For that, it was blackened when he took thy money, and made blacker still when he whispered in thy ear a little while since to kill a naked man. I myself will talk to Abdul Ghaffar, for I am a man of the government service, with a pension. He shall make the marriage by whatsoever right he will, or he shall run once more. I will speak to him in the dawn. For the rest, the Sahib has his house and this is mine. It is time to sleep again, Sahib." Mowgli turned on his heel and disappeared into the grass, leaving Gisborne alone. The hint of the wood god was not to be mistaken, and Gisborne went back to the bungalow, where Abdul Ghaffar, torn by rage and fear, was raving in the veranda. "Peace, peace," said Gisborne, shaking him, for he looked as though he were going to have a fit. "Mullah Sahib has made the man a forest guard, and as thou knowest, there is a pension at the end of that business, and it is government service. He is an outcast, like 30, a dog among dogs, an eater of carrion. What pension can pay for that? Allah knows, and thou hast heard that the mischief is done. Wouldst thou blaze it to all the other servants? Make the shoddy 31 swiftly, and the girl will make him a Mussulman. He is very comely. Canst thou wonder that after thy beating she went to him? Did he say that he would chase me with his beasts? So it seemed to me. If he be a wizard, he is at least a very strong one." Abdul Ghaffar thought a while, and then broke down and howled, forgetting that he was a Mussulman. "Thou art a Brahmin. I am thy cow. Make thou the matter plain, and save my honor if it can be saved." A second time then Gisborne plunged into the rook and called, "Mowgli." The answer came from high overhead, and in no submissive tones. "Speak softly," said Gisborne, looking up. "There is yet time to strip thee of thy place and hunt thee with thy wolves. The girl must go back to her father's house tonight. Tomorrow there will be the shadi, by the Mussulman law, and then thou canst take her away. Bring her to Abdul Ghaffar." "I hear." There was a murmur of 2 voices conferring among the leaves. "Also, we will obey, for the last time." A year later Mullah and Gisborne were riding through the rook together, talking of their business. They came out among the rocks near the Kanye stream, Mullah riding a little in advance. Under the shade of a thorn thicket sprawled a naked brown baby, and from the break immediately behind him peered the head of a grey wolf. Gisborne had just time to strike up Mullah's rifle, and the bullet tore spattering through the branches above. "Are you mad?" thundered Mullah. "Look." "I see," said Gisborne quietly. "The mother's somewhere near. You'll wake the whole pack, by Jove." The bushes parted once more, and a woman unveiled snatched up the child. "Who fired, Sahib?" she cried to Gisborne. "This Sahib. He had not remembered thy man's people." "Not remembered? But indeed it may be so, for we who live with them forget that they are strangers at all. Mowgli is down the stream catching fish. Does the Sahib wish to see him? Come out, ye lacking manners.
Come out of the bushes, and make your service to the sahibs. Muller's eyes grew rounder and rounder. He swung himself off the plunging mare and dismounted, while the jungle gave up 4 wolves that fawned round Gisborne. The mother stood nursing her child and spurning them aside as they brushed against her bare feet. "You were quite right about Mowgli," said Gisborne. "I meant to have told you, but I've got so used to these fellows in the last 12 months that it slipped my mind." "Oh, don't apologize," said Muller. "It's nothing. God in Himmel, 32 UNDI work miracles, UND day come off too." About the author. Rudyard Kipling, born in December 1865 in Bombay, now Mumbai, was taken to England in 1871 with his younger sister Alice and left for 5 years with an abusive foster family in Southsea, after which he was sent to the United Services College in Devon, the public school affectionately recalled in Stocky and Company, 1899. He returned to India in the autumn of 1882 to work as a reporter. The poems, sketches and stories which he wrote during his 7 years hard in India, especially the series Plain Tales from the Hills, published as a book in 1888, won him immediate acclaim and, from his arrival in London in 1889, worldwide literary celebrity. This was increased by the powerful stories collected in Life's Handicap and the originality of Barakroom Ballads, 1892, whose poems Mandalay, Tommy and Gunga Din became immensely popular performance items in music halls, which, like hymns and ballads, were a lasting influence on Kipling's verse. In 1892 Kipling married the American Caroline Balestier and lived with her in Vermont for 4 happy years, during which their daughters Josephine and Elsie were born, and Kipling wrote some of his best work, including the 2 Jungle Books, 1894-1895. They moved to England in 1896, settling in Rottingdean, East Sussex, where their son John was born, and eventually at the house Bateman's, at Bawash. Kipling continued to travel widely with his family, spending nearly all the winters from 1898 to 1908 in South Africa. On a trip to New York in 1899, his 6-year-old daughter Josephine died of pneumonia, which Kipling himself narrowly survived. Kipling published his masterpiece, Kim, in 1901, and the Just So stories in 1902. He turned to the theme of Englishness and history in his children's books Puck of Pook's Hill, 1906, and Rewards and Fairies, 1910, interweaving poems and stories to subtle intertextual effect. His stories for adults after 1900 focus on the lives of ordinary people, uniquely combining a creative response to the new 20th century technologies of communication with a strong imaginative feeling for the strange and the numinous, intensified by his pared-down, understated style. His public poems, including Recessional, The White Man's Burden and The Islanders, all printed in the Times, preached the virtues of patriotism and duty. From the outset, Kipling identified with the rulers and officials of the British Empire. Although he was never their servant, he refused both the knighthood and the Order of Merit. Yet he sympathized deeply with children, outlaws and outsiders, who often engaged his best energies as a writer, as witnessed by the vitality and subtlety of the Jungle Books and Kim. He was a strong supporter of the Boer War, for which he wrote journalism and propaganda. This, together with the hardening of his conservative political views after 1900, made him increasingly unpopular with liberals and anti-imperialists. Kipling returned their dislike. His books continued to sell and to be read widely, and he was awarded honorary doctorates by many universities and the Nobel Prize in 1907, but he never again enjoyed the brilliant reputation which he had held in the 1890s. In the First World War, Kipling remained a strongly patriotic writer, but after the blow of losing his son John at the Battle of Loos in 1915 he became a more private man. He nonetheless played a major role in the War Graves Commission, arguing successfully for equality of treatment for all ranks in choosing the inscriptions for the memorial stones. He commemorated the dead in his own moving Epitaphs of the War and his History of the Irish Guards in the Great War, 1923, an account of his son's regiment. His late stories of loss and bereavement are written with an acuteness and subtlety not always perceived by their contemporary readers. Kipling died in 1936. Pigeon, Publishing House, presented The Jungle Book. Author, Rudyard Kipling. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this classic, follow the show and leave a quick review, and join us every Tuesday and Thursday for more timeless stories.